Chen Chu actually volunteered to take charge of Class 7 of the 10th grade. When the news spread, all the teachers in the school looked at him like he was a dead man. That was a class of privileged troublemakers that had driven away 3 homeroom teachers in just 2 months. This reckless fool won't last 3 days. Everyone was waiting to see him make a joke of himself. But they had no idea what kind of trump card Chen Chu was hiding in his head. Ultimate teaching system successfully bound. Congratulations on obtaining basic teacher's haki. Comparable to the Conqueror's haki in One Piece, it was specifically designed to subdue this bunch of rebellious second-generation rich kids. As long as he continuously improved the overall evaluation scores of these troublemakers, he could unlock epic skills, legendary elixirs, and even god-tier pets. What others saw as a living hell for teachers was just a field of free experience points in Chu's eyes. Those arrogant and domineering young masters of privilege were destined to be tamed into total submission by him. But before he officially set foot into that hellish class, the beginning of this storm had to start from the dean's office of Jiangnan City's first high school. Jiangnan City No. 1 High School. Director Sun, the homeroom teacher for Class 7, had a heart attack from pure anger and was just rushed to the hospital. In his office, Dean Sun Guoming paced back and forth, nursing a splitting headache, while the counselor standing nearby looked equally distraught. The school expanded enrollment this year, and as a special track class, Class 7 had very low admission standards, which resulted in a group of real pieces of work being admitted. Many are children of influential people, wealthy and well-connected, which makes them feel invincible, afraid of nothing, and absolutely impossible to deal with. In the past 2 months, Class 7 has already gone through 3 homeroom teachers. "What do we do now, Director Sun?" the counselor asked with a grimace. Sun Guoming sighed, "Call a meeting with all the teachers who don't have heavy workloads." The counselor gave a bitter smile. "I'm afraid no one will want to take it, right? Everyone in Class 7 is a total nightmare. Who would dare to manage them?" "Whether they dare or not, it has to be done," Sun Guoming said helplessly. "If the school doesn't manage them, who will?" He paused, then quickly added, "Oh, and call in the interns who are still doing their practicum too." Odd. The counselor hesitated. These new interns are too young and lack the experience. "No time for that," Sun Guoming waved his hand dismissively. "Just go." "All right, I'll go right now." A while later, teachers who were free all rushed to the conference room, including the dozen or so interns who had just arrived. By now, Sun Guoming had also arrived. The conference room suddenly fell silent. Sun Guoming didn't feel like beating around the bush and went straight to the point. "Everyone, the homeroom teacher of Class 7 Grade 10, has been hospitalized due to health issues, and Class 7 now needs a substitute. I know managing Class 7 is extremely difficult, so I hope someone will volunteer. Whoever can manage Class 7 well, I guarantee I'll request a major commendation for them, provide excellent benefits, double the year-end bonus, and allow you to become a permanent staff member immediately. Is there anyone willing?" Hearing it was Class 7, the veteran teachers sat like statues, not making a sound. No matter how good the benefits were, they weren't going anywhere near that class. The interns were a bit tempted, but the moment they heard the name Class 7, they were scared witless. Forget it, not worth the trouble. Who doesn't know that Class 7 is full of troublemakers from influential backgrounds? Even the first homeroom teacher was threatened by a student and ended up just resigning. Chen Chu, sitting in the corner, remained unmoved. Although the prospect of getting a permanent position was tempting, he knew the reputation of Class 7 and didn't want to bring trouble upon himself. But at that moment, a strange voice suddenly echoed in his mind. "The strongest teaching system has found its host." Chen Chu was completely stunned. Auditory hallucination? Finding successful. The voice sounded again in his mind, leaving Chen Chu in a daze. As an avid reader of web novels, he was no stranger to the concept of a system. He just never expected to be chosen by one himself. Could I be the legendary child of destiny? Suppressing his excitement, Chen Chu quickly muttered the word system to himself. Host. Skills. Teaching points. Ding. Quest issued. Current task. Become the homeroom teacher of Class 7 and complete the handover. Success rewards. Deluxe Novice Gift Pack, 100 teaching points, and unlocking the check-in and lucky draw features. Failure entails no rewards or penalties. Seeing that the system's first task was to make him the homeroom teacher of Class 7, Chen Chu couldn't help but feel torn. Class 7 is a teacher's purgatory, a playground for slackers. With his current abilities, Going there would only result in either a heart attack from anger or being forced to resign. Chen Chu really didn't want to be the homeroom teacher for Class 7. Forget it, let me see what's in that novice gift pack first. If it's really not worth it, I'll just abandon the task. There's no penalty anyway. System, what's in the deluxe novice gift pack? As soon as he spoke, data about the items appeared in Chen Chu's mind. Elementary teacher's eye can observe students' basic data, can be upgraded. Elementary teacher's haki expends significant stamina to release an aura that intimidates students, putting them in a state of awe for 1 hour, can be upgraded. Caution, may cause the host to pass out if stamina is drained, so use with care. Chen Chu was dumbfounded. Good grief, leaving aside the others, there's even haki? The effect, isn't this exactly like Conqueror's haki from One Piece? After reading the descriptions of the 2 skills from the pack, Chen Chu did some mental math. If he equipped these 2 skills, especially the elementary teacher's haki, he might actually have a chance to handle the role. And the task rewards like check-in and lucky draw, those sound incredible, don't they? What, no one is willing? As educators of the people, do you not have even this much sense of responsibility? Seeing that no one stepped forward, Sun Guoming's face darkened. At that moment, Chen Chu stopped hesitating, quickly stood up, and said, Director Sun, I am willing to take over as the substitute homeroom teacher for Class 7. Even though going to Class 7 carried the life-threatening risk of a heart attack or sky-high blood pressure, or even losing his job. But with the system, Chen Chu was completely calm inside, and actually quite looking forward to it. As soon as he spoke, Chen Chu became the center of attention. However, there wasn't much admiration in their eyes, just more pity and regret. And a hint of mockery. Even the experienced teachers don't dare touch Class 7. What are you, a greenhorn who hasn't even finished half a year of internship, trying to show off? He really doesn't know his place. Zhao Yisu, sitting next to Chen Chu, looked at him like he had just seen a ghost. Chen Chu stayed silent, while Sun Guoming on the stage was overjoyed, quickly saying, Good, good, then it's settled. Teacher Chen will manage Class 7 from now on. Everyone is dismissed. Teacher Chen, come with me to handle the handover. Just as everyone dispersed, Zhao Yishu whispered, Come on, old Chen, why are you doing this to yourself? Chen Chu couldn't tell him about the system, so he patted Zhao Yishu on the shoulder with a straight face and said, Old Zhao, as an educator, one must have the courage to take responsibility. Even if Class 7 is tough, I have to forge ahead. If I don't go to hell, who will? Zhao Yishu, speak normally, old Chen. I want to get my permanent position. Soon, Chen Chu followed Sun Guoming and completed the handover procedures. Handing the documents to Chen Chu, Sun Guoming patted him on the shoulder and said, Mr. Chen, Class 7 is in your hands now. If you run into any difficulties, just let me know. Understood, Chen Chu replied with a quick smile. I will definitely do my best. As soon as Chen Chu left, the counselor walked in with a bitter smile on his face. Director, are we really just handing Class 7 over to Mr. Chen like that? He has absolutely no experience. Give it 2 days tops, and he definitely won't be able to handle it. I have no other choice either, Sun Guoming said in annoyance. It's not like we have options, right? Let's just let him try it out first. Besides, he's young, so the generation gap with the students isn't too big. Maybe it'll actually work. The counselor shrugged helplessly and didn't say anything more. Meanwhile, Chen Chu was holding the materials and heading to his new office, looking visibly excited on the way. Congratulations to the host for completing the task. You have received the Novice Deluxe gift pack, 100 teaching points, and activated the lottery and daily check-in functions. Chen Chu first opened the Novice Deluxe gift pack. After learning all the skills, he immediately used Teacher's Eye on a passing student. Because the other party is not your student, their information cannot be viewed. Please upgrade your skill level. Chu was momentarily stunned, but then he felt relieved. After all, it was only a beginner-level skill, so he couldn't expect too much from it. Taking the opportunity, Chen Chu studied the lottery and check-in functions. Daily check-in successful. You have received a study sprite. Huh? Chen Chu's eyes widened. There were pets too? He quickly checked his inventory. Study sprite. Grade C. Evolvable. Once released, it will play around the classroom and has a certain chance to grant students a fanatic state, increasing their learning efficiency by 200%. Note: once the pet is released, it cannot be retrieved. It will permanently exist in the bound classroom and can only be seen by the host. Managing Class 7 will be a piece of cake with this little sprite, won't it? He took another look at the lottery, only to find that drawing once required at least 10 teaching points. Actually, even without the system explaining, Chen Chu knew that these teaching points were the most crucial element. Upgrading skills, pets, and so on would definitely all require a massive amount of teaching points. System, where do I get teaching points? The host can earn teaching points based on teaching efficiency during lessons, and there is a certain chance for students to generate teaching points while studying. Chen Chu nodded slightly. Having basically figured out the system's functions, his confidence surged, and he couldn't wait to go to class 7 and start teaching. By this time, Chen Chu had reached the door of his new teaching office. Before he even walked in, he could faintly hear the teachers inside gossiping. The one taking over class 7 is an intern? Yeah, his name is Chen Chu. Hey, he really doesn't know his own limits. Tell me about it. It'd be impressive enough if a greenhorn like him could handle a normal class properly, yet he actually dared to take on class 7. He'll last a week at most, and by then he'll definitely be complaining endlessly. You're overestimating him. I give him 3 days tops. Naturally, Chen Chu felt a bit displeased hearing this, but he couldn't exactly throw a fit. During the meeting, Sun Guoming had thrown out the phrase about being a people's teacher, questioning how they could lack even that little bit of responsibility. By stepping up right then, he naturally slapped the others in the face. It was as if he was saying that aside from himself, no one else present deserved to be called a people's teacher. It was completely normal for everyone to have a problem with him. However, it didn't matter. When the time comes, I'll use my actions to slap you all hard in the face, and let's see if you still dare to gossip about me behind my back. I will definitely become the king of teachers at Jiangnan First High School. Chen Chu pushed the door open and walked in expressionlessly. Seeing Chen Chu arrive, the gossiping immediately vanished without a trace, and the crowd instead welcomed him with smiling faces. Oh, Xiao Chen, what commendable courage! It's you young people who have the drive and dare to face difficult challenges, unlike us old folks, who just don't have the energy to toss around anymore. Since you don't slap a smiling face, Chen Chu naturally wasn't going to show them any attitude, especially since they were all his seniors. He quickly smiled and said, I hope you seniors will offer me plenty of guidance and constructive criticism in the future. Of course, if there's anything you don't understand, just come and ask. Alright, I definitely will next time. Chen Chu responded and quickly made his way to his new desk. Truth be told, the environment was indeed much more comfortable. Taking a look at the schedule, he saw that the second period in the afternoon was his. Luckily, he didn't have to teach today, nor did he need to prepare lessons. He first had to hold a class meeting to understand the specific situation of Class 7. Just as he was thinking this, the system suddenly issued a new task. There are a total of 48 students in Class 7 of Grade 1. Please improve the overall rating of all students as much as possible within 3 months. The reward will be determined based on the task completion level. When the overall rating of all students reaches Grade C, the reward will be a random grade equality ornament. Ornaments can improve learning efficiency and grant students special states. The higher the quality, the stronger the effect. You will also receive a random advanced skill and 1,000 teaching points. The difficulty is normal. When the overall rating of all students reaches Grade B, the reward will be a random Grade S ornament, a random advanced skill, a random advanced pill, a random advanced student template, a random advanced pet, and 5,000 teaching points. The difficulty is hard. When the overall rating of all students reaches Grade A, the reward will be a random Grade SS ornament, a random epic skill, a random epic pill, a random epic student template, a random epic pet, and 1,000 teaching points. The difficulty is epic. When the overall rating of all students reaches Grade S, the reward will be a random Grade SSS ornament, a random legendary skill, a random legendary pill, a random legendary student template, a random legendary pet, and 1,000 teaching points. The difficulty is legendary. Based on the host's current abilities, this cannot be completed and therefore cannot be displayed. Chen Chu? Who are you looking down on? Although I was inexplicably humiliated by the system, the rewards are really tempting. The 3 great illusions of life. My phone vibrated, she likes me, and I can turn the tables. So what if it's legendary difficult? Chen Chu felt he could give it a shot and turn the tables on the system. He took the roll book, left the office, and headed toward Class 7 of the 10th grade. Not long after the bell rang, the other classes had already quieted down. Only Class 7 of the 10th grade was still noisy. Someone was even playing music. It was incredibly loud, yet no one dared to go and tell them to stop. After a while, Chen Chu finally arrived at the door of Class 7. Ordinary students, no matter how naughty, would quiet down and sit back in their seats obediently when they saw a teacher. Good heavens, as soon as Chen Chu reached the door, he was greeted by waves of booing. "Tisk, we got such a young homeroom teacher. I wonder if he can handle being messed with. He looks like a total goofball. Oh my, our new homeroom teacher is a little handsome. Tisk, you're the biggest flirt here. Oh, stop it." Chen Chu glanced over. They were either smiling at him mischievously or looking at him mockingly. What was even more infuriating was that some had their legs resting on the desks and were openly giving him the middle finger. Chen Chu couldn't help but frown. Class 7 of the 10th grade truly lived up to its reputation. Let alone teaching a class, even basic discipline couldn't be maintained. No wonder the previous homeroom teacher had a heart attack. Normally, Chen Chu would definitely put on a stern face and shout for silence. However, that definitely wouldn't work on Class 7. There was no need to even try. Therefore, Chen Chu didn't even bother shouting. He walked into the classroom, stood directly at the podium, picked up a piece of chalk, and wrote his name on the blackboard. Chu? Oh my, this is killing me. This name is too ordinary. You can find a ton of them on the street. And he's supposed to be a language teacher. How could his name be so casually picked? Given. In just a few words, they instantly maxed out Chen Chu's blood pressure. No, stay calm, hold it together. Chen Chu forced back his anger, quickly managed a smile and said loudly, "Class, starting today, I am your new homeroom teacher. My last name is Chen, and my first name is Chu." There was an immediate chorus of boos from below. No one cooperated at all. No, I can't swear. I am a teacher of the people. But they aren't listening at all. There is no way to hold the class meeting. Down below, those who wanted to chat chatted, and those who wanted to play on their phones did so. No one took Chen Chu seriously at all. Someone even whispered, "Keep it up. We're about to set a record. Let's try to drive this new guy away in the very first class." Ha ha ha, Chen couldn't help but let his face darken. "Fine, you want to play this game with me, huh? I originally just wanted to get along with you as an ordinary person, but I never expected to be treated like this in return. I'm not hiding it anymore, I'm laying my cards on the table. You have no respect for your elders. Starting today, I'm going to teach you what it means to respect teachers and revere the truth." Chen Chu's gaze hardened, and he shouted in a deep voice, "Everyone, quiet down." With a single thought, he unleashed his domineering aura at full power. In an instant, Chen Chu felt his originally abundant physical strength draining away rapidly, and his body actually started to feel somewhat weak and soft. Boom! Suddenly, an invisible and terrifying domineering aura swept out in all directions, enveloping everyone in Class 7. The students, who had just been talking and laughing, suddenly stiffened. Their expressions became wooden, even showing signs of panic and unease. It felt as if they had instantly fallen into boundless darkness, with only a pair of giant scarlet eyes staring fiercely at them. The entire room was so silent that you could hear a pin drop. Chen Chu was also exhausted. He stealthily reached out and leaned against the podium to avoid showing any signs of weakness. Glancing around, everyone in Class 7 didn't dare to move, too terrified to even breathe heavily. The intimidation effect was extremely significant. Chen Chu scoffed coldly. "Everyone, return to your seats immediately." At that moment, the entirety of Class 7 scrambled in a panic, hurriedly moving their bodies and returning to their seats. It was just that many of them didn't dare to even look up in Chen Chu's direction. What the hell? Why should I be afraid of this guy? He's just some new guy. Many people were resisting in their hearts, but the moment they remembered that feeling of despair and terror from just now, their rebellious thoughts were instantly suppressed. Chen Chu swept a cold glance over the crowd, took out the roll book, and said in a deep voice, "Now we will hold the class meeting and start the roll call. When your name is called, say here." Xunhao. Xu Tianhao in the corner originally didn't want to answer, but ultimately he had to bite the bullet and reply here. Chen Chu immediately activated his teacher's eye. Name Tianhao. Gender. Age. Status, hates studying, intimidated for 1 hour. Bad habits, laziness, smoking, drinking, street racing, swearing, fighting, watching adult videos, and so on. There are too many bad habits to display. Talon. Learning efficiency, negative 147%. Overall evaluation, doesn't even deserve an F. He is the absolute worst, the worst students. Chen Chu was completely dumbfounded. Damn it! It was one thing to have so many bad habits, but how the hell could learning efficiency be negative? Chen Chu called the next name Sun Jiao. A gentle and quiet-looking girl cautiously raised her hand and answered here. Chen Chu was delighted. She looked like a top student at first glance, so she definitely wouldn't be too bad. Name Sun Jiao. Gender. Age. Status, extremely hates studying, intimidated for 1 hour. Bad habits. Laziness, smoking, drinking, underage dating, clubbing, extravagance, aggressiveness, and so on. There are too many bad habits to display. Talent, grade dancing. Learning efficiency, negative 247%. Overall evaluation, so tired, just destroy the world already, make it quick. Ah. Chen Chu still couldn't believe it, so he simply scanned them all one by one. The class average was over 20 bad habits per person, with a learning efficiency around negative 130%, and the highest learning efficiency was negative 78%. Oh my god, this class is absolutely unteachable. The system's evaluation was divided into 9 grades. SSS, SS, SA, B, C, D, E, and F. However, the overall evaluation of the entire class didn't even reach the worst grade, F. No wonder the system rewards were so generous. Class 7 was simply beyond saving. The self-confidence Chen Chu had painstakingly built up instantly crumbled. No, at the end of the day I'm a people's teacher. I can't give up easily. Let alone the matter of reward. Chen Chu's level of dedication wasn't particularly high, but since he chose the profession of a people's teacher, his bottom line was to be responsible for his students. Chen Chu certainly didn't want the students he taught to all turn into useless scumbags after entering society. Having finally managed to pull himself together, Chen Chu felt that these little guys could still be salvaged. After finishing the roll call, taking advantage of the fact that the effect of his teacher's haki hadn't worn off yet, Chen Chu told everyone to do self-study first. One by one, they reluctantly took out their textbooks for various subjects and started reading. Study sprite, I choose you. With a thought, Chen Chu immediately summoned the study sprite. What came into view was a flying little white furball that started wandering around the classroom. Chen Chu observed silently with full anticipation. After the study sprite had wandered for about 10 minutes, he saw it suddenly stop above a student's head. Following that, a faint white glow actually surfaced on the student's body. Fanatical state. Chen Chu immediately used his teacher's eye. Lo Hao. Jamail. Status. Dislikes studying, in awe for 1 hour, fanatical for 10 minutes. Bad habits, negligible. Talent. Learning efficiency, 47%. Overall evaluation. Luo Hao was originally bored to death flipping through his language textbook, but suddenly and inexplicably, he felt that the article was written quite well, and he unconsciously started reading it seriously. At this moment, the system notification sound rang in Chu's mind. Obtained 1 teaching point from Luo Hao. Obtained 2 teaching points from Luo Hao. The fanatical state lasted for a full 10 minutes, and Chen Chu also gained 18 teaching points from Luo Hao. The study sprite seemed to have rested enough, and started wandering around the class again. Meanwhile, Luo Hao's state returned to normal. The article he was reading so seriously just a moment ago was directly flipped over the very next second. You can't get fat from just 1 bite. Chen Chu shook his head slightly and quickly focused his mind on the lottery draw. He could now draw the lottery 11 times in total. As long as his luck was good enough, getting SSS mythic grade item wasn't impossible. Drawing, thank you for participating. Drawing, thank you for participating. Drawing, congratulations, you have obtained the item globe. A globe? Chen Chu quickly checked the item's attributes. Globe, quality E. When placed in the classroom, it increases the learning efficiency of all students in the classroom by 10%. It can form an E-grade study set, and it is upgradable. A 10% increase for everyone? And this was just an E-grade item. If an SSS mythic grade item came along, wouldn't he just take off directly? Chen Chu continued to draw. Drawing, congratulations, you have obtained the item Dzigi Mural. Dzigi Mural, quality D. When placed in the classroom, there is a 3% chance for students in the classroom to gain a special status. It can form a D-grade study set, and it is upgradable. Another one. Chen Chu's eyes lit up. D-grade items were already starting to appear, which meant his luck wasn't too bad. Give it a shot, and a bicycle can turn into a motorcycle. Drawing, thank you for participating. Drawing, thank you for participating. Drawing, congratulations, you have obtained the skill Mimic. Chen Chu was startled and hurriedly checked the detailed information. Mimic, special skill. After casting, enter a mimic state where you can mimic any character and gain all their abilities. Lasts for 1 hour, cooldown of 24 hours, upgradable. Oh my god, isn't this a godly skill? Within 1 hour, he could mimic whoever he wanted, and he could even gain all the abilities of the person he was mimicking. Now, wouldn't dealing with these little guys be a walk in the park? This round of lottery drawing was a massive profit. Chen Chu suddenly felt like he could outsmart the system again. However, the anomaly in Class 7 had attracted quite a lot of attention. Usually, Class 7 was never quiet during class, but today it was weirdly silent. Was this still the Class 7 known as the teacher's slaughterhouse and the underachievers' amusement park? Some teachers pretended to pass by and took a peek, and immediately looked as if they had seen a ghost. The little guys of Class 7 were actually sitting obediently in their seats reading books. This was absolutely outrageous. If they hadn't seen it with their own eyes, they wouldn't have believed it even if they were beaten to death. Before long, the class dismissal bell rang. Chen Chu returned to the office feeling relaxed. However, as soon as he walked in, he felt the atmosphere was extraordinarily weird. Everyone was secretly staring at him. Chen Chu knew exactly what was going on, so he simply pretended not to see them and returned to his seat to think deeply. Because of the system, his future was currently tied to the little guys in Class 7. Teaching points were the top priority, but the prerequisite was that these little guys could behave properly in class and study. The teacher's hockey was certainly useful, but it wasn't a long-term solution. Moreover, because it consumed too much stamina, using it once a day was already Chen Chu's limit. After pondering it over, the most effective method was to win their hearts. Well, it's physical education class later. I'll have a good time playing with these little guys, and test out how effective the mimic skill is while I'm at it.
The gymnasium. It just happened to be Class 7's PE class. There were 12 student athletes in Class 7, and they had started a half-court game. The others were sitting on the sidelines, playing on their phones or chatting. The PE teacher didn't dare to interfere and sat far away sipping tea. This new guy is tough to deal with today. He is not much older than us, but his presence is so intense it actually scared me. I heard he is just an intern, but I have no idea why I suddenly felt so afraid of him. It is like a curse. The group still felt a chill down their spines when they looked back on it. The student athletes on the court were also whispering about it, and most of them felt it was all quite baffling. They had never taken any teacher seriously, yet they had buckled under the newly arrived Chen Chu, and they didn't even dare to resist whatever he told them to do. Just then Chen Chu appeared in the gymnasium. When the students of Class 7 saw Chen Chu, they couldn't help but frown. The boys playing half-court also stopped one after another as Chen Chu walked straight to the edge of the court and grinned, saying, "You guys have got some pretty good skills." Someone asked coldly, "Teacher, this is a PE class. What are you doing here?" Chen Chu smiled slightly. "I was bored, so I figured I would come over and play for a bit." The group couldn't help but sneer. "Aren't you the Chinese teacher? You know how to play basketball." "Teacher, with that scrawny frame of yours, don't embarrass yourself." Class 7 was a special talent class where the male student athletes had an average height of over 1.8 meters. So at 1.76 meters, Chen Chu definitely had a smaller build. Facing the students' mockery, Chen Chu didn't get angry. Instead, he laughed. "Who said a Chinese teacher can't play basketball? Want to play a round?" When they heard that, they were amused. "You want to play against us? Aren't you asking to get crushed?" "Teacher, are you sure you want to play us? We are not going to go easy on you." The group exchanged knowing glances and smirked. "No need to go easy," Chen Chu shook his head and said, "but playing for nothing is boring. How about we add a bet?" "What do you want to do?" "1-on-1 to 3 baskets," Chen Chu said seriously. "If you lose, you have to behave in my class from now on. If you win, you can make any demand you want. Well, dare to play?" "You said it yourself." Zhao Feng, who was holding the ball, passed it directly to Chen Chu and grinned, "I will go first." When the crowd saw it was Zhao Feng, they immediately felt it was in the bag. Zhao Feng grew up in the United States and had a professional basketball coach, so his skills were undeniable. He wasn't just the best in Class 7, he was top tier in the entire school. As for his physical fitness, it went without saying. He was a big guy, nearly 1.87 meters tall with a broad, muscular build. Playing against Chen Chu would be a walk in the park for him. To be fair, Chen Chu was actually feeling a bit shaky. He only played back in college and his level was just average, and he had barely touched a ball since starting his career. Now, his only hope rested on the imitation ability. The students quickly cleared a space for Chen Chu and Zhao Feng. Zhao Feng immediately took a stance and said, "You can take the first possession." "Alright, then I won't be polite." Chen Chu took a deep breath and focused his mind. Imitate. Cobra. In an instant, countless images flashed through Chen Chu's mind, and more magically, his entire body felt filled with an indescribable sensation. The basketball in his hand no longer felt foreign, instead it felt incredibly familiar. "Come on." As soon as he finished speaking, Chen Chu dribbled straight toward Zhao Feng. Zhao Feng was naturally dismissive and stepped up to defend. The pressure was intense. Chen Chu stayed calm, turning his back to continue dribbling. Just then, Zhao Feng spotted an opening and lunged to steal the ball. But just as his hand reached out, Chen Chu suddenly spun and dribbled past Zhao Feng, with movements as smooth as water. Fast reflexes. Zhao Feng was slightly startled, and in that split second of hesitation, Chen Chu had already made a quick layup and scored. Laymen watched the excitement, experts watched the technique. The student athletes outside the court couldn't help be shocked. Zhao Feng's hand speed had been so fast, it should have been impossible to dodge. But not only did Chen Chu manage to do it, his entire movement sequence was fluid and incredibly smooth. However, the girls crowding around didn't understand the intricacies of the game. "Zhao Feng, don't go easy on him. It would be so embarrassing to lose to him." Zhao Feng snapped out of it and looked at Chen Chu. "Chen Chu passed the ball, your turn to serve." Zhao Feng took the ball and said in a low voice, "It seems you have some skills, but I won't be holding back anymore." "Little guy, we will see who is holding back." Chen Chu shrugged, gesturing for Zhao Feng to start. As soon as he put the ball into play, Zhao Feng began to drive hard. He had a massive physical advantage, so Chen Chu couldn't possibly stop him. In a blur, Zhao Feng easily pushed to under the basket and went for the jump. It all happened in a heartbeat. Chen Chu's legs coiled to store power, then he leaped, arriving just in time to reach out his right hand and slam it down. Bam! With a powerful smash, the ball was swatted away by Chen Chu before Zhao Feng could even release it. Oh my god, did he just block that shot? How can his vertical leap be that insane? The entire gymnasium was in an uproar, with everyone staring in wide-eyed disbelief. When he landed, Zhao Feng was completely dazed. He never imagined he would actually get blocked. And by his own homeroom teacher, a Chinese teacher who was even shorter than him. "Zhao Feng, don't just stand there, hurry up and guard him. Don't let him score." The crowd shouted anxiously. Zhao Feng suddenly snapped back to reality and hurried up to guard Chen Chu. Chen Chu did a between-the-legs dribble and feinted left, looking as if he was going to drive that way. Zhao Feng instinctively took a step to the left and was about to chase after him, only to see Chen Chu pull the ball back with his left hand, his face completely expressionless. It was a fake. Damn it. Zhao Feng cursed inwardly, staring at Chen Chu with a serious expression. If he really lost today, it would be an absolute disgrace. He hadn't expected Chen Chu's basketball skills to be this good. His dribbling was incredibly steady, leaving almost no flaws to exploit. He absolutely could not let Chen Chu get past him now. Zhao Feng locked his eyes onto Chen Chu, arms spread wide, ready to fight him to the bitter end. Chen Chu grinned and suddenly accelerated to the right at an astonishing speed. Zhao Feng instinctively chased him to the right, but in a blur, Chen Chu suddenly jumped, leaving him absolutely no time to react. A fadeaway jumper. He released the ball. Swish. The basketball brushed through the net, making a deeply satisfying sound. Nothing but net. The entire court instantly fell silent. Thump, thump, thump. The basketball fell to the ground with a rhythmic tapping sound. Chen Chu quickly stepped forward to pick up the ball, passed it right back to Zhao Feng and said, "You young folks need to try harder. If I score one more point, you lose." Zhao Feng caught the ball, his face inevitably looking a bit grim. The boys couldn't help but remain completely silent. The way they looked at Chen Chu was filled with uncertainty and shock, some even feeling a chill down their spines. Whether it was his explosive power, vertical leap, or reaction speed, it was all terrifying. These skills were almost absurdly good. He was clearly playing like a professional basketball player. Someone couldn't help but ask, are you sure you're a Chinese teacher? Chen Chu laughed. What else would I be? Did you graduate from a sports academy? Chen Chu's mouth twitched and he couldn't help but roll his eyes. What are you thinking? I definitely graduated from a teacher's college. If I had graduated from a sports academy, would I be here teaching you Chinese? Then how are your basketball skills so good? Zhao Feng also looked at him with curiosity. Chen Chu grinned. Wanna learn? The crowd blurted out almost without thinking, yes. Who among those who practiced basketball wouldn't want to learn such extraordinary skills? As long as you behave and listen to me in class from now on, I'll teach you guys how to play on weekends. How about that? Chen Chu gave a wide grin and waved at Zhao Feng. Zhao Feng instinctively passed the ball to Chen Chu. Chen Chu caught the ball, warmed up in place for a moment, then suddenly accelerated his dribble. The moment he reached the paint, he leaped up and slammed down a fierce one-handed dunk. Bam! The ball smashed through the net and slammed hard onto the ground. Oh my! Awesome! Teacher, I want to learn this. As long as you're willing to teach me, I promise I'll behave perfectly in class from now on. The group of student athletes was instantly won over by Chen Chu's incredible dunk. They immediately swarmed him, crowding around him enthusiastically. Teacher, teach me right now. Teach us dribbling first. Your dribbling is so steady. Zhao Feng stood frozen in place, looking completely awkward. What a bunch of traitors, this is so lame. The group of girls cursed and grumbled as they turned and walked away. The other boys frowned. Zhao Feng, you're not planning to be a traitor too, are you? Ah. Zhao Feng glanced at Chen Chu, who was surrounded by the crowd, then looked at the others who were leaving and decisively made his choice. I want to learn how to play. Damn. The crowd instantly raised their middle fingers in disdain, glared at Zhao Feng and turned to leave. Zhao Feng quickly and eagerly joined the student athletes. They really were just a bunch of little brats, so easy to coax. Taking advantage of the fact that the mimicry effect hadn't worn off yet, Chen Chu temporarily took over the PE teacher's job. Your fundamentals aren't solid enough, your dribbling is unstable. Your movements are too slow. Shift your weight to your left foot, and then turn. Just as Chen Chu was pointing out everyone's weaknesses and telling them what was wrong, a voice suddenly called out from not far away. Little Chen, little Chen. Chen Chu paused and turned his head to see that it was PE teacher Li Qi. He told the students to keep practicing exactly as he had instructed, and then hurried over to Li Qi. Teacher Li, I'm so sorry I took up your class time. Li Qi had witnessed the entire thing and quickly gave a wry smile. Why apologize? I couldn't teach them even if I wanted to. They don't listen to me at all. I just can't handle these little guys in your class. But you really have some skills. You play ball quite well. It's alright, just alright. You're too modest. If I didn't know you graduated from a teacher's college, I would have really thought you came from a sports academy. Li Qi quickly added, next month is the Jiangnan College's staff basketball tournament. You should join too. If you come, our school will definitely secure first place. Huh? Chen Chu smiled wryly. I'm still an intern right now. I'm not an official staff member, so I can't participate, right? These are all minor issues. If you want to participate, leave the rest to me. Li Qi teased with a smile. You haven't found a girlfriend yet, have you? Chen Chu scratched his head in embarrassment. No, not yet. I just started working. Where would I find the time to look for a girlfriend? Then you absolutely cannot miss this. Li Qi laughed. Our school has quite a few pretty female teachers, and the other schools have even more. They'll definitely come to watch the games. If you put on a good show, maybe a girlfriend will just fall into your lap. He wasn't getting any younger after all. It really was about time to find a girlfriend and start thinking about marriage. Chen Chu immediately and cheerfully agreed, all right, I'll join. Li Qi simply stopped teaching his class altogether, handed all the students over to Chen Chu, and busied himself with organizing Chen Chu's participation in the staff basketball tournament. Chen Chu continued to correct the movements of Zhao Feng and the others. Obtained 5 teaching points from Zhao Feng. Obtained 7 teaching points from Yang Tianyu. The system's notification sounds chimed continuously, leaving Chen Chu somewhat pleasantly surprised. You can earn teaching points from this too. He quickly used the teacher's eye to take a look at Zhao Feng. Name Feng. Gender. Age. Status. Tired of learning, focused. This is a special status that greatly increases learning efficiency for an unknown duration. Bad habits, negligible. Talent, E-rank basketball. Learning efficiency, 130%. Comprehensive evaluation. Focused status? Chen Chu smiled in sudden realization. He had probably hit upon the preferences of these little guys. If he remembered correctly, Zhao Feng's learning efficiency was previously around negative 184%. It seemed that learning efficiency wasn't set in stone after all. It would change depending on things like their mood and preferences. If he made Zhao Feng and the others go back to the classroom for a lesson right now, their learning efficiency would definitely drop right back down. Taking advantage of the fact that Zhao Feng and the others were highly enthusiastic and had extremely high learning efficiency at the moment, Chen Chu taught as meticulously as possible, frantically harvesting teaching points. In the blink of an eye, the class dismissal bell rang. Even though everyone looked as if they hadn't had enough, they ultimately returned to the classroom under Chen Chu's urging. Once they were gone, Chen Chu couldn't hold back a laugh. Including the over 100 teaching points generated from his own teaching, he had actually earned a solid 300 or so teaching points in this single wave. He originally intended to use them immediately for the lottery draw, but Chen Chu held back. The lottery draw relied too much on luck. It was entirely possible to throw all these teaching points in and get absolutely nothing. Chen Chu quickly checked the 2 items in his inventory. A globe and a DZ mural. System, what is needed to upgrade the globe? 100 teaching points and an E-rank ornament of the same quality. The higher the quality of the ornament, the more teaching points and ornaments of the same quality are required. What about the set effect? There are 6 E-rank ornaments in total. Collecting all the E-rank ornaments will activate the set effect, increasing the learning efficiency of all students by 50%. Chen Chu nodded slightly. Upgrading the globe to D-rank would require 100 teaching points and another E-rank ornament, while the DZ Guy mural would require 1000 teaching points and 2 D-rank ornaments. Currently, the only sources of ornaments were through the lottery or daily check-ins. The system would probably open a shop or something similar later on. I'll just use these 2 ornaments for now and put them in the classroom tomorrow to see the effect. Chen Chu grinned and headed toward the office with his hands behind his back, in a delightful mood. However, just as he reached the office door and the effect of the imitation wore off, Chen Chu felt a painful soreness all over his body. For a moment he couldn't even walk, his thighs aching terribly. This gave Chen Chu a huge fright. Well, what's going on? Could it be that the imitation has side effects? The system explained, the host lacks exercise and used the imitation skill to perform high-intensity physical activity, which naturalizes severe soreness in the limbs. This is a normal phenomenon. It is recommended that the host exercises more. For a moment, Chen Chu didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Why didn't you say so earlier? I wasn't mentally prepared for this at all. The host did not ask. Please give me a heads up next time. Understood. After resting for a good while, Chen Chu finally forced himself into the office, enduring the soreness. As soon as he entered, the gazes of many teachers coincidentally gathered on Chen Chu once again. Shortly after Chen Chu sat down, Li Qi returned. Little Chen, it's all sorted out. Li Qi held a thermos and patted Chen Chu on the shoulder with a smile. Shall we practice tonight? That slap hurt so much that Chen Chu almost screamed out loud. Teacher Lai, tonight I have some things to deal with. Chen Chu braced himself and forced a smile. Tomorrow? No, how about the evening after tomorrow? Sure. Li Qi didn't notice anything unusual and chuckled. Then I'll go continue teaching my other classes. All right. Chen Chu replied, and Li Qi finally turned and left, making the other teachers in the office even more curious. However, they were too embarrassed to ask, since they weren't very familiar with Chen Chu after all. In the blink of an eye, the afternoon classes finally came to an end. Everyone had gone to eat, leaving only Chen Chu still staying in the office. As the senior teachers left, they couldn't help but discuss among themselves. Little Chen is pretty good. He's been reading materials in the office all afternoon without even touching his phone. Yeah, I came back after teaching 2 classes, and he's still sitting there reading materials. He's really patient. No wonder he managed to suppress those little guys in class 7 on his very first day. He's probably faking it, right? A new broom sweeps clean, so he still needs to put on a show eventually. What if he runs into an inspection from the higher-ups? You're just judging a gentleman by your own petty standards. Even if you tried to fake it, you couldn't pull it off. Anyway, I quite like little Chen. He's young, responsible, and patient. Given time, he will definitely achieve great things. Task: don't jump to conclusions so early. As distance tests a horse's strength, time reveals a person's heart. We'll know once more time passes. Listen to how sour you sound. You just can't stand seeing someone better than you, can you? Alright, what is there to argue about? Only when he saw that there was no one left in the office did Chen Chu reveal a face full of pain. Wasn't that he didn't want to move. It was just that his whole body felt incredibly sore from the slightest movement. He had no choice but to stay like that for the whole afternoon. By now, his stomach was growling with hunger. After thinking it over, he called Zhao Yishu and asked him to bring some food over. A short while later, Zhao Yishu came in carrying a lunchbox, looking utterly astonished. Old Chen, I've heard all about it. You actually managed to suppress those little guys in class 7. That's awesome. How did you do it? Chen Chu frowned. You're a teacher now, mind your language. Don't go around saying things like my god and awesome all the time. Haha, sure. Zhao Yishu laughed loudly, casually slapping his hand on Chen Chu's back. Chen's entire face immediately scrunched up in pain, and he couldn't help but squeeze out a few words through his gritted teeth. Oh my god. Zhao Yishu was stunned. Seeing the pained expression on Chen Chu's face, he hurriedly asked, what's wrong? Nothing. I haven't moved in a while and I played some ball today. Chen Chu gave a wry smile. You know how it is. Chen Chu would naturally feel embarrassed to bring this up with others, but he didn't mind with Zhao Yishu. They were roommates for 4 years in college and both got hired as teachers at Jiangnan No, one high school after graduation, so their relationship went without saying. They were thick as thieves. Zhao Yishu didn't mind and continued to ask, tell me, how exactly did you suppress those little brats? Reason with them and appeal to their emotions, of course. Chen Chu said casually. Zhao Yishu raised an eyebrow. Physics reasoning? Physical action? Chen Chu rolled his eyes. What are you thinking about? Fair point. That bunch of jocks in class 7 are like they've been fed hormones, all big and burly. If you tried to use force, you'd probably get beaten up first. Zhao Yishu grinned. Forget it, I'm not their homeroom teacher anyway, knowing won't help me. The cafeteria. Zhao Feng and a group of athletes got their food as usual and were about to sit with their classmates, but the rest of class 7 decisively took their trays and left, ignoring them completely. Zhao Feng's expression turned ugly. Brother Zhu, it looks like we've been ostracized. Another person said nervously, being ostracized is one thing, I'm just worried about being targeted. After all, the class is full of troublemakers, and they have plenty of ways to mess with people. Once you're targeted, it's going to be a real headache. Should we apologize? One person whispered. It's not worth offending so many classmates for the sake of the new homeroom teacher. Someone disagreed, shouting angrily, do you have any backbone at all? We do what we want, why care about their faces? Seeing that a fight was about to break out, Zhao Feng said impatiently, stop arguing. Anyway, I'm going to learn how to play ball from old Chen. Everyone was stunned. The new teacher just started, and you're already calling him by such an intimate nickname like old Chen? Brother Zhu, is it really necessary? Even if the new teacher is good at basketball, life won't be easy if we're ostracized. Zhao Feng frowned and said, good. You guys don't know a thing. Old Chen's basketball skills are more professional than the pros. Since Zhao Feng came from a wealthy and influential family and had returned from the States, he was always the leader of the group. Hearing him say this, everyone was stunned. Coach I hired in the States was a retired NBA player, and even he didn't teach as well as old Chen. Zhao Feng said seriously. Old Chen just took one look at my palm and knew my shots would drift to the left. My coach didn't even have that kind of eye. Old Chen also taught me how to correct it. I tried his method, and I hit 3 out of 3 in the paint. My ball feel is so much better. Just for this skill alone, I'm sold on this teacher. I'm going to stick with old Chen from now on. Not to mention the MBA. Making into the CBA shouldn't be a problem. At Zhao Feng's mention, it was as if everyone had suddenly woken up. Come to think of it, the new teacher told me to adjust my center of gravity when turning today. I tried it, and the turn was so smooth, completely without the hesitation I had before. Hey, now that you mention it, my fadeaway jumper wasn't stable, and he told me to. As if the floodgates had been opened, everyone was amazed to find that the methods Chen Chu taught them had yielded extremely obvious improvements. Now do you get it? Zhao Feng curled his lip. Not to mention anything else, the coach I hired costs $300,000 a month. Sticking with old Chen doesn't cost $300,000 or even $10,000. As long as we behave during class, old Chen is willing to teach us basketball. Where else can you find a deal like that? After saying that, Zhao Feng glanced at the others and whispered, I hang out with them, but I don't get any real benefits from them. Why not stick with old Chen? Would they be willing to pay $300,000 to hire a coach for me? You really are from a business family, so calculating. Heh, this is called an investment in the future. In English it's called, forget it, you wouldn't understand anyway. Zhao Feng scratched his head. It's just that old Chen's playing style is so familiar. Everyone watched the NBA every day, so they naturally had a feeling about it. A bit like Kobe. Right, his dribbling is super similar. Zhao Feng nodded. I've been to live Lakers games. I wouldn't say it's just similar, it's exactly the same. So elegant. Anyway, I've said my piece. I'm following old Chen from now on. If you guys aren't happy about it, go hang out with someone else. Then I'm definitely with you. The previous homeroom teachers were all boring, just yapping away all day. It was annoying as hell. Old Chen is different, I'm willing to listen to him too. The group quickly reached a consensus, firmly supporting Chen Chu's leadership, and no longer cared what others thought. In the blink of an eye, it was time for evening self-study. Although it wasn't Chen Chu's class, as the homeroom teacher, he had to stay at school. During the evening math class, the math teacher Wu Ying returned to the office to find Chen Chu right after the session. Everyone thought Wu Ying had come to complain to Chen Chu, but to their surprise, Wu Ying smiled as soon as she spoke. Little Chen, you've done a great job. Class 7 would be rowdy at this time, but although it was noisy when I went in today, it was much quieter than before. At Wu Ying's words, all the teachers couldn't help but look surprised. They were probably intimidated by his teacherly aura today. Although the awe-inspiring effect had worn off, it must have left some psychological shadow. Those little brats naturally didn't dare to act up too much. Thank you for the compliment, Teacher Wu. Wu Ying smiled. It was truly the right choice to have you be the homeroom teacher for Class 7. You're a young person too, and being able to communicate with those kids is the only way to keep them in check. A female teacher in her 40s couldn't help but tease, that's for sure. Little Chen is tall and handsome, the girls in Class 7 must be obedient. Ah. Chen Chu blushed. Don't stop, keep going. I love hearing this. Finally making it to the end of the evening self-study session, the teachers left one by one. Even though he had rested for the whole afternoon, Chen Chu was still in immense pain. Finally, when no one was around, he got on the electric scooter with Zhao Yisu's help and was carried back to the staff dormitory. Looking at Chen Chu's miserable state, Zhao Yisu didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Were you playing basketball, or was the basketball playing you? Chen Chu smiled bitterly. Hurry up and let me use your massage gun to relax my muscles. After tossing and turning for a long time, he only felt much better after taking a shower and soaking his feet. The evening self-study session wasn't completely without gains. After all, the study elf was wandering around the classroom 24 hours a day, randomly selecting a student to grant them a fanatic state. Every once in a while, Chen Chu would receive a small amount of teaching points generated by the students. Taking a look, he already had over 470 teaching points. Chen Chu immediately felt that his whole body aching today was worth it. He first asked the system about the upgrade conditions for his two basic skills. What are the conditions to upgrade Teacher's Eye and Teacher's Haki? Teacher's Eye requires 100,000 teaching points. Teacher's Haki requires max proficiency and 200,000 teaching points. Goodbye, sorry to bother you. The 6-digit teaching points immediately discouraged Chen Chu. Forget it, I'll just draw the lottery. With nearly 50 chances to draw, I should get something good. Drawing, thank you for participating. Drawing, thank you for participating. Drawing, congratulations, you have obtained the item globe. Drawing, congratulations, you have obtained the item globe. Drawing, congratulations, you have obtained the item globe. Chen Chu was stunned for a moment. In 10 draws, he won 3 E-grade globes. This winning rate seems pretty good. Counting the one I already have, if I place 4 globes, will the whole class's learning efficiency increase by 40%? Just as Chen Chu was thinking happily, the system immediately poured cold water on him. Only 1 globe can take effect, and the same goes for other ornaments. Chen Chu let out. Currently, you have accumulated 21 draws. Upon reaching 1,000 draws, the system will increase the winning probability of items or skills grade A and above. Chen Chu was taken aback. Then how high is my chance of winning an A-grade item right now? The host's current probability of drawing an A-grade item or skill is 0.7% set. Huh. Chen Chu frowned. Then what grade is my mimicry skill? S grade, the system replied. The host is very lucky. Chen Chu couldn't help but laugh. My luck is pretty good. Keep going. Strike while the iron is hot. Drawing, congratulations, you have obtained the SS grade skill Epic Education Technique. Chen Chu. System? Damn, is he a plant? After a long while, Chen Chu came back to his senses. Excited and panicked. Did I just use up all the luck in my life? What if I can't find a wife? My parents are still expecting me to carry on the family line. He quickly checked the skill. Epic Education Technique. When educating others, directly grant them the states of reflection and awe for 24 hours. Cooldown time is 48 hours. Upgradable. In the reflection state, there is a certain chance to self-erase a bad habit. The longer the time, the higher the chance. Just looking at the attributes, Chen Chu couldn't help but gasp. An SS grade skill was simply heaven-defying. It could unconditionally grant states to the other party. More importantly, the word others. System, if I understand correctly, I can educate anyone, even if they are not my students? The system gave an affirmative answer, yes. Chen Chu blinked. Then with an SSS grade education technique, wouldn't I even be able to educate animals and plants? System, the host has insufficient permissions and cannot be answered. One last question, do bad habits affect learning efficiency? There is a certain impact, but it is not absolute. Chen Chu nodded slightly. Both top students and poor students might smoke and drink, so there really isn't much of a connection. However, his luck started to go downhill after that. He only got 2 more globes and nothing else. Chen Chu suspected that the system might have tweaked the winning probability, but unfortunately he had no proof. However, he had already made an absolute killing, a massive profit. He used the remaining teaching points to upgrade the globe. Upgrade successful. Globe grade D. When placed in the classroom, it increases the learning efficiency of all students in the classroom by 20%. It can form a D-grade learning set. Upgradable. Although a 20% learning efficiency was a drop in the bucket for Class 7, a journey must be taken 1 step at a time, and a meal eaten 1 bite at a time. There were still 3 months until the task ended, so there was enough time. As for the upgrades for the mimicry skill and the epic education technique, Chen Chu couldn't even be bothered to look. Basic skills already required 6-digit teaching points. The upgrade conditions for these 2 skills were even harsher. They would require at least hundreds of millions of teaching points to start. The key right now was to get Class 7 to honestly attend class. He should try not to use teacher's haki if possible, as a slight misstep could lead to fainting. Having cleared his thoughts, Chen Chu narrowed his eyes slightly. During tomorrow's morning class, he would first deal with the most unruly student in the class, making an example out of them.
Early the next morning, Chen Chu barely regained his mobility. Although he was still sore, the pain had lessened significantly. The first thing he did upon waking up was to sign in. Sign in successful. Congratulations, you have obtained an S-Class part. Collect 100 S-Class parts to synthesize a random S-Class item or skill. The sign-in rewards were also random, purely based on luck. However, Chen Chu didn't ask for too much. After breakfast, he took the globe and the DZ Guy mural and headed to the classroom. Other classes had already started their morning reading, but Class 7 was still noisy. It wasn't until Chen Chu appeared at the door that the students of Class 7 instantly quieted down and returned to their seats. Although they were very displeased with Chen Chu in their hearts, their bodies were exceptionally honest. After all, the impression of Chen Chu using his teacher's hockey last time was still fresh in their memories. Chen Chu walked to the podium expressionlessly and put down the globe and the DZ guy mural. Why did he bring a ball early in the morning? To play with the ball, of course. A few words provoked snickers from the crowd. Chen Chu frowned slightly. Following the voice, he saw that the little guy who had just made fun of him was sitting in the back row, leaning back in his seat with his hands behind his head, his legs resting on the desk and dangling, looking completely nonchalant. Yesterday, through the eye of the teacher, and after reading the students' files for an afternoon, Chen Chu already had some impressions of the people in Class 7. This guy was Li Yang, one of the more troublesome figures in the class. His family was indeed rich and powerful. From what he heard from other teachers, they were the kind of people who had to be given face by both the underworld and the lawful society. In 3 months he had 12 major demerits, 3 severe warnings, and 1 academic probation. The academic probation was because he beat up a teacher. If it were anyone else, they would have been expelled 10 times over. Yet, this guy was still in school, which showed how strong his background was. Even the school authorities didn't dare to do anything to him. Then I'm sorry, you've hit the muzzle today. Chen Chu's gaze turned cold. Staring at Li Yang, he said, Li Yang, come out with me. Li Yang didn't move. Still acting nonchalant, he talked back, who do you think you are? You tell me to go out and I go out. Wouldn't I lose face then? Seeing this, the crowd couldn't help but look at Chen Chu with schadenfreude. Of all people to pick on, he chose Li Yang. Isn't he just asking for trouble? The first homeroom teacher of Class 7 was beaten up by Li Yang. Zhao Feng smiled bitterly to himself. He had finally started to like old Chen a bit, and now there was trouble. Li Yang was really not someone to mess with. The people in the whole class who dared to challenge Li Yang could be counted on one hand. However, these people were all watching the show and naturally wouldn't help Chen Chu. Not only Zhao Feng, but the other sports students were also a little worried, afraid that Chen Chu would get beaten up. This guy Li Yang was ruthless. The first homeroom teacher was beaten bloody by him. Facing Li Yang's insolence, Chen Chu sneered, "What, afraid of me? Don't dare to go out?" Hiss. Everyone suddenly felt their scalps tingle. He really dared to talk to Li Yang like that. Bang! Li Yang suddenly stood up, threw his chair against the wall with a flick of his hand, his eyes burning with anger. Chen Chu had already walked out of the classroom. A moment later, Li Yang aggressively walked up to Chen Chu, glaring at him fiercely, "What do you want?" Li Yang's fists were already clenched. With a thought, Chen Chu activated the epic education skill. Then his eyes narrowed and he glared coldly at Li Yang. "Is this how you talk to a teacher? After reading so many books, you don't even know how to respect teachers and revere their teachings?" Li Yang's originally fierce expression instantly turned into one of awe. He then lowered his head and remained silent. Seeing this, Chen Chu secretly breathed a sigh of relief. It worked. Li Yang. Male. Status: dislikes learning, in awe for 24 hours, reflecting for 24 hours. Bad habits: negligible. Talent: learning efficiency -177%. Overall evaluation: forget it. The students of Class 7 had sneakily come near the classroom door to eavesdrop. Explain to me, what does it mean to respect teachers and revere their teachings? Speak. Why aren't you talking? Weren't you quite capable just now? However, the crowd only heard Chen Chu's voice. What the hell? Even if they hadn't started fighting by now, given Li Yang's temper, he should have started cursing long ago. Someone quickly stepped on a desk to peek out from the high window. Upon seeing the scene outside, he couldn't help but exclaim, "Oh my God! What's wrong? What's the situation outside?" The crowd quickly asked. The peeking student thought his eyes were playing tricks on him. He rubbed his eyes and looked again. Then with a look as if he had seen a ghost, he said in astonishment, "Li Yang is just standing there getting scolded, and he's not talking back." Huh? Are you fucking kidding me? Li Yang taking a scolding? If you don't believe me, look for yourself. The others, one after another, stepped onto the desks to look out from the high window. They saw Chen Chu with a cold face, continuously firing questions, while Li Yang kept his head down, not daring to speak. In a daze, the high window was filled with dumbfounded, bewildered faces. Under the repeated questioning, Li Yang remained silent for a long time. Chen Chu did not go on. In fact, he knew very well that no matter how much he said, it wouldn't help. It is easier to change rivers and mountains than to change a person's nature. Could a simple verbal lecture combined with the reflection state really make Li Yiyang turn over a new leaf? Even Chen Chu himself didn't quite believe it. Ultimately, it would mostly depend on Li Yiyang himself. After hesitating for a moment, Chen Chu put his hand on Li Yiyang's shoulder and said earnestly, "Li Yiyang, I've said all this just because I hope you can become a better person. You still have a long road ahead of you in life, and you need to be responsible for yourself. Actually, there are many things that don't need to be said. You already know them in your heart, right?" He thought Li Yiyang would remain silent, but instead, Li Yiyang nodded slightly and gave a soft grunt of agreement. He even choked up a little. Chen Chu was stunned. The reflection effect was it really this ridiculous? Li Yiyang, who had been incredibly arrogant just a moment ago, actually shed tears after just a few words of lecturing. This epic skill was simply too powerful. The situation had already exceeded Chen Chu's expectations, and it was still heading in an uncontrollable direction. Li Yiyang began to sob, bowing his head and wiping away his tears. This instead left Chen Chu feeling a bit at a loss. He had only been an intern teacher for half a year, and just a subject teacher at that. He had never actually disciplined a student before, let alone encountered a situation where a student was lectured to tears. Reflection is a special effect. It causes the target to constantly self-correct, realize their mistakes, and trigger a chain of emotions such as guilt and remorse. The system paused. For those with weak psychological resilience, prolonged reflection will lead to an emotional breakdown. No. Was Li Yiyang's psychological resilience really that fragile? Didn't look quite tough on the outside? The system's warning prompted Chen Chu to quickly start comforting Li Yiyang. "It seems you have realized your mistakes. My efforts weren't in vain. From this perspective, you are already quite excellent. At least you have the courage to face your own shortcomings and know how to reflect." Seeing that Li Yiyang was still crying, Chen Chu panicked a little. "How about I sing you 'It's Not a Crime for a Man to Cry'?" "No need." Li Yiyang coughed. It was unclear if he was choked up by Chen Chu's words. Keeping his head down, he said, I just got sand in my eyes. I'm just rubbing them. I'm not crying." Li Yiyang turned his head away, his eyes a bit red. No matter how one looked at it, he clearly had been crying. Chen Chu instantly breathed a sigh of relief. The fact that Li Yiyang could say something like that showed his psychological resilience wasn't that bad. It almost scared a certain unknown handsome guy surnamed Chen to death. "That's good." Chen Chu patted Li Yiyang's shoulder. "Go back to class." "Yeah." Li Yiyang turned around and walked straight into the classroom. At this moment, most of the students were still leaning against the high windows, not yet reacting. When Li Yiyang came in and saw this scene, his face instantly darkened. Gnashing his teeth, he barked, "Get lost." There is always someone who can tame another. After a brief clamor in the classroom, the vast majority quickly scurried back to their seats. They couldn't afford to provoke Li Yiyang. Even if they saw that Li Yiyang had cried, they didn't dare to show even a hint of mockery. Just as Li Yiyang sat back down, Chen Chu entered the classroom right behind him. Instantly, everyone's gaze gathered on Chen Chu, and they couldn't help but wonder who on earth this new homeroom teacher was. Making the incredibly arrogant Li Yiyang cry with just a few words, who would believe it if they hadn't seen it with their own eyes? Could the new homeroom teacher actually be the sign of some powerful family coming to the school just to experience life? Otherwise, how could Li Yiyang be so afraid of him, even to the point of crying? He must have been threatened by Chen Chu. Thinking it over, this was the only explanation that made sense. But Chen Chu was clearly just an intern teacher. No matter how you looked at him, he didn't look like the scion of some powerful family. On the podium, Chen Chu had no idea what this group of kids was wildly imagining. However, today's act of killing a chicken to warn the monkeys indeed worked wonders. With a quick sweep of his eyes, he saw everyone behaving themselves in their seats, no longer making any noise. Although the epic teaching skill could only be used once every 2 days, and was limited to one-on-one, it still gave Chen Chu a lot more confidence in managing Class 7. Since no one is on leave today, I will select the class committee members. It had been 3 months since the start of school, yet Class 7 didn't even have a single class committee member. There was no helping it. Given the environment of Class 7, the chosen committee members would 9 times out of 10 lead the troublemaking, let alone help maintain order. They had even gone through 3 homeroom teachers in a row. This time he wouldn't bother with any democratic election. It would be a pure waste of time. Combining the information observed through the teacher's eye with the student files, Chen Chu already had candidates in mind. Class monitor Wang Lebang had many bad habits, and his learning efficiency was outrageously low. However, he was the child of a revolutionary family, the only kid who hadn't received any disciplinary action in 3 months, and his family was easy to work with ideologically. Sports representative Zhao Feng, currently the core figure among the sports specialty students who supported him. Study representative Qu, the only top student in the class with a learning efficiency as high as 78%. Chen Chu didn't officially start the class until after he had appointed the class committee. Even with the 20% overall learning efficiency boost from the globe, the results were still pretty lackluster. By the end of a class, the frenzy state occasionally triggered by the learning elf would provide about 50 teaching points, and his own teaching output would provide another 50. There was nothing else. The trigger rate of the rules of pupils mural was too low. Throughout the entire class, Chen didn't notice a single student gaining any special status. Calculated this way, he got an average of about 100 teaching points per class. With at most 3 classes a day, that would be around 300 points. It wasn't a lot, but it wasn't a little either. After the first class, Chen Chu went back to his office to rest for a bit. Before leaving, he didn't forget to check on Li Yang. His status was fairly stable, with no signs of an emotional breakdown. Nothing was likely to go wrong. As soon as class ended, a few guys who were close to Li Yang gathered around him. "Brother Yang, what's wrong with you?" Li Yang said coldly, "Don't bother me, I'm in a bad mood. Go away." Oh. Not wanting to get on Li Yang's bad side, the others slunk off awkwardly. A group of sports students from Class 7 sneaked into the restroom, secretly smoking while chatting among themselves. "Old Chen is amazing. He can even keep Li Yang in line." I never expected Li Yang to be so afraid of him. How on earth did old Chen pull that off? Why overthink it? Old Chen is just awesome, period. Ha ha ha. The group puffed away in the restroom, creating such a cloud of smoke that students from other classes didn't even dare to go in. The morning classes soon came to an end. Just as Chen Chu had calculated, he only got a little over 300 teaching points in total, so he decided to save them up for now. What was currently giving Chen Chu a headache was still the home visits. Right now, Class 7's home visit records were completely blank. This directly affected his performance evaluation, status regularization, and year-end bonus, and Chen Chu didn't think Director Sun would cut him any slack. That was still a minor issue. The biggest headache was that more than half of the parents in Class 7 were not even in the country, and those who were in China weren't in Jiangnan. After sorting through the list, Chen Chu decided to call Zhou Feng's father first. The headquarters of the company owned by Zhou Feng's father, Zhu Yangsheng, was right here in Jiangnan, making him easy to reach. When Chen Chu called, Zhu Yangsheng's attitude was actually quite pleasant. "Mr. Chen, I have a lot on my plate at the company these next few days. How about Saturday evening?" "Sure, that works." After hanging up, he made a quick note. Chen Chu was still a bit worried about Li Yang, so he went to sneak a peek at the classroom every 2 periods. Li Yang's mood remained quite stable. He just spent a lot of time daydreaming. He checked Li Yang's attributes. Well, there were too many bad habits. Chen Chu couldn't remember how many there had been originally, so he really didn't know if they had decreased. Oh well, it didn't matter even if they hadn't decreased. Chen Chu wasn't going to push his luck. As long as the warning to the others had worked, that was enough. Over the next few days, the students of Class 7 indeed behaved much better. The subject teachers couldn't help but praise Chen Chu one after another. Gradually, Chen Chu got to know the other teachers in the office and started chatting with them more often. Chen Chu liked to talk anyway, and conversing with these veteran teachers always taught him a lot of valuable things. By now, Chen Chu had accumulated over 1,300 teaching points. Plus, signing in for 3 consecutive days had earned him 2 E-rank ornaments and 1 S-rank part. The blackboard eraser and the ruler both boosted learning efficiency by 10%, but unfortunately, he was still 3 pieces away from completing the set. If he could complete the E-rank set, it would boost learning efficiency by 110% in total. If he upgraded them all to D-rank, the set effect would double to 220%. This meant that the learning efficiency of most students in Class 7 would finally turn positive, providing him with a steady stream of teaching points. However, the sets were divided into several categories. The globe, the blackboard eraser, and the ruler belonged to the 6-piece learning efficiency set. The rules of pupils mural and other D-rank ornaments belonged to the 8-piece special status set. As for other categories, Chen Chu had not come across them yet. Since he had spare globes, he spent 200 teaching points to upgrade the blackboard eraser and the ruler to D rank. Combined with the globe already in the classroom, this gave a total boost of 60% to learning efficiency. Next, let's set a small goal. Collect the entire 6-piece learning efficiency set. With 110 draws left, Chen Chu felt it shouldn't be much of a problem. Drawing in progress. Thank you for playing. Drawing in progress. Congratulations, you have obtained the item, globe. Drawing in progress. Thank you for playing. After drawing 90 times in total, Chen Chu quickly stopped himself. The haul was actually quite good. He got 12 E rank ornaments, 6 globes, 2 blackboard erasers, and even pulled 2 other ornaments of the 6-piece learning efficiency set. The exquisite chalk box and the eye chart. He was now just 1 piece away from completing the set. There were also 3 D rank ornaments, 2 rules of pupils murals and 1 Confucius portrait. On top of that, he got a new skill. Elementary teaching skill. During teaching, there is a certain chance to grant a student the frenzy status, boosting their learning efficiency by 200%. Upgradable. Tisk, just 1 last piece to go. Looking at the remaining 200 teaching points, Chen Chu decided to keep drawing. Even if he upgraded everything, it would only boost learning efficiency by 100%, which meant those kids in class 7 would still have negative efficiency. But if he got that last ornament, things would really take off. Drawing in progress. Thank you for playing. Drawing in progress. Congratulations, you have obtained the item, blackboard eraser. In the blink of an eye, 18 draws had passed, yielding yet another bunch of duplicate E-rank ornaments. Chen Chu's face darkened. Sorry, brother. I'm willing to sacrifice 50 years of Zhao Yisu being single in exchange for the last E-rank ornament. Give it to me. Drawing in progress. Thank you for playing. Drawing in progress. Congratulations, you have obtained the item, hand towel. The next morning, Chen Chu woke up feeling refreshed and in a great mood. It was just that he felt a bit guilty when he saw Zhao Yisu in the morning. Right after finishing his 3 morning classes, Chen Chu rushed back to the office without a moment's delay. Rubbing his hands in anticipation, he quickly upgraded the remaining 3 E-grade ornaments. After secretly taking all the ornaments out of his inventory, he stuffed them all into a random plastic bag and headed straight to the classroom with it. Class 7 had just finished a lesson, and the room was a noisy mess. When they suddenly saw Chen Chu arrive, the room fell silent instantly. It's fine. Carry on with what you're doing, don't mind me. Chen Chu said casually, taking the ornaments out of the plastic bag on his own. The exquisite chalk box, the ruler, the blackboard eraser, the hand towel, and the eye chart, he found a spot and set them all up. However, the system didn't show any notification that the set effect was activated. Huh. Chen Chu scanned the room. Where is my globe? Who took the globe? Chen Chu was getting a bit angry. Everyone in class 7 was stunned, looking at each other. Why get so worked up over just a globe? Zhao Feng quickly walked over and said, Old Chen, the geography teacher, took the globe yesterday. Alright, got it. Chen Chu frowned. Ornaments were indeed unsafe. They might get damaged by students or carried away, which would make them lose their effect. Chen Chu hurriedly shoved the eye chart to Zhao Feng and said, Hang this eye chart up. I'll be right back. Oh. Just as Zhao Feng took the eye chart, Chen Chu rushed out of the classroom in a hurry. It was a bit baffling. Back in the office, the geography teacher Lu Yong wasn't there, but the globe was sitting right on the desk. No wonder that globe looked so familiar. He had planned to just take it back, but Lu Yong might think he was being petty. Fortunately, Chen Chu had extra globes, so he secretly swapped it with an E-grade one and hurried back to the classroom. Successfully activated the set effect. Learning efficiency of all students in this classroom is increased by 100%. As soon as he entered the classroom with the D-grade globe, the system prompt sounded. Teacher's eye. He took a random look at someone. Name Jia. Gender. Aiden. Status, hates studying. Bad habits, negligible. Talent. Learning efficiency, 63%. Overall evaluation. He glanced again at Zhou Feng, who was hanging up the eye chart. Name Feng. Gender. Status, hates study. Bad habits, negligible. Talent, E-grade basketball. Learning efficiency, 43%. Overall evaluation. Chen Chu was overjoyed. By now, except for a few, everyone's learning efficiency had been forced back on track. However, to prevent the ornaments from being damaged or taken, Chen Chu decided to get a lock and lock everything in the cabinet. Just then, the class bell rang, so Chen Chu left the classroom and stood guard right next to it. The math teacher Wu Ying was walking over. Seeing Chen Chu, she smiled and asked, "Little Chen, what's this?" "Nothing, Teacher Wu. Go ahead with your class. I'm just keeping an eye out to see which kids might misbehave." "All right, thanks for your hard work." Wu Ying smiled, went into the classroom, and started the lesson. About 10 minutes in, the system notifications started ringing continuously. The vast majority of the students started generating teaching points. Although each student only gave 2 or 3 points, it added up quickly with such a large base. After a whole class, Chen Chu couldn't help but gasp. Over 300 teaching points. With 12 classes a day, even ruling out unstable factors, it would be at least 3,000 teaching points to start with. Chen Chu almost laughed out loud. He quickly set off for the supermarket to buy a lock first. Once class was over, under the dumbfounded stares of Class 7, he locked all the items in the cabinet. Clapping his hands, he knew everything was secured now. Chen Chu didn't forget his agreement with Zhao Feng and the others. "Zhao Feng, meet at the school gym tomorrow morning at 8 to practice basketball." Zhao Feng quickly replied, "Sure thing." Good news always brings high spirits. Early Saturday morning, Chen Chu arrived at the gym. Chen Chu hadn't been idle this week. Once his body soreness got much better, he dragged Zhao Yishu out for night runs every single evening. He was supposed to go practice with Li Qi, but since he had evening self-study classes, he couldn't make it and had to postpone it to next week. Using the mimic skill this time, Chen Chu felt he probably wouldn't end up unable to move like last time. After a whole hour of activity, Chen Chu let Zhao Feng and the others practice on their own while he just walked around nearby. Once the mimic effect wore off, the familiar soreness hit him again, but it was within tolerable limits. Chen Chu secretly breathed a sigh of relief, made up an excuse that he had other things to do, and prepared to slip away. Without the mimic skill, he wouldn't be able to coach them anymore. Before leaving, he didn't forget to remind Zhao Feng about the home visit tonight. "Come to think of it, this mimic skill seems to continuously strengthen me," Chen Chu muttered as he walked toward the staff dormitory. "Not only has my physical fitness improved, but I can also clearly feel that my basketball skills are much better than before." Just then, the system suggested, using the mimic skill for a long duration can not only upgrade the host's various skills, but it also has the effect of strengthening the host's body. In theory, if given enough time, the host can even reach the level of the mimic target without using the mimic skill. As expected, the mimic skill is the absolute best. After resting for the afternoon, the soreness eased up a lot. After having dinner, Chen Chu took a taxi to Zhao Feng's house. The location Zhao Feng sent was Hengjing Community, and seeing it, Chen Chu couldn't help but feel a bit envious. Hengjing Community was a villa area, where a single villa started at 20 million yuan. Not long after, Chen Chu arrived at the entrance of the community. Zhao Feng was already waiting at the entrance, and only after registering with the security guard did they head towards his house. Never having been to such an upscale villa community before, Chen Chu couldn't help but look around. The environment in this community is really nice. Zhao Feng chuckled. "Old Chen, don't even think about it. With your salary, you'd have to work for 200 years without eating or drinking to afford it." That really hurt. Chen Chu glared at Zhao Feng in annoyance. "I know that without you telling me. We've walked so far, how come we're still not at your house yet?" Almost there, just ahead." Soon enough, they finally arrived at Zhao Feng's house. The door opened to reveal a magnificently decorated, spacious living room. A middle-aged man was sitting on the sofa with his legs crossed, smoking. Seeing Chen Chu arrive, he quickly stood up to greet him, stretching out his hand with a smile. "Hello, Teacher Chen. I'm Zhao Feng's father, Zhu Yangsheng." As expected of a big boss, he had a great presence. Chen Chu quickly shook hands and greeted him. However, before they even sat down, Zhao Feng turned around, planning to head back to his room. Zhu Yangsheng's face immediately darkened. "Where are your manners? Hurry up and pour some water for your teacher." Zhao Feng curled his lip and headed to the kitchen. "Teacher Chen, I apologize for this," Zhao Yangsheng said quickly. "This child grew up abroad and just returned, so he doesn't really know the rules." "It's fine," Chen Chu waved his hand and asked, If you don't mind me asking, where is Zhao Feng's mother right now?" Zhou Yangsheng gave a dry laugh. My ex-wife and I divorced when Zhao Feng was very young. She's abroad. So it was a broken home. I'm sorry. It's fine. Zhao Yangsheng waved his hand and asked, how is Zhao Feng doing at school? He's doing quite well at the moment. Chen Chu smiled. He just needs to keep working hard. Just as they were talking, Zhao Feng brought over a glass of water, set it down, and turned to leave immediately. Zhou Yangsheng's face darkened again. What are you going back to your doghouse for? To play video games? What's it to you? Zhao Feng retorted coldly. Bang! Zhou Yangsheng instantly flared up. He slammed the table, pointed right at Zhao Feng's nose and roared. How fucking dare you speak to me like that? Chen Chu was completely stunned. How had they started arguing in the blink of an eye? Zhao Feng showed no fear. This is how I normally talk. Take it or leave it. Slap. Zhou Yangsheng raised his hand and slapped Zhou Feng across the face, glaring furiously. I spent so much fucking money to send you abroad to study and play basketball, and this is how you repay me? Fuck. Zhao Feng glared and continued to curse, his clenched fist bulging with veins. As Zhou Yangsheng was about to strike again, Chen Chu rushed over to block him. Mr. Zhao, please calm down first. Only then did Zhou Yangsheng remember Chen Chu was still there. He quickly suppressed his anger and lowered his hand. Zhao Feng wouldn't back down either. He sneered, go on. Why don't you just beat me to death? You... Zhao Feng, how can you talk to your father like that? Chen Chu glared. Go back to your room. I'm not going back. Zhao Feng pointed at Zhou Yangsheng, gritting his teeth. Go ahead and hit me. Weren't you pretty tough when you beat my mom? Zhao Yangsheng was absolutely furious. You little bastard, what nonsense are you spewing? Seeing that father and son were about to clash again, Chen Chu roared. Zhao Feng, go back to your room. Teacher's authority. In an instant, Zhao Feng's anger was suppressed. His furious expression froze at Chen Chu's roar, and he turned around and headed upstairs to his room. That ungrateful wretch. Zhou Yangsheng was about to curse further when Chen Chu frowned. Mr. Zhu. Zhou Yangsheng cared about his dignity, so he quickly swallowed his words, sighed, and sat back on the sofa to smoke. Teacher Chen sighed. He probably wanted to say something like sorry for the scene, but he was too angry to say it. Activating the teacher's authority drained most of his stamina. Fortunately, since he had been exercising every day lately, his physical fitness had improved, and he could still manage. From the look of things, Chen Chu could pretty much deduce what the situation was in Zhao Feng's family. Zhou Yangsheng had a tendency toward domestic violence, which was likely the main reason his ex-wife divorced him. Moreover, Zhou Yangsheng was busy himself and had no time to look after Zhao Feng, leaving him in a state of neglect. Zhao Feng's poor behavior was not just his own lack of self-discipline. Zhou Yangsheng also shared a huge part of the blame. What a headache. Even the parents of Class 7 were a handful. Once Zhou Yangsheng seemed to have calmed down, Chen Chu spoke up. Mr. Zhao, about how many times a week do you come home? Zhou Yangsheng sighed. Hardly ever. The company is too busy. Teacher Chen, I know what you want to say and I do bear some responsibility, but I have no choice. If I don't make money, how can I support him? Do you know how much money he spends abroad? Hiring a coach costs $300,000 a month, and his living expenses start at $100,000. He's always getting into trouble too. I don't even know how much I've spent on bail money. Zhou Yangsheng began to vent his grievances, and Chen Chu listened in silence. Chen Chu could understand these things, but Zhao Feng might not. Besides, Zhou Yangsheng's words felt like an attempt to dodge the issue of his domestic violence. Sigh, whatever. Since I'm already here, I might as well educate them both. That's my duty as a teacher. Chen Chu put on a serious expression. Epic teaching skill. Mr. Zhu, I can understand all this, but none of it is an excuse for you to hit your child. Violence is not the way to solve problems, especially within a family. On this point, I want to be clear. It is indeed your responsibility. Chen Chu spoke solemnly while observing Zhou Yangsheng's reaction. As an adult, he should be mentally resilient enough to handle it. Zhou Yangsheng just smoked silently and listened, saying nothing and avoiding eye contact with Chen Chu. Meanwhile, in his room, Zhao Feng was furiously hitting a punching bag. Thump, thump, thump. He threw punch after punch, venting his anger. After a few minutes of punching, Zhao Feng still felt incredibly frustrated. Right then, however, Zhao Feng faintly heard the sound of crying. Huh? Zhao frowned. What was going on? He quietly cracked open the door to listen. Teacher Chen, I was wrong, I was really wrong. Zhou Yangsheng sobbed quite loudly. I just want him to make something of himself. I just want him to grow up safe and sound. I promise I will never hit him again. Zhao Feng was completely dumbfounded. Am I so angry that I'm hallucinating?
Zhao Feng had never seen Zhou Yangsheng cry in his entire life, let alone cry with deep regret. Mr. Chen, I really regret it. It's all my fault. If it weren't for me, Zhao Feng would never have turned out like this. Sob. Mr. Zhao, you can't take all the blame. Zhao Feng has to take some responsibility too. Besides, the environment abroad is quite chaotic and racial discrimination is very severe. Zhou Yangsheng's crying and Chen Chu's comforting words kept drifting up from downstairs, leaving Zhao Feng completely dumbfounded. Is old Chen a master of persuasion? It was understandable that he made Li Yang cry a few days ago. After all, Li Yang is young and immature. But how on earth did old Chen manage to make his own bastard of a father cry? Logically, in terms of life experience, his bastard father should have had a massive advantage. It would make more sense for him to lecture Chen Chu, but instead he was the one being lectured, and he even broke down in tears. This is just ridiculous. Who knows how much time passed? Chen Chu finally managed to calm Zhou Yangsheng down. He really hadn't expected a business tycoon like Zhou Yangsheng to break down in tears in front of him. Maybe he had spoken a bit too harshly. Chen Chu smiled bitterly to himself. Watching Zhou Yangsheng fall silent across from him, he didn't know what to say, fearing that if he spoke, Zhou Yangsheng would start crying again. After a moment of hesitation, Chen Chu said softly, Mr. Zhao, should I go check on Zhao Feng? Zhou Yangsheng sighed, his face full of bitterness. Yes, thank you, Mr. Chen. Chen Chu quickly slipped away and went upstairs to Zhao Feng's room. Before he could even knock, Zhao Feng opened the door. As soon as he entered, Chen Chu quickly closed the door. He glanced at Zhao Feng and said seriously, You heard everything? Yeah. Zhao Feng had a look of amazement. Old Chen, you're amazing. That's the first time I've ever seen the old man cry like that. Chen Chu glared at him. Is that how you talk about your father? With the awe effect still active, Zhao Feng shrank back and didn't dare to speak. Before Chen Chu could finish, Zhao Feng quickly said, Old Chen, say no more. I'll call him Dad from now on, okay? Chen Chu couldn't help but raise an eyebrow. You're going to be that obedient? I don't want to get lectured to tears by you. How embarrassing would that be? I will. I keep my word, Zhao Feng said with a serious face. That's more like it, Chen Chu added. Your father has already realized his mistakes. What about you? Zhao Feng lowered his head. I shouldn't have talked back. That's it? What else? Chen Chu was speechless. As expected, you brat also need to experience the power of my epic teaching skills. But since I used it on your dad today, I'll save it for you in a couple of days. Forget it. Given your recent good behavior, I'll let you off the hook today. Chen Chu frowned. Be more polite when you talk to your dad from now on. Zhao Feng gave a flat hey. Seeing that it was almost 9 o'clock, Chen Chu had to say goodbye. Time to go. Come downstairs with me. Huh? Old Chen? Chen Chu's face darkened. Zhao Feng pouted. My dad is still downstairs. If I go out now, it'll be really awkward. He's your dad. What's there to be awkward about? Besides, this neighborhood is like a maze. How am I supposed to get out if you don't show me the way? Farke. In the end, Zhao Feng still followed Chen Chu downstairs. Zhou Yangsheng was still sitting on the sofa in silence. Chen Chu nudged Zhao Feng, gesturing for him to say goodbye to Zhou Yangsheng. Zhao Feng said to Zhou Yangsheng with a reluctant face, Dad, I'm going to see old Chen out. Oh, okay, Mr. Chen. Zhou Yangsheng stood up and was about to say something, but Chen Chu quickly waved his hand and smiled. Mr. Zhao Feng can just see me out. Please stay inside. Zhou Yangsheng rubbed his pants a bit awkwardly and said, Then take care, Mr. Chen. Only then did Chen Chu and Zhao Feng leave the house and walk toward the neighborhood entrance. Zhao Feng, you actually have quite a talent for basketball, Chen Chu said as they walked. But you're not working hard enough, and you need to catch up on your studies. Zhao Feng nodded slightly, looking a bit lost in thought. Who knows where was thinking. Forget it, he probably won't listen to anything I say right now anyway. After seeing Chen Chu off, Zhao Feng returned home. Seeing Zhou Yangsheng still sitting on the sofa, two of them looked at each other in silence. Zhou Yangsheng hesitated for a moment, intending to apologize to Zhao Feng. Zhao Feng, I'm going upstairs to rest. I have to go to school to practice basketball tomorrow morning. Okay. Zhao Feng turned and went upstairs. Zhou Yangsheng sighed, finding it really hard to speak. Just as he sat down, Zhao Feng stopped at his bedroom door and said, without even turning his head, even though you're not a good guy, well, I'm sorry. With that, Zhao Feng went into his room. Zhou Yangsheng was stunned for a moment, then came to his senses and smiled helplessly. You're actually braver than I am. Early the next morning, before it was even light, Zhao Feng heard noises from downstairs. He checked the time, it was only a bit past 6. Zhao Feng was instantly wide awake. Having lived abroad for so long, kept a metal baseball bat by his bed at all times, and he grabbed it immediately. Zhou Yangsheng usually slept until noon, so the noise definitely couldn't be from him. There was a burglar in the house. Zhao Feng crept out, opened the door, and glanced down. Seeing the light on in the kitchen, he swallowed hard and carefully walked downstairs with the baseball bat. But just as he reached the first floor, he saw Zhou Yangsheng walking out holding a pot. What are you doing with that pot? What are you doing with that baseball bat? The two of them spoke at the same time and stared at each other. Zhao Feng was the first to snap out of it and said crossly, You scared me. I thought we had a burglar. Security in this neighborhood patrols 24 hours a day. How could there be a burglar? Zhou Yangsheng didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Besides, public safety in China is great. There's no need to be so paranoid. I made some chicken soup for you. I don't know if it's to your taste, but just give it a try. You know how to make chicken soup? Are you kidding? When I met your mother, my cooking skills were top-notch. Zhou Yangsheng raised an eyebrow. It's just that I haven't been in the kitchen for over 10 years, so I'm a bit rusty. Thinking back, you've grown up so much, and I've never really cooked anything for you. Well, give it a try. As he spoke, Zhou Yangsheng looked increasingly embarrassed. What is this old man doing, getting all sentimental? Zhao Feng curled his lip and said crossly, Don't think a pot of chicken soup is going to make me forgive you. I'm going upstairs to change my clothes before I eat. Zhao Feng slipped back into his room, looking dumbfounded. Oh my god, is old Chen's mouth blessed or something? A single talking to actually changed the old man's entire personality? Chen Chu was woken up by his phone in the early hours of the morning. He thought it was Zhao Feng calling and got a real fright, but when he looked, it was the PE teacher Li Qi. Teacher Li, what's up? Hearing Chen Chu's groggy voice, Li Qi chuckled and said, Little Chen, not awake yet? Chen Chu gave a dry laugh. What is it? The teachers from number 2 high school invited us for a friendly match. It's at our school gym, in a bit at 8 o'clock. You coming? In a bit? It was barely past 5, and you're telling me it's in a bit? Man, don't you ever sleep? Sure, I'll head over in a bit. Great. I'm already at the gym. I'll wait for you. I bought some buns, so just come straight here and eat. He had planned to sleep in a bit longer. Chen Chu felt a bit annoyed, but still said all right. After hanging up the phone, he had no choice but to get out of bed. He didn't want to keep Li Qi waiting. After tossing and turning for 10 minutes, he threw on his sportswear and jogged over to the gym. Besides Li Qi, there were 5 other teachers there. Chen Chu only knew their names but wasn't very familiar with them. As soon as Li Qi saw Chen Chu arrive, he quickly walked him over to the group with a broad smile and his arm around Chen Chu's shoulder, laughing. Everyone knows Teacher Chen, right? The teachers were all quite senior, with an average age of over 40, but they all had very solid builds. How could we not know him? Teacher Chen has been in the spotlight lately. He actually managed to get the most troublesome Class 7 under control. Just for that, he has my respect. Ha ha ha. A group of balding, middle-aged men teased Chen Chu. Chen Chu didn't know what to say. Instead, looking at the group of balding men made him worry about his own hair. Though, I'm still a bit skeptical about Teacher Chen being able to dunk. Li Qi raised an eyebrow. I knew you'd say that. Teacher Chen, come on, show this old guy a dunk. Teach him a lesson. Well, Chen Chu quickly made an excuse with a wry smile. I haven't had breakfast yet, and I haven't warmed up. I might pull a ligament. Let me stretch a bit first. Fair enough. The group didn't press the matter and let Chen Chu go eat his breakfast. Anyway, he definitely couldn't use the imitation skill now. He had to wait until at least after 8 o'clock. After eating the buns and resting for half an hour, Chen Chu slipped out under the pretense of using the restroom. He went to the supermarket to buy a pen and paper, and when he returned, he pretended to write something. Like he walked over immediately looking puzzled. "Teacher Chen, what are you doing?" "The academic affairs office wanted some materials submitted. I forgot about it last night, and they need it this morning." Chen Chu smiled wryly on purpose. "You guys play first. I'll try to finish this before 8 so I don't delay the game." Licky didn't doubt him at all. He smiled and said, "Being a homeroom teacher is really tough. All right, we'll go ahead and play. Take your time writing." He finally got out of it. Chen Chu breathed a sigh of relief. He pretended to write, but in reality he was secretly rolling the gotcha. His current teaching points finally gave him the confidence to use the multi-draw feature. He started generously with a 100-draw pool. But his luck was terrible today. Spending 1,000 teaching points only got him a bunch of E-grade and D-grade ornaments, not even a single C-grade one. It seemed today wasn't a good day for the gotcha. He wouldn't sacrifice Zhao Yisu's luck today, he'd let him off the hook, for now. After stalling for a while, it was finally 7:30, and the sports students from Class 7 started arriving one after another. "Old Chen, what's going on? Why are there teachers playing basketball today?" Zhao Feng had also arrived and asked in confusion. "There's a friendly match with the teachers from number 2 high school in a bit," Chen Chu said. "I won't be able to coach you guys today, so just watch from the sidelines and learn what you can." He thought the kids would be disappointed, but to his surprise they all seemed quite excited. "That's awesome. I've never seen you play a match, old Chen. It's definitely going to be a total blowout. I'm definitely recording this. Come on, let's go buy some snacks. We're watching a game in a bit." Haha. Just as the group rushed off to the school supermarket, Zhao Feng approached. Seeing Zhao Feng, Chen Chu quickly asked, "How is it? Nothing unusual with your dad?" Zhao Feng looked at him strangely and asked back, "Old Chen, what kind of potion did you feed my dad? He was like a completely different person this morning. He even made chicken soup for me." "Isn't that great?" Chen said crossly. "Your dad loves you that much to begin with." "Yuck, that's so cringe." Zhao Feng shuddered. "I've got goosebumps all over." "You don't know how lucky you are. Build a good relationship with your dad from now on." Chen Chu waved his hand. "I have to play a match against the teachers of number 2 high school later, so I won't be able to coach you today." "Number 2 high?" Zhao Feng's eyes widened. "For real?" Chen Chu was puzzled. "What's wrong?" Zhao Feng quickly said, "I heard that number 2 high got a new PE teacher this year. He also studied abroad in the US, plays amazingly well, and is really handsome. He has over 1 million followers on Douyin." As he spoke, Zhao Feng pulled out his phone to show Chen Chu. He was indeed quite handsome and tall. "Don't feel bad, you're just a tiny bit uglier than him and a tiny bit shorter." "Watch your mouth. Get out of here." "All right, ha 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 ha." It was almost 8 o'clock and there was a noisy commotion outside the gym. Judging by the sound, there seemed to be quite a few girls as well. Chen Chu looked towards the noise and saw about 20 people entering the gym. Most of them were women, which left Lei Qi and the others who were warming up completely dumbfounded. Zhao Feng and his group gathered around Chen Chu, pointing at a young man about Chen Chu's age and saying, "Old Chen, that is the Yaoyang Hao I told you about. He is really popular. Could all these girls be his fans? I am kind of envious." Chen Chu did not bother to respond and quickly got up to head to the court. Just as he reached Lei Qi and the others, the teachers from No. 2 high school also entered the court. They seemed to be old acquaintances chatting while warming up. Lei Qi glanced at the crowd of young female teachers already sitting in the stands and said, "I say, you guys from No. 2 high school are kind of breaking the rules. Who brings their own cheerleading squad?" "You can only blame No. 1 high school for not living up to expectations," a teacher from No. 2 high school laughed. "These are all newly recruited young teachers at No. 2 high, but they did not come to see us." Everyone's eyes fell on Yaoyang Hao, who was practicing with the ball. Lei Qi asked in a low voice, "What is this young guy's background?" "A young guy back from studying abroad, also recruited this year. A teacher from No. 2 high school waved and said, "Mr. Aoyang, come over and say hello." "Perfect. We also recruited someone new this year. Come, little Chen, say hello." Chen Chu and Aoyang Hao both came over to greet each other and got to know each other briefly. The teachers from No. 2 high school naturally bragged about him a bit. "Our Mr. Aoyang is no ordinary guy. He has millions of followers online. Not only is he tall and handsome, but he also knows how to make money. Just from his video income on the platform, he makes around 100,000 a month." Li Qi and the others could not help but gasp. 100,000? "Mr. Aoyang, you are way too capable. 1 month of your earnings is like a year for us." Aoyang Hao smiled modestly, while Chen Chu stood aside feeling slightly embarrassed. In comparison, he really was completely ordinary and had no special abilities. These female teachers from No. 2 High are all fans of Mr. Aoyang, and they came specifically to watch the game today. The No. 2 high school teacher smiled again. "Setting everything else aside, you guys better watch out. This year is different from the past. Mr. Aoyang is really good at playing basketball." Speaking of playing basketball, our little Chen is no slouch either. He is at a very high level. Li Qi grinned and patted Chen Chu on the shoulder. Not knowing what to say, he just forced a polite smile. "Oh, then let us see what you have got on the court." The warm-up was almost done. As Li Qi was about to put Chen Chu in the starting lineup, Chen Chu hurriedly said, "Mr. Li, how about I observe for a bit first and go in later?" Although 1 hour of the mimic skill was enough to finish a normal game, there would still be a few minutes of downtime. Considering the after effects of the mimic skill, Chen Chu decided to play later. Li Qi did not think too much of it, said it was fine, and went on to start the game with 4 other teachers from No. 1 high school. Zhao Feng and the others came over to gather around Chen Chu again. Another teacher who was supposed to be a substitute saw Zhao Feng and the others coming, quickly made an excuse and slipped away. Class 7 had an infamous reputation, and he did not want to ask for trouble. "Old Chen, why aren't you starting?" "Yeah, we have been waiting for ages." Everyone chimed in, their faces full of confusion. Zhao Feng scoffed and said, "What do you know? This is old Chen's tactic." Chen Chu was completely puzzled. Everyone looked at Zhao Feng curiously. "What tactic?" Zhao Feng grinned, raised a finger and whispered, "First is the psychological tactic. Old Chen is so strong that the other side will definitely feel insecure, wondering when he is going to play, which will cause a certain amount of psychological pressure." Chen Chu was even more confused. Zhao Feng held up a second finger. "Second is the observation tactic. Old Chen needs to analyze the opponent's plays, their defensive matchups, and pick and roll adjustments, so he can change tactics at any time to counter them." Chen Chu was utterly speechless. Third, conserving energy. The other side started with Aoyang Hao. If old Chen went in right now, before we know their plays, it would easily drain more of his energy, which is not worth it. That is why old Chen chose not to start. "Old Chen, how is my analysis?" "I did not teach you in vain," Chen Chu said casually, staring at the game on the court with a serious face. In reality, he was panicking inside. Defensive matchups, pick and roll adjustments? What on earth is that? He had never even heard of them. He could not let his cover blow, otherwise it would be too embarrassing. A group of sports students could not help but marvel. "Old Chen is awesome. Is this what they call planning strategies in the command tent to win victory 1,000 miles away?" Chen Chu coughed and quickly changed the subject. "Do not misapply idioms. I do not want to finally rest in peace only to be so angered by you guys that I break out of my coffin. Stop talking nonsense and watch the game." Everyone quickly shut their mouths. After watching for just a short while, Aoyang Hao's skills were fully demonstrated. His street ball moves were flashy, his shooting was accurate, and he even crossed Li Qi up and made him fall twice. The cheers from the female teachers of No. 2 high school were continuous, giving them a momentum boost. The point difference was almost 10 points now. "Wait, something is not right," Zhao Feng frowned as he watched. "Why do I feel like this guy is showing off on purpose? He is just crossing people over all day long, not even shooting when he clearly has the chance." "You do not need to guess, he is showing off on purpose." Chen Chu glanced to the side, where some female teachers were filming, with a phone even mounted on a tripod. He is probably live streaming. One of the sports students went over to take a look and ran back. saying, "Old Chen was right, he really is live streaming. I took a look, and there are thousands of people watching online, and a lot of them are sending gifts." Chen Chu frowned. Is he using Yang Hao's own account? Yes. Chen Chu curled his lip. Even if you want to make a video, you cannot play like this. The teachers of No. 1 high school have their pride too. Being less skilled is one thing, but this is a match after all. What is the point of showing off on purpose? Are you using us teachers from No. 1 high school as props? That is going too far. The entire game had completely turned into a show-off session for Yang Hao. He clearly had an open shot once he got into the paint. But nope, he just wouldn't shoot, he just wanted to mess around. He was doing all those flashy moves to shake off the teachers from No. 1 high, treating them like a bunch of monkeys. Old Chen, get him. He likes showing off his skills that much. Old Chen, teach him a lesson. Zhao Feng and the others egged him on from the sidelines. Chen Chu was already annoyed, so he quickly stood up and called a timeout to the referee. A moment later, the whistle blew. Both sides retreated to their benches for a break. As expected, Li Qi and the others were furious when they came off the court, constantly glaring over at No. 2 high. As soon as Yang Hao walked off, he rushed to his phone to check the live stream. Several female teachers gathered around to give him water and towels, chatting and laughing. What does this guy take us for? All right, don't be so angry. We're just outmatched, nothing we can do about it. The good-tempered ones consoled them from the side. Teacher Chen, I'm subbing out. It's up to you now, don't let us down. Chen Chu nodded slightly, ready to hit the court. But he still had to give Zhao Feng and the others some instructions. He walked over and whispered in Zhao Feng's ear, find a way to stop him from live streaming. Zhao Feng gave an okay sign, no problem. The whistle blew. Chen Chu walked onto the court with Li Qi and the others. Chen, he's all yours. Sure. Chen Chu gave a reassuring look, then activated his mimicry skill. The No. 2 high teachers made the inbound pass and Yang Hao quickly called for the ball. Chen Chu immediately went up to defend him. Dribbling the ball face-to-face with Chen Chu, Yang Hao wasn't in a hurry to drive. Instead, he did rapid between-the-legs dribbles, pressing forward. You want to show off on me? Do you even have what it takes? Chen Chu suddenly lunged forward, reaching out to swipe the ball right as Yang Hao was about to switch hands. Mac. Steal. Yang Hao was startled. By the time he turned to give chase, he was already too late, and Chen Chu easily made a layup. Zhao Feng and the others cheered from the sidelines, making the female teachers from No. 2 high look rather displeased. Yang Hao had a smile on his face as he said to Chen Chu, "You've got some serious explosive power." "It's all right." Chen Chu gave a casual reply and turned to defend. Seeing Chen Chu give Yang Hao a wake-up call right away, Li Qi and the others felt much better. Teacher Chen, that was a beautiful steal. Haha. Get back on defense. Meanwhile, Zhao Feng and the others started playing tricks, swarming over to block the phone camera. The female teacher live streaming got annoyed. Move out of the way, you're blocking the view. Do you own this court? I have to move just because you say so, a sports student said, looking displeased. The female teacher glared at him. Whose student are you? How dare you speak to a teacher like that? Where are your manners? Which class are you in? Class 7, 10th grade. Go ahead and report me. Hearing this, the female teacher immediately lost her nerve. The notorious reputation of Class 7, 10th grade had already spread to No. 2 high. Fine, if I can't cross them, I can at least avoid them. The female teacher took her phone to move elsewhere, but Zhao Feng and the others immediately followed to block her again. On the court, the teachers from No. 2 high were already pressing forward. Yang Hao was already under the basket. With his height advantage, basically no one could compete with him. With an inside pass, Yang Hao backed down Chen Chu. Seeing this, Zhao Feng and the others grinned. Zhao Feng was all too familiar with this scene. Yang Hao pushed his way under the basket, suddenly leaped and went for a one-handed layup. Smack! A hand suddenly reached out and swatted the ball out of bounds. Old Chen is awesome. Old Chen is awesome. Zhao Feng and the others cheered wildly. Both landed at the same time and Yang Hao stared at Chen Chu in disbelief. How is his vertical leap this insane? Not just Yang Hao, everyone on the court was stunned. Even though Li Qi had seen it before, he still found it absolutely mind-blowing. The game continued, and No Too High inbounded the ball. Ouyang Hao called for the ball again to face Chu. He was currently live streaming to climb the rankings, so he couldn't afford to slip up. Ouyang Hao looked for an opening to drive while dribbling, but Chen Chu gave him no chance. Once again he stole the ball right as Ouyang Hao switched hands and scored with a layup. In just 2 minutes, Ouyang Hao had been stripped 3 times by Chen Chu. All his flashy moves had been completely read. Ouyang Hao was getting angry, but he couldn't snap on the live stream. He had to maintain his persona. After a while, Ouyang Hao got the ball again. Facing Chen Chu, he whispered, "Your athleticism is insane. I've played basketball abroad for years and I've never seen anyone like you." "Thanks." Chen Chu replied, keeping his eyes locked on Ouyang Hao without distraction. "Do me a favor," Ouyang Hao whispered. "I'm climbing the rankings on my live stream. I have a shot at the top 3, and the prize is 100,000. Do a little acting with me and let me break your ankles. The 100,000 is yours. I just want the traffic and exposure. What do you say?" Chen Chu frowned, not interested. Ouyang Hao quickly said, "That's 100,000. It's a year's salary for you, no small sum. Let's just do it as friends." Chen Chu's face darkened. "Are you going to play or what?" Hearing this, Ouyang Hao immediately thought he understood Chen Chu's angle. "Alright, you think it's too little? How about this? Besides the 100,000, we split the live stream revenue 50-50, and those female teachers in the stands. Pick whichever one you like. I'll get her contact info for you and I won't touch her. Pretty generous, right? Think about it." "What the fuck?" Hearing this, Chen Chu instantly flew into a rage. "He looks decent, but it turns out he's just a money-grubbing piece of trash. And this guy is actually a teacher. Damn it, he's a disgrace to the very profession of teaching." Originally, Chen Chu had planned to save Ouyang Hao some face, which was why he only made a few steals to humble him and let the rest go. But Ouyang Hao's words had truly disgusted Chen. "Fine, don't even think about scoring a single basket today." Seeing that Chen Chu didn't say anything, Ouyang Hao quickly asked, "Can you do it or not? Give me an answer." Ouyang Hao seemed to take all of this for granted. "Stop being so disgusting," Chen Chu said with a cold face. "I don't want to swear." Ouyang Hao's face immediately darkened. He scoffed, dribbled the ball, and suddenly faked to the left. Chen Chu seized the right moment. But just as he reached out to make a steal, Ouyang Hao crashed right into him. Bang! Chen Chu was instantly knocked to the ground, followed immediately by the sound of a whistle. It was an offensive foul for charging, but Ouyang Hao just shrugged, tossed the ball to the referee, gave a fake apology, and turned and walked away. Lei Qi and the others quickly gathered around. "Are you okay, Mr. Chen?" "I'm fine." As Chen Chu was pulled up, his chest throbbed with a dull pain. Ouyang Hao had intentionally rammed him with his shoulder. Chen Chu glanced at Ouyang Hao, who was standing nearby with a sneer on his face. "So you resort to hurting me on purpose just because you couldn't win me over? You like playing dirty, huh? Fine, just don't wimp out late." The referee awarded free throws to Chen Chu. He made both free throws. When it was the No. 2 high school teachers turned to inbound the ball, Chen Chu kept his eyes locked on Ouyang Hao. Ouyang Hao sneered in a low voice, "Doesn't your chest hurt? Want another hit?" Chen Chu didn't say a word, his eyes scanning the court. Ouyang Hao kept running along the perimeter, calling for the ball. After a moment, someone passed the ball out, sending it flying toward Ouyang Hao. In the blink of an eye, Chen Chu lunged forward to steal the ball, while Ouyang Hao also rushed forward to catch it. "Hey, if you want it so badly, you can have it." A light touch of the fingers. The trajectory changed. The ball slipped past Chen Chu's hand and struck Ouyang Hao square in the face with lightning speed. The ball hit with immense force, striking Ouyang Hao right on the bridge of his nose. The pain was so intense he couldn't even open his eyes, and he collapsed to the ground clutching his face. All the teachers quickly gathered around. Ouyang Hao yelled in anger, "Referee, he fouled me. He did it on purpose." The referee, who was hired from the Basketball Association and completely unbiased, walked over looking speechless. "It was just an accident. No foul. Are you okay?" "It wasn't an accident. He could have easily caught it." Ouyang Hao cried out in frustration, tears streaming down his face from the pain. Everyone looked at Chen Chu. Chen Chu immediately put on an innocent face. "My hand slipped. It was an accident." Ouyang Hao instantly blew up, standing up and grabbing Chen Chu by the collar. You dare say you didn't do that on purpose? Seeing that things were getting out of hand, the other teachers rushed over to pull Aoyang Hao away. Mr. Aoyang, it really was just an accident. Mr. Chen just lost his grip. He didn't throw it at your face on purpose. Aoyang Hao was fuming. He knew in his heart that Chen Chu had done it on purpose, but he couldn't figure out how he did it, since it looked purely like an accident. With no other choice, Aoyang Hao could only glare fiercely at Chen Chu. Chen Chu immediately felt a sense of satisfaction. I love how you hate my guts but can't do anything about it. Serves you right. The ball had hit him so hard that the pain made it impossible for Aoyang Hao to play, forcing him to go to the bench to rest. Several female teachers came over to comfort him with worried expressions. Aoyang had to force a smile, unable to vent his anger. Chen Chu only had an issue with Aoyang Hao. Now that Aoyang Hao was off the court, Chen Chu calmed down as well. Unless the score gap got too wide and he had to get serious, keeping the difference within 3 points would ensure no. 2 high school didn't look bad even if they lost. In the blink of an eye, the game had reached the third quarter. No. 1 high school 47, no. 2 high school 4. Having recovered, Aoyang Hao returned to the court, now wearing a band-aid on his nose. Glaring coldly at Chen Chu, he called for the ball and dribbled straight toward him. The sports students on the sidelines could tell at a glance that Aoyang Hao was going to play dirty. Just as they were about to shout a warning, Zhao Feng said, "No need to warn him. Old Chen only got knocked down earlier because he didn't expect Aoyang Hao to crash into him on purpose." Otherwise, with old Chen's reaction speed and explosiveness, Aoyang Hao wouldn't even be able to touch him. Really? If you don't believe me, just watch. Not to mention the sports students, the players on the court could see it even more clearly. The teachers from No. 2 high school whispered warnings to Aoyang Hao. "Mr. Aoyang, don't do anything reckless." "Don't worry, I know what I'm doing," Aoyang Hao said, running forward, and soon arrived in front of Chen Chu. Chen Chu calmly moved up to defend. Aoyang Hao immediately turned to post him up. He glanced at the referee, and once he found a blind spot, he leaned in and rammed his shoulder hard, aiming for Chen Chu's face to get revenge. To his surprise, his forceful ram hit nothing but empty air. Huh? Where did he go? In that split second of confusion, the ball was stripped from Aoyang Hao's hands. Because he had thrown so much weight into the hit, he stumbled and almost fell flat on his face. When he looked up, Chen Chu had already dribbled to the other end of the court and scored a layup. His scheme had completely backfired. Zhao Feng and the others burst into laughter and booed Aoyang Hao. The other teachers also had strange expressions, clearly seeing through his little trick. This left Aoyang Hao looking as embarrassed as a court thief, his face turning red. As Chen Chu ran back to defend, he mocked him out of nowhere. "So you do know what embarrassment feels like."
Aoyang Hao was already extremely annoyed. The live stream was over, he had lost a bunch of followers, and the chance to rank on the charts was gone. Such a great opportunity to make $1 million a month was ruined just like that by Chen Chu. Who knows how long he'd have to wait for the next chance to rank on the charts. Now getting suddenly mocked like this by Chen Chu, he instantly blew his top. He rushed toward Chen Chu and kicked out at him. Zhang shouted in a hurry. Chen Chu frowned slightly and quickly dodged with a sway of his body. Just as he turned around, Aoyang Hao threw a punch at him. "Imitate, man!" With a single thought, countless images flashed through Chen Chu's mind. The moment the wind from the punch hit his face, Chen Chu tilted his head slightly, barely dodging the incoming fist. At the same time, he clenched both fists and thrust them forward, slamming into Aoyang Hao's chest. The pain made Aoyang Hao clutch his chest and stumble backward, almost unable to breathe. Before anyone could react, Chen Chu lunged forward, grabbed Aoyang Hao's arm, and kicked his knee, sending Aoyang Hao kneeling to the ground with a scream of pain. "Grapple!" In an instant, he twisted Aoyang Hao's arm and pinned him to the ground, pressing his knee against Aoyang Hao's back to keep him from moving. Zhao Feng and the others, who were about to come over and help, were completely stunned, letting out gasps of "Oh my god." Chen Chu said coldly, "What? You got embarrassed, and now you want to start a fight?" Refusing to back down, Aoyang Hao was still cursing, "Damn it. Do you yield?" Chen Chu gave a hard twist, making Aoyang Hao scream in pain again, and he instantly wimped out, screaming, "I yield! I yield!" In a daze, all the teachers gathered around, unable to hide their shock. They hadn't even clearly seen Chen Chu's moves. By the time they realized what was happening, Chen Chu had already pinned Aoyang Hao to the ground. Only then did Chen Chu let go. Aoyang Hao lay on the ground gasping for air, taking a long time to crawl back up, his arm hanging limp, his chest heaving. "Still want to fight?" Aoyang Hao held back for a long time without daring to say a word. Holding his chest with a gloomy face, he turned and left. A few female teachers seemed to want to go over and comfort him, but Aoyang Hao roared at them and chased them away. After a moment, Aoyang Hao slammed the door and left. The atmosphere became very awkward, and at this critical moment, Li Qi stepped in to smooth things over. "I think that's enough for today. No more playing, no more playing, let's all disperse." The teachers from No.2 High School felt rather awkward. No one was blind. They all knew Aoyang Hao had deliberately started the trouble. They just hadn't expected Chen Chu to be such a good fighter, taking down someone of Aoyang Hao's build in an instant. But thinking about Chen Chu's terrifying explosive power, it made sense. Not knowing what else to say, they laughed awkwardly, mentioned playing again if there was another chance, and then quickly packed up their things and left. Before long, only Chen Chu and his group were left in the gymnasium. "Little Chen, you've actually learned grappling." Once everyone was gone, Li Qi said with amazement, "My cousin-in-law is in the special forces, and your moves were even faster than his." "I only learned the basics to protect myself." Chen Chu waved his hand. "Let's not talk about it. My mood was totally ruined by that guy. Since we're not playing anymore anyway, I'll go back to the dorm to rest." "Are you hurt?" "No." That's good, that's good." Only then did Chen Chu pack up his things to leave, and Zhao Feng and the others immediately swarmed over. "Old Chen, I didn't expect you to be so awesome at fighting. Someone as built as Aoyang Hao was taken down by you in an instant. That was incredibly cool. You're my idol from now on." Chen Chu curled his lips. "I'm not in a great mood right now, so I won't practice playing with you. Go on back, we'll talk about it next week." "Alright, take care, old Chen." Everyone quickly replied. Only then did Chen Chu leave the gym and rush back to his dorm. "Hiss, this is painful?" Just as the imitation effect wore off, waves of pain came from his hands. Those 2 punches to Aoyang Hao. Forget about Aoyang Hao not being able to take it, Chen Chu himself could barely stand it. He quickly ran to the desk, trembling as he sprayed Yunnan Baiyao on it to make it feel a bit better. "System, do you have any healing functions?" The system does not possess healing functions. The host may obtain healing-related items or skills through the lucky draw or other methods. Forgetting. After drawing so many times, he hadn't seen any items other than decorations and skills. The winning probability must be extremely low. Chen shouldn't get his hopes up. He had definitely made an enemy out of Aoyang Hao, who would probably try to retaliate later. But Chen Chu didn't regret it at all. Even if he had to do it all over again, he would still stand up to Aoyang Hao. He despised scum like him the most. If Aoyang Hao wanted revenge, Chen Chu wasn't afraid. "I'll cross that bridge when I come to it. Besides, I'm a man with a system." Just then, a knock on the door suddenly sounded. "Old Chen, old Chen." Zhao Yisuo's voice came through the door. Chen Chu opened the door and asked, confused, "What's up?" "Man, you really kept it well hidden." Zhao Yisuo immediately put his arm around Chen Chu's neck, looking deeply touched. "In our 4 years of college, you really looked out for your buddy." Chen Chu was taken aback. "What are you talking about?" "Stop acting, look at this." Zhao Yisuo pulled up a short video from the teacher's group chat. In the video, Chen Chu blocked Aoyang Hao's shot right at the start. It was truly shocking. Zhao Yisuo said emotionally, "You're obviously so good at basketball. Yet back in college when you played with us, you pretended to be a rookie. It turns out you were just letting us win. It's so touching." No, you're overthinking it. I was actually terrible back in college." This video was taken by Zhao Feng and the others, and it quickly spread across the school, making Chen Chu an instant legend among the basketball-loving students. Everyone has a bit of vanity, and Chen Chu was no exception. Sure enough, when class started today, many students greeted him warmly as Mr. Chen, some even looking at him with admiration. Chen Chu was naturally pleased with this. By the end of the day, Chen Chu had accumulated nearly 6,000 teaching points. He had done the math earlier. Upgrading the entire 6-piece learning efficiency set to C rank would require at least 10,000 teaching points and a lot of ornaments. So he held back the urge to draw the lottery, planning to save up points to upgrade the set first. However, Class 7 was still the same old mess. They behaved well during Chen Chu's classes, but they were quite rowdy when it came to other teachers. If classroom discipline couldn't be maintained, it would significantly impact the generation of teaching points. Based on his observations over the past week and the information gathered from Zhao Feng and the others, Chen Chu had collected quite a lot of intelligence on Class 7. The class was far from united, divided into numerous small cliques. Zhao Feng's group of physical education students was one of those cliques, and Chen Chu had already won them over. Aside from them, there were several other groups. A 7-member dance art student group centered around Deng Sijia. A 9-member vocal art student group centered around Zhuang Ru. An 11-member painting art student group centered around Liao Kunyang. A 5-member instrumental art student group centered around He Kao. Aside from the cliques, there were also some lone troublemakers who didn't fit in. The key figures were Li Yang, Su Tianhao, Yan Mao, and Wang Lebang, known as the 4 tyrants of Class 7. So Chen Chu's strategy was to divide and conquer, starting by winning over the art student groups. However, he hadn't yet found an opportunity to approach them. As he was thinking, Zhao Yisu suddenly called. Chen Chu asked, puzzled, "What's up?" "Did you not check the group chat?" Zhao Yisu asked back. "Our college group chat." Chen Chu replied helplessly, "No. I'm thinking about something. I don't have time to look. Tell me if there's something, otherwise I'm hanging up." "Su Na invite us out for karaoke." Zhao Yishu grinned. "A lot of our female classmates who stayed in Jiangnan are going. I'm definitely going. What about you?" Without a second thought, Chen Chu said, "No brainer, of course I'm going. Wait for me, I'll change right now." Of course, Chen Chu couldn't miss this opportunity. Girlfriend wasn't going to fall from the sky. He had to go out and make it happen himself. He quickly changed, met up with Zhao Yishu, and the two hailed a taxi straight to the KTV. They arrived at the private room shortly after. Walking in, they saw many familiar faces. It was a good crowd, but mostly women, with only 3 guys there. Normal universities were always disproportionately female. Chen Chu's class had only 9 guys in total, so getting 5 of them together was already quite an achievement. "Oh, Mr. Chen and Mr. Zhao are here. Come, make some room for our 2 honorable teachers." While the girls teased them, Chen Chu and Zhao Yishao wisely headed over to the guys. They toasted each other, said their hellos, and soon started chatting about fun college memories. But guys' conversations always revolved around girls. As they chatted, Zhao Yisu whispered, "Back in college, I didn't think the girls in our class were all that special. But looking around now, how come they all look so pretty?" Spoken like a true horn dog. "We saw each other every single day back then, so we got tired of looking at them. Now that we haven't seen them for nearly a year, and they all have jobs, they must have learned how to dress up." Everyone strongly agreed. Just then, Suna walked over carrying a beer. "Hey, beautiful Suna, long time no see." Zhao Yishu, always thick-skinned, raised his glass first and teased, "Have you found a boyfriend yet? If not, you could consider me. Even if I don't have one, it won't be you." Suna laughed. "You're too handsome, I wouldn't be able to keep you in line." Ha. After a few rounds of toasts, the atmosphere quickly livened up. Zhao Yiso drank quite a bit and soon felt a little tipsy. Putting his arm around Chen Chu's shoulder, he whispered, "Old Chen, see anyone you like? I can help set you up." Chen Chu didn't know whether to laugh or cry. "You're single yourself, so there's no need to worry about me." But actually, Chen Chu did have a crush on Li Yiran, who was sitting among the girls. Li Yiran looked very gentle and quiet. She wore black-rimmed glasses, exuding an intellectual charm, giving off a girl-next-door vibe. In fact, Chen Chu had a crush on her back in college, but he was too busy with his studies to focus on dating. Now that he had the chance, Chen Chu wanted to give it a shot. Carrying his glass, he walked over the girls' side to toast them one by one. When it was Li Yiran's turn, she held her glass tightly and smiled shyly. She clearly wasn't good at handling this kind of social setting. Chen Chu could tell at a glance she had probably been dragged here against her will. Chen Chu would easily handle this kind of situation. He smiled and asked, "Hey, Li Yiran, where are you working now?" Li Yiran smiled shyly. "Same as you, except I went to No. 2 high school." Hearing No. 2 high school reminded Chen Chu of that scumbag Yang Hao. "That's great," Chen Chu said. "We'll have plenty of chances to run into each other then." "Yeah," Li Yiran nodded slightly. She blinked and asked softly, "I heard you became the homeroom teacher for Class 7? You know about that?" Chen Chu was taken aback. Li Yiran nodded, saying shyly, At first I thought it was someone else. But when I remembered you joined No. 1 high school, I knew it had to be you. You're amazing. Class 7 had so many homeroom teachers who couldn't control them, but I heard you got them in line as soon as you took over. Seeing the two chatting away, the girls nearby couldn't help but tease. How about we free up some space so you two can get to know each other better? This instantly made Li Yiran blush furiously, completely flustered. Chen Chu scratched his head. Oh, I'd feel bad doing that, but great job, girls. Although Chen Chu really wanted to sit with Li Yiran to chat and build up their relationship, Li Yiran was simply too shy. Chen Chu didn't want to scare her off, so he went back to his seat after offering a toast. By this time, Zhao Yishu had grabbed the microphone, queued up "You Who Shared My Desk" and started singing. Unfortunately, this guy didn't have a musical bone in his body, and his singing was pure shouting. Fortunately, the girls didn't seem to mind how bad it sounded. They even applauded when he finished, giving Zhao Yishu plenty of face. Zhao Yishu even gave a theatrical bow, but the KTV scoring system gave him only 22 points, sending everyone into fits of laughter. Seeing this, Chen Chu also felt an itch to try and stole a glance at Li Yiran. I can't just sit here like this, I need to show off a bit too. Thanks to Zhao setting the bar so low, the girls' expectations are at rock bottom right now. Seeing that the next song was Chengdu by Zhao Lei, Chen Chu naturally took the microphone from Zhao's hand. The song had actually been chosen by one of the girls, but seeing Chen Chu take the mic, she smiled and said, "Chen Chu, you go first." Chen Chu nodded with a smile. "My." As the melodious tune played and the lyrics appeared on the screen, Chen Chu took a deep breath and began to sing. "What makes me shed tears is not just the wine of last night. What makes me loath to part is not just your tenderness. How much further must we walk as you hold my hand? What makes me feel uneasy is the struggle for freedom." He paused slightly, waiting for the beat, and the private room suddenly went quiet. Everyone looked at each other in surprise. Did they forget to turn off the original vocals? It sounded exactly like the original singer, yet it didn't feel like the original recording either. There was a slight, subtle difference. It is off. It is just the backing track now. That was definitely Chen Chu singing just now. Was it really Chen Chu singing? Oh my gosh, that sounds so good. His voice is so soulful. We were classmates for 4 years in college, and I had no idea Chen Chu sang so beautifully. The group of girls was instantly amazed. Never mind the girls, even Zhao Yishu was completely dumbfounded. Wait, this isn't how things were supposed to go. He remembered Chen Chu's singing to be just average. Parting always happens in September, and memories are the sorrow of longing. Chen Chu continued to sing, but his expression showed he was getting lost in the song. When mimicking, one would more or less lose themselves in the world of the character they were portraying. Chen Chu accidentally got too immersed, completely losing himself in the performance. The weeping willows of late autumn kiss my forehead. In that rainy little town, I have never forgotten you. Chengdu, the only thing I cannot take away is you. Suddenly, the entire room fell completely silent. Chen Chu's slightly deep and richly resonant voice echoed through the room, making it feel as if they were at a live concert. The feeling was truly indescribable. Before they knew it, the song was over. Instantly, cheers and applause erupted throughout the room. Chen Chu, that was amazing. You sing so professionally. Your vocal runs were so stable, and the emotional resonance was incredible. The girls showered him with compliments. They all liked singing, but this was the first time they felt such a sense of pure enjoyment listening to someone. Thank you, I'm flattered. Chen Chu smiled. Just as he finished speaking, the big screen flashed a score of 99.9 points, along with a congratulatory message. You have taken the #1 spot on the current song chart. 6 bottles of Harbin beer will be sent to your room for free. The girls let out a chorus of gasps calling him amazing, which made Chen Chu feel a bit self-conscious. Just as he was about to step aside, Suna came up and grabbed him. Don't leave yet. You've been hiding this from us the whole time. During the freshman orientation performance, you actually claimed you couldn't sing. Chen Chu, isn't this a total betrayal of our trust? No way. You have to keep singing to make up for our wounded feelings. Since he wanted to show off in front of Li Yiran in the first place, Chen Chu naturally wouldn't refuse. Alright. What should I sing? Why don't you guys each pick a song? Just as Chen Chu was about to sneak a look at Li Yiran to see her reaction, Zhao Yisu walked up and grabbed him, whining in a mock feminine voice. "Brother Chen Chu, I want to hear the King I Tibet plateau. Get out of here." With Zhao Yisu playing the clown, the atmosphere became much more relaxed, and even Li Yiran was giggling. The girls started picking songs. Li Yiran originally didn't want to join in, but she was pulled up anyway. Chen Chu looked and saw she had selected Onion by Asuka Yang. Within a few moments, about a dozen songs were queued, and the first one was Jay Chu's Love Confession. Zhao Li's voice definitely wouldn't fit that, so he switched directly to Jay Chu's style. In any case, within that hour, Chen Chu could mimic any character infinitely. The moment Chen Chu opened his mouth, his voice instantly shifted from the deep tone of before to something light and playful. On the banks of the Seine, coffee on the left bank. The group of girls gasped in surprise. How did his voice change? Chen Chu's singing skills are insane. I'm in love, I'm in love. It sounds so delightful. It's like a concert. Sune exclaimed and immediately started waving her hands to the beat. The other girls happily followed suit, waving their hands too. Li Yiran was also astonished, but she quickly joined in with a bright smile. You say you're a bit hard to pursue. The girls immediately sang along, hoping I will back down. Gifts don't need to be the most expensive. Just fallen leaves from the Champs-Élysées. Oh, creating a romantic date, not afraid of messing everything up. Having you is having the whole world. My dear, falling in love with you. Outside the KTV room door, several waiters stood looking at each other. What's going on in there? How can they sing along to the original track with so much energy? Did they seriously come here just to listen to music? As the song Love Confession finished, the girls couldn't help but look at the big screen. Unsurprisingly, it was a 99.6 taking first place once again, winning another 6 bottles of Harbin beer. The third song. The fourth song. At the KTV front desk. Wait, what is going on here? Is the system malfunctioning? How could every single score be over 99? The receptionist stared at the records for room 721, where 4 songs had been completed in 10 minutes, all scoring above 99. They were completely stunned. A receptionist quickly contacted the manager via walkie-talkie. A moment later, the manager rushed over to the front desk and asked, "What happened?" "Manager, take a look at this." The receptionist pointed at the back-end data for room 7021. The manager took a look and frowned. Convinced that it must be a system glitch, he immediately called the technician to come and fix it. "Someone will be here shortly. I will go explain things to the guests first." The receptionist nodded, and the manager quickly had a waiter carry a case of Harbin beer to room 7021. Just as Chen Chu finished singing and was taking a sip of water, the manager walked in with the waiter and said to everyone, "Dear guests, I am very sorry. There is a glitch in our scoring system, and the scores are incorrect. To make it up to you, we would like to offer you a free dozen of beer. We hope you understand." Everyone was taken aback, so it was a system glitch that caused the consecutive scores above 99. But then again, Chen Chu's singing was so incredible that a score of 99 actually seemed perfectly reasonable. Fortunately, Suna did not dwell on it. As the organizer, she smiled and said, "No worries, it is fine. Thank you for your understanding, thank you so much." The manager smiled and then left with the waiter. The girls continued to urge Chen Chu to sing. Having just gotten hyped up, they did not want to let Chen Chu rest. By the time the manager returned to the front desk, the technician had already arrived and was sitting in front of the computer, checking the system with a deep frown. "How is it?" the manager asked. "Is it fixed?" "How strange. There is no glitch at all," the technician quickly replied. "I have checked it several times, and the system is working perfectly." Huh? The manager froze for a moment and quickly stepped closer. How could it not be a glitch? Look at the back-end data for room 7021. 4 consecutive songs are all scored above 99. The second highest score is only 87, and that was sung by our boss's daughter, who actually studies vocal music. Although it indeed looks a bit off, there really is no glitch, the technician frowned. Of course, there is one other possibility. What is that? Someone hacked into our backend and modified the data, and they are so skilled that they did not leave a single trace. The manager rolled his eyes. Who would be bored enough to hack our backend just for some free beer? The technician did not know whether to laugh or cry. So, the data is correct. I guess there is a highly professional singer in room 721, and they got those scores purely on talent. Then I have to go and listen for myself. The manager was naturally skeptical. Even a professional singer would not perform this ridiculously well, scoring over 99 on 4 consecutive songs. Before long, the manager slipped over to room 721. He could already faintly hear singing coming from down the hallway. I act blind to the performance I should play along with. Cursue's act. The manager was stunned for a second. Is that not the original recording playing? But listening more closely, he realized it was not the original track. Someone was indeed singing. You couldn't just say they sounded similar. They sounded absolutely identical. Pretending to walk by, he peeked inside. Through the small window on the door, he could see Chen Chu singing, while a crowd of girls on the sofa looked completely mesmerized, swaying their hands to the music. The manager was a bit dazed. "Manager, what are you doing here?" Seeing the manager acting so suspiciously, a waiter asked in confusion. "Did you hear the singing inside just now?" "Yes, I did," the waiter nodded, looking amazed. "I thought it was the original track at first, but after listening for a while I realized it was actually him singing. He is incredible. He can switch his voice to sound just like the original singers. This is the first time I have ever seen anyone sing at this level. It is absolutely mind-blowing." "For real? If you don't believe me, just stand here and listen. Manager, I will get back to work." "Ed." The manager hesitated for a moment, but he actually ended up standing right outside room 721 to listen. Just as actor finished, Chen Chu immediately followed it up with Princess by the Rain God Jam Xiao. Swirling glass of red wine, lips stained like blood. The atmosphere inside the room instantly heated up as the colored lights flashed wildly. The manager listened for a long time, his face filled with shock. "Oh my God, this is just too ridiculous." It took a while before the manager finally walked back to the front desk. The technician was still there. Seeing the manager return, he quickly asked, "So, what is the story?" The manager, still a bit dazed, shook his head slightly. "You were right. We ran into a professional singer, and a ridiculously good one at that. He sings almost exactly like the original tracks. Which song is he on now?" "The 9th song." The technician gave a bitter laugh. All 8 of the previous songs scored 99. The score never dropped, and he took all the top spots. That means 4 dozen beers. TSK at 270 a dozen. That is over 1,000 yuan. You are underestimating it. What do you mean? There are still over 30 songs queued up behind. Aside from the free beer, our promotion also offers a grand prize for consecutively dominating the leaderboard. 10 straight songs gets them a free room, plus a 2,000 yuan top-up card. I just did the math. If he really finishes them all, we might end up giving away tens of thousands of yuan. The manager was speechless. Ruin. Half an hour passed, and Chen Chu finally got to sing Onion. He glanced at Li Yiran and saw that she looked full of anticipation. Seeing this, Chen Chu took a slight deep breath, ready to put his heart into it. As the prelude slowly started playing, the room fell quiet instantly as everyone listened attentively. Soon Chen Chu was completely immersed in the song. As soon as he started singing, his voice was deep and filled with a touch of sadness. "If your eyes could rest on me for just a moment. If you could hear the sound of a breaking heart. Silently guarding you. Silently waiting for a miracle." Chen Chu closed his eyes, pouring as much emotion as he could into his singing. Every single word echoed through the private room and entered everyone's ears. For a moment, even Zhao Yishu, who had been grinning happily, was caught up in the mood and could no longer smile. He was probably reminded of some painful memories by the song. "If you are willing to peel away my heart layer by layer, you will find. You will be surprised. You are my most suppressed, deepest secret. If you are willing to peel away my heart layer by layer." The emotional resonance from pouring his whole heart into the song was far more powerful than Chen Chu had imagined. When he finished singing, there was no cheering or applause. Instead, there was the sound of weeping. "Huh?" Turning his head, oh boy, 5 or 6 girls were crying and wiping away tears, while the other girls were busy comforting them. Even Li Yiran was busy comforting her former college roommate, looking like she didn't know whether to laugh or cry. As it turned out, all these girls had dated in college and later broke up with their boyfriends for various reasons. Suna was one of them, but she had a great attitude. Wiping her tears, she laughed. Your singing suddenly made me feel so sad. I had almost forgotten about it, but your song brought it all back. I'm sorry. Chen Chu didn't know whether to laugh or cry either. Unable to continue singing, he quickly went back to the guy's side, only to find Zhao Yishu also looking miserable, drinking in silence. No way, what are you feeling down about? Zhao Yishu couldn't help but sigh. Didn't you have no girlfriend in college? Didn't you just play games in the dorm every day? Zhao Yishu froze. An online girlfriend. PF'd. The one who turned out to have a bigger one than yours when they pulled it out. Mid-sentence, Zhao Yishu covered Chen Chu's mouth and glared at him. Can you not bring that up? I was already feeling down, and you just made it worse. All right. Let's not talk about it. Cheer up. How about I sing Dignity, Happy Breakup, or Some People Drift Apart as they walk? Our friendship ends right here. Ha ha ha. The girls finally pulled themselves together and started complaining about why Chen Chu had to sing such a sad love song of all things. Li Yiran was about to apologize and say she was the one who selected the song, but Chen Chu had already stood up to smooth things over, laughing. All right, it's all my fault. Next, I'll sing some upbeat songs to make it up to you guys. Just as he was about to start singing, the manager knocked and quickly walked in. Sorry to interrupt. What's the matter? Suna asked in confusion. Just as she spoke, a dozen waiters walked in carrying beer, piling it up until the table was completely full. We didn't order any beer, Suna quickly said. The manager smiled apologetically, glanced at Chen Chu, and said, Well, we just checked and found there was no system error. These are all prizes for the first place. This much. How could we possibly finish all this? Can we exchange it for cash? The manager gave Chen Chu a wry smile and said, This gentleman has ranked first for 10 consecutive songs and won the grand prize of the event. All of tonight's expenses are waived, and furthermore, the manager pulled out a VIP card and said, This is our store's VIP card. It has a balance of 2,000 yuan and can be used anytime. It is also part of the grand prize. Everyone in the private room was completely stunned, and even Chen Chu himself was dazed. The manager smiled bitterly at Chen Chu again. Sir, it's an honor to have a distinguished guest like you. However, running this store isn't easy, and business has been tough lately. Could you please show us some mercy and stop singing? If you keep going, our entire beer inventory is going to be cleared out. If you're willing, I can refund all the unfinished beer tonight for cash at half price. In addition, I will personally give you another prepaid card with a 2,000 yuan balance. What do you say? The manager was very sincere, so Chen Chu wouldn't make things difficult for him. Since he had already finished singing Onion, the rest didn't matter. He quickly said, All right. Thank you so much. Here is my business card. Feel free to contact me whenever you want to sing, and I'll make sure to reserve the room with the best equipment for you. Chen Chu nodded slightly, and the manager smiled apologetically at everyone before leaving the room. As soon as he left, Chen Chu weighed the 2 VIP cards in his hand and scratched his head. Everyone looked at each other in silence. Just ridiculous.
After all, everyone was going to be busy tomorrow morning, so they didn't stay out too late and wrapped things up around 11 at night. After saying their goodbyes, Chen Chu wanted to find a chance to see Li Yiran off, but unfortunately Zhao Yishu had drunk a bit too much and couldn't even walk straight, so he could only take Zhao Yishu home in disappointment. However, just as Chen Chu helped Zhao Yishu out of Lanjing KTV, a group of young and attractive boys and girls walked in after. The waiter at the door quickly bowed to welcome them upon seeing them. The head waiter rushed to lead the way, smiling humbly, Young mistress, you haven't been here in a long time. I haven't had much free time to sing lately. The leading girl was indeed Zhuang Ru. She waved her hand and said, Send the best drinks and cigarettes to the VIP room. Yes, we will prepare it for you right away. For long, Zhuang Ru led her friends to the top-tier VIP room. Both the decor and the equipment were top-notch, normally used for hosting VIP guests. Once the drinks and cigarettes were delivered, everyone started partying, lighting up and clinking glasses, boys and girls alike. It's been so long since I sang. Let's sing our hearts out today. Last time I sang actor, I got a whole 87 points, number 1 on the leaderboard. Pfft, Don't show off. I'll definitely kick you off the top spot today. Everyone rushed to the song selector, picking several hit songs ready to warm up their voices. A rendition of Chen Chu's Love Confession soon ended, and then a score of 88.6 popped up on the screen. This made Ji Yunyan tilt her head up proudly and say to Sima King next to her, "See that? 88.6 points, 1.6 points higher than you. The number one spot is mine." Bah, ha ha. The surrounding friends immediately started cheering and jeering. Sima King curled her lips, refusing to accept defeat, and downed 5 glasses of beer in a row. But just as she finished and turned her head, her eyes suddenly widened. Crap, I drank for nothing. They were playing a leaderboard challenge where anyone who didn't get first place lost. The loser had to drink. Sima King and Ji Yunyan had bet on the song Love Confession. Last time, Sima King's 87 points put her in first place. But when she turned around to look at the leaderboard, Ji Yunyan's performance just now wasn't first place at all, but second. Sima King was pushed down to third place. And the first place score was utterly ridiculous, 99.5 points. Everyone couldn't help but look at the big screen, and they were all stunned when they saw the number one spot on the leaderboard. How is that possible? Zhuang Ru's eyes widened, and she stood up, saying, "Our KTV uses professional-grade recording equipment. It's already impressive for a normal person to score 80. How could someone reach 99? Even if professional singers use this equipment, they would max out at around 91 or 92. After all, they were all vocal music students, so they naturally knew the situation at Zhuang Ru's family KTE. The equipment was top tier and the prices weren't cheap either. Whenever they had free time, they would specifically come to Lanjing to let loose and practice their singing. The higher the quality of the equipment, the clearer the audio capture, meaning that even the sound of you catching your breath is recorded and evaluated by the system. For the brand of equipment used in Zhuang Ru's KTV, a score of around 90 is the standard for professional singers. As for scoring above 99, unless the original singer showed up in person or someone has godlike singing skills that can perfectly match the original tone and vocal range, it's impossible. It must be a system error, someone suggested. Everyone nodded in agreement. Yeah, it must be a system error. Otherwise, how could it be so ridiculous? Ji Yunyan grinned at Sima King, "Then I am still number one." Sima King shrugged and had to accept defeat. "The next song is Actor. Who wants to bet with me?" "What's the bet, chugging a whole bottle?" "Bring it on. Who is afraid of who?" "Count me in 2. Several of them joined in, each betting a bottle of beer. Before long, singing filled the private room. After a while, the song ended, and the screen displayed a score of 86.6. After all, those present came from wealthy families and had loved music since childhood, so they had all received professional training, and some even had professional singers tutor them. Naturally, their foundations were solid. Although they couldn't compare to actual professional singers, they could easily outsing ordinary people. So this score of 86.6 was quite promising to take first place. However, it only got second place. The first place was ridiculous again, 99.7 points. Far ahead of the pack. What the hell, are you kidding me? Another system error? It is so annoying to look at. Everyone couldn't help but complain and Zhuang Ru's face darkened. This was her family's business, and they had even hired professional technicians to provide technical support. Logically, this kind of system error shouldn't happen. Taking the money and not doing their job? Zhuang Ru went outside, called a waiter and said with displeasure, "Get the manager here immediately." Yes, yes. The waiter saw that Zhuang Ru didn't look pleased and immediately called the manager using his walkie-talkie. Before long, the manager rushed to the door of the VIP room and quickly greeted Zhuang Ru with a smile. "Young mistress, what can I do for you?" Zhuang Ru snorted, "Come in with me and take a look." The manager was a bit confused but followed her in. The big screen happened to show the leaderboard, and the first place was indeed that ridiculous score of 99.7. "What is going on here? Explain this to me," Zhuang Ru said with a dark face. "A score like this is clearly a system." The manager said without hesitation, "Young mistress, that first place was indeed sung by someone." Zhuang Ru was dumbfounded. Everyone else was dumbfounded. The manager didn't know whether to laugh or cry and quickly explained, "A master singer came here a few days ago, and this score was sung by him. I thought it was a system error at the time and had the technicians check it several times. The technicians said there was no problem. Then I secretly went over to listen, and he sounded exactly like the original singer. He sang both Love Confession and Actor? Yes. Are you kidding me? Zhuang Ru's eyes widened. These are not even the same vocal style. How could he possibly do that? Her friends naturally looked completely disbelieving as well. After all, the original singer's vocal styles, ranges and timbres were completely different. Even if it was an imitation, it was impossible to reach such an absurd level. If you haven't seen it or heard it, how do you know others can't do it? The manager didn't know how to explain it either, smiling bitterly. But it really was sung by that person. Zhuang Ru still looked disbelieving. I want to hear the recorded audio. Get someone to pull it up for me immediately. How could the manager dare to refuse? Yes, yes. The manager didn't dare to delay and hurriedly contacted the technician. Before long, the technician arrived at the VIP room carrying a laptop. After some expert operation, he pulled up the back-end recordings and turned to Zhuang Ru, asking, "Miss, which track would you like to hear?" "Move aside, I'll do it myself." "Oh, sure." The technician quickly stepped aside. Zhuang Ru and her friends huddled around the computer. She first selected Confession Balloon, and in a moment, an a cappella version echoed throughout the VIP room. "By the sign Coffee on the left bank, I hold a cup severing your beauty. Lips that leave a mark." Since the backend didn't record the music track, only the vocals were playing. After system noise reduction, the output sounded almost identical to a raw a cappella. Zhuang Ru and the others looked at each other in bewilderment. The vocals really did sound remarkably similar to Chen Chu's, though there were subtle differences. An ordinary person might not notice anything, but Zhuang Ru and her group were different. If you listened closely, you could tell the timbre was slightly distinct from the original. Next, she switched to tracks like Actor and Onion. Without exception, the timbres differed from the originals, but the gap had been narrowed to the bare minimum so much so that you couldn't tell without careful listening. The tone is still his natural voice. There is no way to change that completely. This is freaking insane. He's used 7 different vocal techniques, and they're all indistinguishable from the real thing. What the hell? How many speakers did this guy eat in his past life? Is he a reincarnated music streaming algorithm? A so-called impressionist at best just mimics the pronunciation and characteristics of the original singer to achieve a passing resemblance. But the songs we're hearing now aren't just a matter of resemblance. The enunciation, the nasal resonance, the vocal runs, it's the exact style of the original artists. What kind of god-tier singing ability is? It's a total dimensional strike. Because in theory, it's impossible for anyone to cover the entire vocal range and master every singing technique with such ease. Even vocal teachers at music conservatories, or even professors, usually only study one specific type of singing in depth. They always have weaknesses in other areas. "Ruru, help me copy all these recordings and send them to my phone." Shi Yunyan quickly handed over her phone and said excitedly, "Many of these songs are textbook-level performances." At Shi Yunyan's suggestion, the others grew interested and took out their phones, asking Zhuang Ru to copy the files so they could study them carefully at home. Let alone Shi Yunyan and the others, even Zhuang Ru made a copy before letting the technician leave. After listening for a while, she only felt more confused. How did he hit that high note? Was he using pharyngeal voice? Damn, how is his switch between chest and falsetto so smooth? The keys are 3 steps apart. This is even more ridiculous. How did he mimic Li Jian's voice? However, they were all amateurs who could only tell if it sounded good or bad. As for the technicalities of vocal production or chord closure, they couldn't grasp it at all and were completely lost. No one was in the mood to sing anymore. They were all listening to the recordings, finding them more and more unbelievable. Someone sent a recording to their private vocal coach for analysis. Moments later, the person replied with a wry laugh. "My vocal teacher doesn't believe someone else sang this. He says it's definitely the original, that the technique is too unique and the timbre is inimitable. He can't analyze it unless I hire the original singer to teach me. The vocal coach I hired doesn't believe it either. He says he can't even learn it himself." They looked at each other, and Zhuang Ru had an idea. That's easy. If we can't get the original singers, we can just invite the person who made these recordings. Right, let's get him to teach us. We can pay whatever he asks. Once we learn his techniques, we'll be ready for a debut. Everyone has a star dream, especially this group of vocal students, all waiting for the day they can step onto the stage and enjoy the fame and adoration of thousands. The more they talked, the more excited they became. Zhuang Ru immediately called the manager and told him to find a way to bring that person here. The manager smiled bitterly. "Miss, that guest didn't leave any contact information." Zhuang Ru was pushy. "I don't care, you must find a way to bring him to me, or you're fired." "Jiangnan is so huge, where am I supposed to find him?" "Are you trying to make my life impossible?" The manager had no one to complain to. He knew Zhuang Ru's temperament well, and with her father spoiling her, if she said he was fired today, it wouldn't wait until tomorrow. It was truly an unprovoked disaster. "Oh, go check the surveillance cameras. I want to see what he looks like," Zhuang Ru ordered. "Yes." The manager rushed to get the security department to pull the footage. Not long after, he walked back in with a tablet. Zhuang Ru and her group crowded around, bursting with curiosity. A moment later, the screen froze. The manager hurriedly pointed at Chen Chu on the screen. "Miss, that is the guest." The entire room fell into a deathly silence. "Oh my... Ha! Our homeroom teacher, Chen Chu." After finally getting Zhao Yishu to the staff dormitory, Chen Chu was also completely exhausted. He rested for a bit, then quickly went to the group chat to find Li Yiran's WeChat and added her as a friend. Li Yiran accepted the request very quickly and sent a smiling face emoji. Overjoyed, Chen Chu quickly sent, "Did you make it back to your dorm?" "I'm back, what about you?" "Just got back. My dorm is on the 6th floor. Zhao Yisu is completely out cold, and carrying him up totally wore me out." Li Yiran sent an emoji of someone giggling with their hand over their mouth. Just as Chen Chu was trying to think of a topic to talk about, Li Yiran sent another message. "You have classes tomorrow morning, so get some rest. I'm going to wash up too." Chen Chu froze for a moment, let out a bitter laugh, and had no choice but to reply, "Okay, you get some rest too. Talk to you another day." Li Yiran, "Okay." Chen Chu shrugged, but he felt exceptionally fulfilled. There was still plenty of time, and relationships shouldn't be rushed. Besides, he didn't even know if Li Yiran had a boyfriend yet. He would try to ask around indirectly in a few days. The next day, during the morning class, Chen Chu kept feeling like something was off. Zhuang Ru and her group of vocal music students had extremely weird looks in their eyes, and they kept staring at him. However, the way everyone else looked at him was perfectly normal. This left Chen Chu completely bewildered. When class finally ended, Chen Chu had just stepped out of the classroom when he suddenly felt a chill down his spine. Turning around, he saw Zhuang Ru and her friends leaning against the door, still staring at him with that same eerie look, looking as if they had seen a ghost. Chen Chu was completely baffled. Just as he was about to go over and ask what was going on, Zhuang Ru and the others suddenly turned around and ran back inside. This left Chen Chu not knowing whether to laugh or cry. Back inside the classroom, Zhuang Ru and the others huddled together, looking at each other. "It really is him. I still can't quite believe it." But Sister Ru's family manager saw it with his own eyes. There's no way he was mistaken. "This makes no sense. Is this guy named Chen some kind of god? It's one thing that he's so good at basketball, but he also has such mind-blowing singing skills. Did he really graduate from a normal university and teach Chinese?" Everyone fell silent. Life hadn't been easy for Zhao Feng and his crew lately. Not only were they completely isolated, but they were also being targeted and pranked every few days. They were even blocked by the students of Class 7 whenever they wanted to use the restroom, not even letting them go. A couple of days ago, someone stuck a bunch of chewed gum onto the seats of Zhao Feng and his crew. Zhao Feng was so angry he almost flipped the table on the spot, but he had to bottle up his rage and didn't dare say a word. Zhuang Ru and the others not only witnessed this, but they were also active participants. This was the consequence of getting too close to Chen Chu. They didn't want to be targeted and isolated, so their idea of asking Chen Chu for advice quickly fizzled out. In the blink of an eye, 2 days passed. Chen Chu had finally saved up enough teaching points and ornaments needed to upgrade the 6-piece learning efficiency set. He upgraded all of them to C rank in one go. Each item provided a 30% learning efficiency boost, with a set bonus of 150%, making a total boost of exactly 330%. As usual, he locked all the ornaments in the cabinet, and now he felt much more relaxed. The learning efficiency of the entire class was finally back on track, and Qiu, the study representative, even had her learning efficiency boosted to over 200%. After one class combined with his basic teaching skills and the frenzy effect triggered by the learning sprite, he earned over 900 teaching points. However, it wasn't stable. The highest was over 900, and that was only during his own classes. When other teachers were teaching, it dropped to a minimum of over 400. On average, he made nearly 6,000 to 7,000 teaching points a day. However, the teaching points and materials required to upgrade from C rank to B rank increased significantly. Upgrading just one item from C to B required 100,000 teaching points and 10 C rank ornaments, but at the same time, the enhancement effect was also crazy. A single B rank ornament alone could increase efficiency by 50%, and the set bonus was 300%. A whole set would add up to a whopping 600% learning efficiency boost. But for now, there was no need for that. Because Class 7's comprehensive evaluation was too low, continuing to pile up efficiency would mean the cost far outweighed the returns. If you pulled anyone at random from Class 7, because their average rating didn't even reach F rank, their base output was only 1 teaching point. Even with a 600% efficiency boost, they would generate 6 teaching points at most. Any random student with an E rank evaluation could produce around 10 teaching points without needing any learning efficiency boost, easily crushing Class 7. Dumping millions of teaching points in would probably yield less than a regular class. A week had passed since the quest was issued, and there had been barely any change in the comprehensive evaluation of Class 7 students. This was because the comprehensive evaluation was not just about bad habits and learning efficiency, it also involved learning progress, mastery of various subjects, talent, and so on. Currently, Chen Chu's basic teacher's eye could only observe basic information like bad habits, learning efficiency and talent, but he had no idea how the students were actually doing with their studies. So for now, he could only save up his teaching points, upgrade his teacher's eye as soon as possible, and gather more information about the students so he could tailor his approach. Ah, right. I almost forgot today's system sign-in. He had been so busy dealing with the upgrades for the 6-piece learning efficiency set this morning that he almost forgot to sign in. Sign in successful. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the teacher's sweet power skill. Huh? Chen Chu froze. What on earth was that? Chen Chu quickly checked the skill description. Teacher's sweet power, S-rank special skill. Can consume a certain amount of teaching points to convert books into desserts. Once consumed, eater can quickly digest and absorb all the knowledge in the book. The effect is determined by the eater's own learning efficiency, excluding bonuses from decorative ornaments and special items. The required teaching points vary depending on the complexity of the book's knowledge. This skill cannot be upgraded. After reading the skill description, Chen Chu had a rather strange expression on his face. He could not even be called excited. It seemed incredibly awesome, but in reality, given the current situation, it was pretty useless, practically worthless. Because the consumption effect depended entirely on one's own learning efficiency. With the kids in Class 7, without the bonus from the decorative ornaments, they all had negative learning efficiency. Eating it would do nothing for them, making it a complete waste of teaching points. System: can the dessert transformed by sweet power only be eaten by students, or can anyone eat it? Anyone can eat it. The effect will only depend on the eater's own learning efficiency. Chen Chu nodded slightly as a sudden spark of inspiration struck him. This thing, it wouldn't be impossible to use it to make money. Combined with the massive 330% learning efficiency boost in the Class 7 classroom, any normal student would make significant progress. Chen Chu was never someone with noble sentiments to begin with. Being a teacher was only secondary to his beliefs. At the end of the day, wasn't everyone just trying to survive first, earn a living to support a family, and buy a car and a house? During the summer vacation, he could open a tutoring class and borrow a classroom from the school. The students would learn fast and improve their grades. The parents would definitely be satisfied. He would make money, and he could use this opportunity to build a reputation. He wouldn't have to worry about recruiting students in the future. Making a fortune and gaining both fame and wealth, wouldn't that be absolutely wonderful? Chen Chu had suddenly found a way to make money, and the more he thought about it, the more feasible it seemed. Thinking of this, Chen Chu couldn't help but get a little excited. Since there was no one in the office, he decided to test the effect of the teacher's sweet power first. His eyes quickly fell on a Chinese textbook for the first semester of 10th grade. Activate sweet power. Do you want to spend 15,000 teaching points to convert it into a random dessert? Gasp, it requires that many teaching points? Chen Chu quickly stopped. Besides, he didn't have that many teaching points to spend right now anyway. But now that his teaching point generation had picked up, he would probably have plenty of points to squander by the time summer vacation arrived. Just as Chen Chu was planning his blueprint for the future, his phone rang. Seeing that it was a call from Director Sun, Chen Chu quickly answered it. Director Sun asked Chen Chu to come to his office without explaining what it was about, though his tone sounded rather helpless. Chen Chu had a bad feeling and hurried over to the office. Director Sun was looking at some documents with a headache. Seeing Chen Chu arrive, he quickly stood up and said, "Xiao Chen, come over and take a look at this." Feeling puzzled, Chen Chu walked over and took a look, and immediately his face filled with helplessness. The thing he had been dreading the most had indeed happened. The geography teacher for Class 7 had applied for a transfer. Chen Chu forced a bitter smile. Director, this. A teacher applying for a transfer could only mean they couldn't stand the students in Class 7 anymore. The homeroom teacher was naturally responsible too. After all, if a homeroom teacher couldn't even manage the students, they could hardly escape the blame. Director Sun quickly waved his hand. "It has nothing to do with you, you've just taken over. In fact, besides your geography teacher, several other teachers applied for transfers half a month ago. Look at this thick stack of applications they submitted. I've had to talk them down so many times just to convince them to stay." Chen Chu knew exactly what Class 7 was like, so it was only natural that teachers couldn't stand them. Although things had improved slightly during his first week, the students only behaved in his class. In other teachers' classes, they were still the same as before. Chen Chu couldn't possibly run over and use his teacher's aura to intimidate them in every single class. His body wouldn't be able to take it. He would be completely drained. "Director, what exactly is the situation now?" Chen Chu quickly asked. Director Sun said helplessly, "Just flip through to the back and you'll see." Chen Chu flipped to the back and didn't know whether to laugh or cry. The geography teacher had written a resignation letter stating that if they weren't transferred, they would quit. A young teacher definitely wouldn't dare to be so willful, but the teachers teaching Class 7 were mostly veterans with rich teaching experience. Other schools were practically fighting over them, especially private high schools and tutoring agencies, which were always trying to poach teachers from public schools. If they resigned today, these veteran teachers could start teaching at another school tomorrow. Director Sun definitely didn't dare to accept their resignation, otherwise he might lose his own position as director. "Xiao Chen, I had no choice. I had to approve the transfer." Chen Chu asked reflexively, "Director, has the new teacher been arranged yet?" "That's exactly what's giving me the biggest headache." Director Sun's face was practically green. "I've been running around all day and held 7 or 8 meetings, but not a single teacher is willing to teach Class 7. I can't force them and stir up widespread resentment." Chen Chu panicked a little. "Then what should we do?" "I've thought it over, and there's only one way," Director Sun said quickly. "You fill in for now and teach geography as well. Class 7 doesn't really pay attention in class anyway. Just hang in there for a while, and as soon as I find a new geography teacher, I'll have them take over." "What do you think?" Chen Chu had no way to... After all, if no one taught the class, Class 7 would be shut down and he'd be out of a job too. So he had no choice but to step... Although he had mostly forgotten his geography, with the sweet teacher power now, it shouldn't be a big problem. It was enough to teach Class 7. "I understand." Director Sun was overjoyed. He patted Chen Chu on the shoulder and said, "Little Chen, thank you so much for your hard work. Don't worry, there will be plenty of benefits for you." Chen Chu frowned. Director Sun's remark made him feel a bit unhappy, as if he had only agreed because of the extra benefits. "I am a dignified teacher of the people, doing this for the students and for my principals. Your subsidies and bonuses for this month will be doubled. It's on me. The director is sending you some love." Chen Chu skipped out of the office happily. Doubling his monthly subsidies and bonuses meant over 10,000 more than 2 months' salary in the past. In an instant, Chen Chu was full of motivation. He quickly took the approval note from Director Sun and went to pick up the geography textbooks. He read through it in the office for a while. Luckily, he hadn't forgotten everything. After scanning through it, Chen Chu could still recall quite a bit. It was just a bit mentally taxing. When it was time for geography class, Class 7 was still making a racket, But the moment Chu appeared at the door, they scrambled back to their seats like mice seeing a cat. Chen Chu cast a cold glance at them before walking up to the podium with the geography textbook. Below, there was an immediate buzz of discussion. "Teacher, isn't this supposed to be a geography class?" "You have the nerve to ask." Chen Chu retorted with a glare at the students of Class 7. "Your geography teacher was forced to quit because of you." Upon hearing this, not only did the students feel no guilt, some were even secretly chuckling, as if they had accomplished some incredible feat. Chen Chu was about to lecture them, but decided to hold his tongue. "Forget it, it's useless to talk, no one's listening anyway. Currently, the school has no available geography teachers, so I will be teaching your geography classes from now on." The students looked at each other, but no one made a sound. Chen Chu's intimidation still held some weight. "Let's begin the class." These 2 geography lessons weren't as exhausting as Chen Chu had imagined. Perhaps because of the increased exercise and the influence of imitation, his physical stamina and energy were far beyond what they used to be. Teaching 2 subjects at once wasn't that tiring after all. The teachers in the office obviously knew about Chen Chu taking over the class, especially for Class 7, and most looked at him with pitying eyes. Some veteran teachers spoke up for him, saying Director Sun is going too far. How could he ask Teacher Chen to teach 2 subjects at the same time? "Little Chen, if you don't want to do it, we can go talk to Director Sun. We've known him for years, he'll give us some face." It's fine, thank you all for your concern." Chen Chu didn't want to cause any trouble, so he smiled quickly. "I can handle it. I'm still young and have plenty of energy." Everyone then dropped the subject. However, preparing for lessons at night was indeed the biggest headache, as he had to do it for both Chinese and geography. His head was spinning. "Forget it, I'll use the sweet power." He had planned to save it for a lucky draw, but for now he had to finish his lesson preparation since the superiors would be checking. Chen Chu placed his hand on the geography textbook and channeled the sweet power. "Do you wish to spend 12,000 teaching points to convert this into a random sweet treat?" "Yes." As soon as he spoke, the geography textbook in front of him turned into a massive, square block of chocolate. In the blink of an eye, a lunchbox wouldn't even hold it. "So much." Chen Chu's eyes widened. Would he get sick of this after finishing it? Chen Chu didn't particularly like sweets, but he had no choice. He broke off a small piece to taste it. It felt like ordinary chocolate. At the same time, relevant geography content began to flood his mind, giving Chen Chu a sudden, enlightening sensation. He didn't know how long it had been, but he finally popped the last piece of chocolate into his mouth. Drinking water as he went, he managed to swallow it with great difficulty. Chen Chu felt awful and sick to his stomach. He had basically eaten a whole year's worth of chocolate in one go. He was starting to question his life choices. He quickly rinsed and brushed his teeth to feel a bit better. The next day, geography class. Seeing Chen Chu walk into the classroom, Class 7 fell quiet once again. Turn to page 32. Today we're talking about the movement of the Earth. The students in Class 7 complied, flipping to the page and looking up at Chen Chu. First, the Earth's movement, which is divided into rotation and revolution. Chen Chu started speaking fluently, his gaze sweeping across the students. They all looked like they were listening, though whether it was sinking in was a different story. Zhao Feng quickly noticed something strange. While listening and looking at his textbook, his expression turned to astonishment. "My God, what is going on?" It wasn't like this yesterday. Yesterday, Chen Chu had to look at the textbook every little while, and even when writing on the blackboard, he had to hold the book to check it. But today, Chen Chu didn't even bring the textbook. How was he reciting everything perfectly without a single mistake? He wasn't even stuttering. Shocking. Did he memorize the entire textbook? Zhao Feng stared eyes wide at Chen Chu on the podium. Chen Chu, while teaching, noticed Zhao Feng's strange expression and paused. "Zhao Feng, what's wrong?" Zhao Feng stood up and almost instinctively asked, "Teacher, what is the first sentence on page 78? Chen Chu responded without hesitation. "The internal forces that form mountains." "Why are you asking that? We haven't reached that part yet, don't stir up trouble." Zhao Feng replied with an "oh," sat down and quickly opened to page 78. The very first sentence was indeed, "the internal forces that form mountains." Hiss. Zhao Feng couldn't help but gasp, his scalp tingling in.
Even after the class ended, Zhao Feng was still sitting frozen at his desk, unable to wrap his head around what had happened. "Hey, what's wrong?" Yang Tianyu, a student specializing in sports training, walked over and patted Zhao Feng on the shoulder, asking with a face full of confusion. Didn't you notice something weird about old Chen during class just now? Huh? Yang Tianyu scratched his head. What was weird? I wasn't really paying attention anyway. How could you not notice? Zhao Feng glared. Old Chen didn't even bring his textbook. Yang Tianyu looked even more puzzled. So what? He's the teacher. It's not that weird for him to not bring a textbook. Zhao Feng rolled his eyes and reminded him, how did old Chen teach geography yesterday? I didn't notice. Zhao Feng facepalmed and said testily, yesterday in class. Didn't old Chen have to glance at the textbook every few sentences before continuing? I guess so, Yang Tianyu said, looking confused. But what's so strange about that? Zhao Feng's blood pressure nearly skyrocketed. Are you stupid? Old Chen didn't even bring his textbook today. How did he know page 32 was about the movements of the earth? And everything he said was word for word exactly what's in the book. Yang Tianyu blinked and said instinctively, well, he teaches geography, so what's the... Wait, that's not right. Didn't he just take over the geography class yesterday? Exactly. Zhao Feng quickly grabbed his geography textbook and flipped to page 78, saying urgently, remember when I asked him in class what the first sentence on page 78 was? I thought you were just messing with him. Yang Tianyu thought back. I remember old Chen said something about mountains. The engenic forces in the formation of mountains. Zhao Feng pointed directly at the first sentence in the textbook. It's word for word, and he blurted it out instinctively, without a single second of hesitation. Yang Tianyu froze, falling silent. After a long pause, he gave Zhao Feng a strange look. You don't mean, old Chen memorized the entire geography textbook in just one day, do you? Zhao Feng nodded solemnly. Yang Tianyu grimaced skeptical. That's total BS. How could anyone memorize a whole geography textbook in one day? I wouldn't believe it even if you killed me. It's just a coincidence. Maybe old Chen just happened to look at that page and remembered it. If it were anyone else, Zhao Feng would have definitely chalked it up to coincidence. But this was Chen Chu, the man who had brought Zhou Yangsheng to tears just by lecturing him. Others might not believe it, but Zhao Feng did. In fact, he was absolutely certain that Chen Chu had memorized the entire geography textbook. After a moment's thought, Zhao Feng suddenly said, how about we make a bet? Bet on what? Yang Tianyu asked instinctively. Zhao Feng picked up the geography textbook and said, you randomly flip to a page and we'll take the book to the office right now to test him. If old Chen can't answer, I'll give you my autographed Dyson basketball. Yang Tianyu's eyes widened. For real? Have I ever lied to you? Zhao Feng's tone shifted. But if old Chen answers correctly, you give me that pair of limited edition KS collab sneakers you snagged yesterday. Deal? Without a second thought, Yang Tianyu said, you're on! Let's go right now. The two of them headed toward the office with the geography textbook. Seeing Chen Chu looking over some files, they quickly walked over. Since there were too many teachers in the office, Zhao Feng didn't call him Old Chen and instead greeted him respectfully as Mr. Chen along with Yang Tianyu. What's the matter? Chen Chu looked at the two of them puzzled. Yang Tianyu has a question for you. Zhao Feng gave Yang Tianyu a look. Yang Tianyu stepped forward with the textbook and asked, Mr. Chen, what's the first sentence on page 48? Runoff variation is closely related to temperature change, Chen Chu blurted out instinctively. Staring at the textbook, Yang Tianyu couldn't help but gasp, oh my god. This immediately drew the attention of the other teachers. Who was bold enough to make such a scene in the staff room? Oh, was Yang Tianyu and Zhao Feng from class 7. Never mind. The teachers pretended they hadn't seen anything and went back to their work. Chen Chu frowned and said with a stern face, Yang Tianyu, watch your language. Besides, this is the staff room. Where are your manners? Yang Tianyu was still in a daze, but Zhao Feng grinned and said, he'll definitely watch it from now on. We'll get out of your hair now, Mr. Chen. Before Chen Chu could react, Zhao Feng had already dragged Yang Tianyu out of the office in a hurry. Chen Chu shrugged as he watched them leave. He had realized what they were doing immediately. He hadn't expected Zhao Feng to be so observant. The boy had actually noticed that he had completely memorized all the content in the geography textbook. But it wasn't a big deal. He would go to the academic affairs office later to grab a geography textbook. It was better to act a bit more normal. Outside the office. Believe me now? Zhao Feng grinned. Pay up. Those sneakers are mine. Yang Tianyu still looked utterly bewildered. No way. That's impossible. How can anyone memorize an entire textbook in just one day? You saw it with your own eyes, didn't you? And you were the one who flipped the pages. What's there to doubt? Seeing it with my own eyes is exactly why it feels so freaking ridiculous. Chen Chu had no idea about the secret dealings between Zhou Feng and Yang Tianyu. Pretending to read his book, he was secretly testing his luck with the lucky draw. He had promised himself to save up teaching points to upgrade the teacher's eye, but he just couldn't resist. Just 10 draws. No matter if I get anything or not, I'm definitely stopping. Making up his mind, Chen Chu began the lucky draw. First draw, thank you for playing. Second draw, thank you for playing. Third draw, drawing in progress. Congratulations, you have obtained the random student talent module. Chen Chu quickly glanced at it. Random student talent module, B rank quality, single-use consumable. Increases 1 random talent when used on an individual student. A random talent. This meant that if he was lucky enough, he might even get a SSS class talent, though the odds of that were probably lower than winning the lottery. Without thinking too much about it, he continued drawing. The next 7 draws yielded 2 duplicate ornaments, both from the 8-piece special status set, and they were all D rank. To be fair, the lucky draw yields had indeed improved quite a bit. Spending 1,000 teaching points to get a B rank talent module wasn't a bad deal either. He was in no rush to use it. After all, given the current state of Class 7, even the best talent would be completely wasted on them. Chen Chu believed that if a dancing talent popped up, the students of Class 7 would definitely just use it to play dance arcade games rather than behave themselves and take dance lessons in the studio. On this front, Class 7 never failed to disappoint. Having finished the lucky draw, Chen Chu brought his attention back to the student profiles. It was still the same old problem: how to win over the other small cliques in Class 7. Ever since the geography teacher successfully applied for a transfer, Chen Chu felt like the other teachers were starting to get restless too. If he couldn't get Class 7 under control soon, something really bad might happen. If another teacher applied for a transfer, absolutely no one would be willing to fill in. When that time came, Class 7 would face the risk of being disbanded, and all the students would be split up and stuffed into other classes. The system was bound only to Class 7 students to yield points. This meant that if Class 7 was gone, Chen Chu would be done for as well. So the current situation was still extremely critical. Under normal circumstances, getting through to students required patience, reasoning with them, and laying out the facts. However, this approach didn't work on Class 7 at all. Instead, it would only make them think you were a pushover and make them even more arrogant. So the only remaining option was to go head-to-head. In any case, Chen Chu wasn't going to baby's kids. Students at this age had extremely strong egos. Zhou Feng and his friends were classic examples. A simple reverse psychology trick would easily rile them up, and they would jump right into the trap themselves. As the saying goes, genuine affection fades, but clever schemes win the day. Chen Chu narrowed his eyes. Time to set a trap for these kids. When evening self-study started, Chen Chu walked into the classroom. He wasn't in a hurry to start teaching. Instead, he scanned the room and said, "We won't be having class for the first period tonight. We're going to hold a short class meeting." The students below naturally looked completely uninterested. The topic of today's meeting isn't anything academic. I just want to have a casual chat with you all. Chen Chu smiled. Let's build a better relationship between teacher and students. Quite a few students below showed looks of disdain. Chen Chu didn't get annoyed. He asked with a chuckle, "So what games do you guys usually like to play? PUBG, Honor of Kings, League of Legends, or something else?" The entire classroom was dead silent. No one paid him any attention. Zhou Feng and the others couldn't openly cooperate with him either, so they could only secretly wink at Chen Chu. This was all within Chen Chu's expectations. It would be strange if they actually cooperated. "Then I'll start with myself." Chen Chu shifted the topic and grinned. "I play everything, and I'm a master of all. Whether it's PUBG, Honor of Kings, or League of Legends, pick any game. I'll just say this. When it comes to a one-on-one duel, none of you here stand a chance against me." When he said this, many students rolled their eyes, naturally sneering and scoffing at him. Sure enough, someone immediately said with disdain, "You sure talk big." 1. Chen Chu was thrilled. Seeing that it was Wang Xu, he grinned and said, "You don't believe me? Want to test it out?" The group of sports students froze. Why did this scene feel so familiar? Not just the sports students, everyone in Class 7 instantly recalled the basketball court from a week ago. Although Wang Xu had the best League of Legends skills in the class, and was even a challenger in the Chinese server. Zhao Feng's basketball skills were also pretty good, and yet he still got schooled by Chen Chu in the end. Suddenly they had a bad feeling about this. The guy next to Wang Su quickly warned him, "Don't accept it. Have you forgotten what happened to Zhao Feng and the others last time?" Wang Su frowned. He was extremely confident in his gaming skills. Besides, Chen Chu was just a teacher. He didn't believe Chen Chu could possibly be better than him. Playing basketball and playing video games were two entirely different things. After hesitating for a moment, Wang Su still didn't respond. He curled his lip and fell silent. "Not bad. You're keeping your cool pretty well." "Tisk, Wang Shu, do you have that little confidence in yourself?" Chen Chu narrowed his eyes and said, "I've heard that you're a challenger in League of Legends on the Chinese server. You didn't buy that account just to show off in front of your classmates, did you?" Wang Shu's face darkened. Looking extremely annoyed, he stared coldly back at Chen Chu. Hold on. This is clearly a trap. Maybe this Chen guy really is a pro gamer." But how could Wang Su keep his temper? With a cold snort, he stood up and said, "Wanna bet? A one-on-one match where the loser calls the winner daddy. If you lose, you have to call me daddy whenever you see me, even at school. Do you dare?" Hearing this, everyone thought, now this is getting pretty exciting. Interesting. Xu Tianhao, who was watching the show, immediately started jeering, "Face off! Face off!" Originally, quite a few people suspected Chen Chu was up to something, but once Wang Shu said that, they all got hyped. Since they loved a good spectacle, they all joined in the heckling. In an instant, the entire classroom was chanting, "Face off! Face off!" The physical education students looked at each other, actually starting to worry for Chen Chu. They knew Wang Shu's skills were legit. After all, they had played League of Legends together before, and his skills were insanely good. Yang Tianyu, sitting in the back, poked Zhao Feng's back. "Brother Feng, this doesn't look good." Zhao Feng turned around, showing no sign of worry. "Don't worry, old Chen definitely knows what he's doing." "Have you seen old Chen play games?" "Nope," Zhang shrugged. He hadn't seen him play games, but he had seen Chen Chu make Zhu Yangsheng cry just by lecturing him. "Then how do you know he has it under control?" "I've seen things way crazier than this. If you told me old Chen is the reincarnation of Ultraman, I'd believe you." "Huh." While Yang Tianyu was utterly bewildered, Chen Chu on the podium was facing a bit of a dilemma. This kid is not playing by the rules, going straight for a father-son match. If he agreed and word got out, the repercussions would definitely be bad. He might even get fired. Right now, Chen Chu was in a tight spot. No, if he chickened out now, he would never be able to control Class 7 in the future. Gritting his teeth, he decided to just do it. The school would surely understand his difficulties. If not, he would just use his epic pedagogical skill. Worst case, he'd fight his way from the principal's office to the education bureau. Whoever wanted to fire him, he'd slap them in the face with the epic pedagogical skill. Having made up his mind, Chen Chu said calmly, "Since everyone is so excited, how about we raise the stakes? Just Wang Su alone is boring. Whoever wants to join this father-son match, if I lose, I'll call you dad. On the other hand, if I win from now on, not only will you behave yourselves in class, but you will also politely greet every teacher you see." Chen Chu sneered, "Don't chicken out, young people. Don't you love to play? It's so exciting, right?" Chen Chu's sudden aggressive attitude instantly made quite a few people cool down. Thinking back to how Zhao Feng and the others were crushed by Chen Chu's basketball skills, they suddenly lost confidence. The room suddenly became much quieter. Just then Wang Su sneered. "Playing basketball isn't the same as playing video games. Just because he's good at basketball doesn't mean he's good at games. Besides, when would he even have time to play?" Hearing this, the others thought that made sense. A few troublemakers who were close with Wang Su immediately stood up. "Count me in. I'm in too. Wang Shu's skills are no joke. It's not like you guys haven't seen them." In the last Jiangnan Youth Esports tournament, Wang Su placed in the top 3 and got MVP 6 times. If it weren't for his family objecting, pro teams would have already invited Wang Su to join. With everyone chiming in, 6 people soon stood up. The others didn't move. They were either completely uninterested or just lacked the confidence. After all, the memory of Zhao Feng and the others being subdued was still fresh in their minds. "No one else?" Chen Chu swept his gaze over them, his voice full of provocation. "Only 7, that's way too few." He was hoping to settle everything in one go. but no one paid attention to him. Tesk, if I had known, I would have raised the stakes when I dealt with Zhao Feng and the others. But there was no medicine for regret. Seeing that no one else responded, Chen Chu had to leave it at that. 7 it is. Better than nothing. It seemed reverse psychology wasn't working very well. He'd have to try a different tactic next time. Alright, then it's a deal. A promise is a promise, Chen Chu quickly said. Tomorrow, I'll bring some computers. No need to wait until tomorrow. Wang Xu turned around, walked to the school bag locker in the back, threw his backpack onto the desk, and pulled out a laptop. Chen Chu knew a bit about tech and recognized it at a glance as a top-spec ROG with a market price of around 30,000 yuan. Chen Chu was taken aback. How are we going to play with only one? Wang Xu glanced at Chen Chu. Who told you I only have one? Right after he said that, a guy next to Wang Xu walked up to Chen Chu with his own backpack. Here, there's another one. It has a wireless card and the game is already downloaded, so you don't need to look for internet. If this one doesn't work for you, don't worry. There are 3 other top-spec laptops in the locker, including Alienware's. What shocked Chen Chu even more was what came next. Like magicians, these kids pulled out headphones, mechanical keyboards, mice, and mouse pads from the lockers. They had almost everything ready, short of pulling out actual gaming desks. While he was dazed, they pulled out 2 folding tables from somewhere, moved the classroom desks and chairs aside, and after some quick rearranging, turned the space into a gaming setup, complete with chairs. Chen Chu was completely dumbfounded by the sight. Poverty really does limit my imagination. Stop dazing off, log in. Wang Xu had already logged into the game and cast a provocative glance at Chen Chu. Chen Chu hesitated for a brief moment, then decisively shut the classroom door. Whatever, forget about it. Under everyone's watchful eyes, Chen sat at the gaming desk and logged into the game. A group of PE students stood behind Chen Chu watching. After a moment they couldn't help but facepalm. It was too painful to watch. Zhao Feng couldn't help but feel a bit taken aback as well. This was because the account Chen Chu logged into was just a level 5 newbie account. Its rank was the lowest iron, and he only had the few free champions provided by the system, let alone any runes. When the others in Class 7 saw this, they instantly burst into laughter. It was actually a newbie account from 2013. Where did he get the nerve to be so arrogant, even challenging Wang Xu? While quite a few were laughing, the majority of Class 7 had strange expressions on their faces. Although they hadn't spent much time with Chen Chu, they had more or less figured out their homeroom teacher's personality by now. He definitely wouldn't say things like that unless he was absolutely sure of himself. Right, this guy must be playing dumb to catch a tiger. He is baiting us. Does he really think he can just play us like children? Out of nowhere, someone said to the troublemakers laughing at Chen Chu, "Are you guys idiots? How do you know he didn't log into a Smurf account on purpose just so you would willingly take the bait?" As soon as those words were spoken, those who had been laughing went dead silent. They exchanged looks and couldn't help but gasp in realization. That bastard Chen. We almost fell right into his trap. Ruined my plan. Chen Chu secretly twitched his lips in frustration. Actually, he hadn't intentionally used a Smurf account. He really had logged into his own. He barely ever played League of Legends in the first place. Of course, all of this was part of the plan. He did intend to play dumb to trick them, hoping to reel in as many as possible. He wanted to deal with the less intelligent students in Class 7 first. He just didn't expect his scheme to be seen so quickly. Well, it didn't matter anymore. He turned to Zhao Feng and his group. "Does anyone have an account with full runes I can borrow?" "Use mine." Cao Yunjing, one of the PE students, quickly stepped forward to log into his account. Since he had played with Wang Xu before, it saved them the trouble of adding each other. Moments later, Wang Xu sent a 1v1 duel invite. Chen Chu accepted it and joined the lobby. Once the game started, Wang Xu instantly picked Draven, his best champion, without hesitation. Chen Chu's eyes narrowed, his expression suddenly turned serious, and his entire aura shifted. Without a moment's hesitation, he locked in Zed. Yang Tianyu and the others were startled when they saw this. Zed was a highly demanding champion. The hardest part lay in landing all skills during a burst combo, timing the clones to escape, and knowing how to split push. Otherwise, he was completely useless. Playing him required much more skill than playing Draven. The game beat. After buying their starting items, the two quickly met in lane and began farming minions. At first, there was nothing unusual. They farmed normally, which didn't require much mechanical skill. But the moment Chen Chu hit level 4, the tempo of the game completely changed. Just as Wang Su poked Chen Chu and went to catch his axe, Chen Chu suddenly dashed right into Wang Shu's face. Clack, clack, clack. Chen Chu clicked his mouse and pounded his mechanical keyboard at an extremely high frequency, displaying incredible hand speed. With smooth, flowing mechanics, he unleashed one skill after another. Wang Su had no time to react before half of his health bar vanished. It wasn't that they had never seen aggressive playstyles, but they had never seen one this terrifying. A full combo was unleashed in the blink of an eye. Moreover, it was as if Chen Chu had mapped out Wang Su's path in advance. Even the skills he threw out preemptively ended up hitting Wang Su as he walked into them. Oh my god, that hand speed and mechanics. How the hell did he predict that? What godlike awareness is this? Everyone watching was dumbfounded. The people around Wang Su were also startled and began to panic. Wang Shu, however, remained calm, even though Chen Chu had indeed startled him at the start. His hands were fast too. Although his health was dangerously low, escaping shouldn't be too hard. Spotting an opening, he threw his dual axes in a counterattack to force Chen Chu back. But to everyone's surprise, almost the instant the skill was cast, Chen Chu dashed. The twin axes thrown by Wang Shu's Draven grazed right past Chen Chu's Z, his spacing controlled with pixel-perfect precision. Oh my d... A collective gasp from Class 7 echoed through the hallway, clearly audible even from outside the classroom. The sound echoed so loudly in the hallway that it could even be heard on the floors above and below. Countless students and teachers shook their heads in exasperation. Without a doubt, it had to be Class 7. Whatever, just pretend not to hear and keep teaching. A moment later... Another collective gasp erupted from Class 7, loud and chaotic. The teachers were furious but kept it to themselves, staying silent with sullen faces. Once it quieted down, they resumed teaching. A short while later, the gasps rang out again. It was almost non-stop. Soon the gasps from Class 7 echoed through the entire academic building. Some teachers really couldn't stand it anymore. What kind of behavior is this? This is intolerable, yet they had to tolerate it. Inside the Class 7 classroom, many of them were already clutching their hair, faces filled with shock. It was simply unbelievable. In just 2 short minutes, they were completely mind-blown by Chen Chu's plays. Whether it was hand speed, reaction time, anticipation, or game sense, a lightning-fast key combo was merely the most basic move. The most ridiculous part was that Chen Chu predicted Wang Shu's prediction. At the 5-minute mark, Wang Su wanted to turn the tables and kill Chen Chu. He threw out a giant blade to predict Chen Chu's movement route, then flashed over to block the path and unleash his skills. But as it turned out, Chen Chu seemed to know Wang Su was about to flash gank him. He anticipated Wang Shu's flash, left his second skill right on the spot, dodged with a movement skill to reposition himself, and instantly took Wang Shu down with a quick combo. He didn't give Wang Su a single second to react at all. God-tier plays kept happening. His terrifying, aggressive playstyle was incredibly savage. He was on a complete rampage. He even tower dived and killed Wang Su 6 times. To 0. Wang Su hadn't gotten a single kill, and his last defense tower only had a sliver of health left. By now, Wang Shu's rhythm was completely shattered, and he was dripping with sweat. A minute later, Wang Shu's last defense tower was also destroyed by Chen Chu. Chen Chu, however, remained completely unfazed. His entire focus was locked onto computer screen. Instead of blindly rushing forward just because he had an overwhelming advantage, he continued to push forward alongside the super minions, both wild and steady. At this point, there was clearly no chance of a comeback. His gold was completely suppressed by Chen Chu, making it impossible for him to farm at all. Even if he did manage to farm up, Wang Su knew deep down that he couldn't win. With his mental defense completely shattered, Wang Su finally gave up resisting. He just let Chen Chu destroy his base. As the final Baxis exploded, the word defeat appeared on Wang Shu's computer screen. For a moment, Class 7 fell into an eerie silence. Panting heavily, Wang Su turned his head to look at Chen Chu beside him, his eyes filled with shock. He really couldn't understand how, as a teacher, Chen Chu could possess such ridiculous gaming skills, and even game sense that was arguably superior to that of professional sports players. Seeing that the game was won, Chen Chu finally took off his headphones, stretched, and turned to look at Wang Su and the others. "All right, I won." Everyone looked extremely unwilling, but they didn't know what to say. Wang Shu's face looked terrible. "If you play, you must accept the loss. If you guys are real men, you'd better keep your promise. From now on, behave yourselves in class. Listen quietly, no causing trouble, and greet the teachers politely when you see them. Wang Su said with a cold face. We don't need you to tell us that. We will do it. That's great. Only then did Chen Chu stand up and tell everyone to put things back the way they were. After some bustling, the classroom was restored to its original state, and the computers were hidden away somewhere again. Even though it was over, the way the students of Class 7 looked at Chen Chu was still as bizarre as could be. It was as if a sentence was written all over their faces. That time my homeroom teacher was somehow a bit ridiculous. Chen Chu didn't care what these kids were thinking. At least he had achieved the goal of his trap this time. Counting Zhou Feng's group of 12 plus Wang Shu's group of 7, that made 19 people in total. At least 1/3 of the students in Class 7 would behave themselves from now on. Of course, the remaining 2/3 would be harder to handle. He needed to think of other tricks. It's just that there weren't any other effective tricks he could think of at the moment. But in any case, the revolution in Class 7 had achieved another milestone victory. Having won over Wang Su and the others, Chen Chu was naturally in a great mood. As soon as evening self-study ended, he dragged Zhao Yishu out for barbecue without another word. Old Chen, what wine blew you in today? Why are you in such a good mood? Zhao Yishu asked in confusion while sipping his beer. Nothing, come on, cheers. Oh. As they were drinking, Chen Chu suddenly had a brilliant idea. Should he get old Zhao to cooperate? Have him intentionally provoke the troublemakers of Class 7, especially Su Tianhao's clique. Old Zhao would definitely get beaten up, and then he could swoop in to save the day, pulling off a sting operation. It seemed not entirely impossible. Old Chen, the way you're looking at me, it feels a bit off. No? I feel like you're trying to set me up. What are you thinking? We're brothers, how could I set you up? Come on, cheers. Oh. Early the next morning, Wu Ying had just finished teaching a math class for another classroom and was walking toward the office. On the way, she happened to run into Wang Su and his gang. Wu Ying instinctively avoided Wang Su and the others, pretending not to see them. Hello, teacher. Wu Ying froze in her tracks, only to see Wang Su and the others head toward the restroom right after greeting her. Was I hallucinating just now? Oh my goodness. The students of Class 7 actually greeted me? Wu Ying walked into the office with a look of utter astonishment. At this time, Chen Chu hadn't arrived at work yet. As soon as Wu Ying sat down, the more she thought about it, the more she felt something was off. She said to Qin Yuan, the history teacher of class next to her, Teacher Qin, just now Wang Su and Lu Heming from Class 7 greeted me, and they sounded quite polite too. Qin Yuan was taken. Teacher Wu, how much did you drink last night? If you'd eaten even a single peanut with your drinks, you wouldn't be this drunk.
Qin Yuan thought Wu Ying herself felt like she was joking, but she really wasn't. A moment later, Zheng Mingyuan, the English teacher of Class 7, also walked in and came up to Wu Ying and Qin Yuan. I just bumped into Wang Su and Lu Heming from Class 7 coming out of the restroom. Guess what they did? Qin Yuan winked and said, greeted you? Zheng Mingyuan's eyes widened. How did you know? Did you drink with Teacher Wu last night? Qin Yuan waved his hand, finding the trick childish. You two are plotting together to play a prank on me. Teacher Wu, you... Wu Ying quickly nodded. They greeted me too. I still feel like I was hallucinating. This was ridiculous. Since the start of the semester, not a single student from Class 7 had ever greeted them. Were Wang Su and Lu Heming really the type of people to greet a teacher? It wasn't until Chen Chu entered the office that Wu Ying and Zheng Mingyuan both ran over to tell him about this. Chen Chu smiled. It seemed Wang Su and Lu Heming were keeping their promise after all. Isn't this a good thing? What is there for you two to worry about? It is a good thing, but I just feel like something is off. Do you think they have some kind of conspiracy? Are they planning to target me? Given Class 7's past track record, Zheng Mingyuan's expression didn't look too good. Things don't just happen for no reason. Something must be fishy. No, you are overthinking it. You're overthinking. Chen Chu quickly waved his hands, not knowing whether to laugh or cry. I just made a little deal with them. As for the details of the deal, I can't tell you. Of course, he couldn't say that last night in the classroom he gambled on a game with the Class 7 students, and the stakes were that the losers had to call him Dad. Everyone suddenly realized, and they couldn't help but hold Chen Chu in even higher regard. Young Chen, in all my years of teaching, I have rarely admired other teachers, but you are definitely one of them. I seriously take my hat off to you. Mainly because of the incident where the geography teacher applied for a transfer, Chen Chu was truly afraid that other teachers would also apply to transfer out. Chen Chu took this opportunity to make his stance clear and quickly said, "Then please, seniors and fellow teachers, give me a little more time and trust. I will make Class 7 better." "No problem. I will definitely support your work." With the teacher's promises, things were temporarily stable. Returning to his desk, Chen Chu began to prepare for the home visits. He originally planned to continue visiting the homes of the student athletes, but unfortunately, almost none of their parents were in Jiangnan. They only returned once every 3 to 6 months. Chen Chu was used to this by now, so he could only choose to visit other students' homes. He had managed to contact Wang Lebang's parents last time. However, his situation was quite special. Wang Lebang was a second-generation Red. No, to be precise, he was a third-generation Red. A family of heroes. His grandparents were battlefield comrades who got married, true veteran heroes and old revolutionaries. His parents were both decorated border guard heroes who rarely came home even once a year. Wang Lebang was also an outlier in the class. He kept to himself and refused to interact with anyone. In Zhao Feng's words, Wang Lebang simply looked down on everyone in the class. If you said he was a troublemaker, he didn't make noise like the others did. But if you said he wasn't, this guy had caused plenty of trouble, having beaten up many of his classmates. Even many of his own classmates in Class 7 had been thrashed by him. He had quite a severe tendency toward violence. He was on par with Lei Yang in that regard, except the school never gave Wang Lebang any disciplinary action or made any announcements. It wasn't because they were forced to. They had actively helped cover it up. It was probably because they didn't want to tarnish the family's heroic reputation. Since it was impossible to meet Wang Lebang's parents, he could only go to see Wang Lebang's grandmother. After getting in touch on the phone, Grandma Wang agreed readily, and they set the meeting for Friday afternoon. The home visit was thus arranged. Unsure whether Wang Bang would try to obstruct the visit, Chen chortled over and decided not to notify him. When the weekend afternoon arrived, he headed over according to the address provided by Wang Lebang's parents. Most of the students in Class 7 were from wealthy families, living mostly in villas or high-end residential areas. Wang Lebang's home was different. It was located in the old town, where most of the houses were single-story buildings in the style of the 1970s and 80s. However, the environment was indeed very pleasant. The path was shaded by lush green trees and the air was fresh, giving Chen Chu a nostalgic feeling of returning to his childhood. After asking a few passers-by for directions, Chen Chu soon arrived at the Wang family home. A few single-story houses were built around a large courtyard. One look at it, and only one word came to mind: simple. In the middle of the courtyard sat an elderly woman listening to a radio. Chen Chu figured this must be Grandma Wang and quickly walked over. Hearing the footsteps, Grandma Wang quickly turned off the radio. "Is that Teacher Chen?" Only then did Chen Chu realize that Grandma Wang seemed to be blind, and there was a scar next to her right eye. Yes, Grandma, please don't get up." Chen Chu quickly went over to help her up, saying with a smile, "I'm Wang Lebang's homeroom teacher." "Teacher Chen, please, come inside." Grandma Wang was much more straightforward than Chen Chu had expected. She pulled him into the house. Walking in, Chen Chu saw a room filled with old photographs, medals, and certificates of merit. Instantly, he couldn't help but feel a deep sense of respect. The peace and prosperity of the country today were all defended by this generation of veteran revolutionaries with their lives and blood. "Grandma, no need to trouble yourself for me." Seeing Grandma Wang still intending to pour him tea, Chen Chu quickly stood up and said, "I can do it myself." All right, haha. "My eyes are useless and just get in the way, so go ahead and help yourself, Teacher Chen." Grandma Wang laughed, looking in good spirits. "Grandma, if you don't mind me asking, what happened to your eyes?" "That's a long story. I was a combat nurse back then, and a piece of shrapnel accidentally cut across my eye, damaging the nerves. I could see a little bit before, but now I can only see blurry shapes. It's basically the same as being blind." Grandma Wang smiled and waved her hand. "Let's not talk about that. Teacher Chen, how is my Lebang doing at school?" Just as Chen Chu was about to speak, Wang Lebang's voice suddenly came from outside the door. "Why are you here?" Hearing Wang Lebang's voice, Grandma Wang hastily said, "Lebang, how can you speak to your teacher like that?" Wang Lebang stared coldly at Chen Chu, walked up and started dragging him outside. As he pulled, he said, "Grandma, wait a moment, the teacher and I are going to get some things." "Oh, come back quickly." Chen Chu was caught somewhat off guard. Wang Lebang was surprisingly strong and dragged Chen Chu out of the yard in no time. Finding a corner, Wang Lebang glared at Chen Chu and said, "Why did you suddenly come to my house?" "As your homeroom teacher, there doesn't seem to be anything wrong with me making a home visit, does there?" Chen Chu retorted. Wang Lebang's face darkened. "What did you say to my grandma?" Chen Chu narrowed his eyes. "What are you afraid of?" "Chen, I'm warning you." Wang Lebang pointed right at Chen Chu's nose and said, "If you dare say anything to my grandma about what I do at school, you won't be walking out of this door today." Chen Chu's face instantly turned. "Wang Lebang, I am your teacher. Is that any way to speak to your teacher? You're even threatening me?" Chen Chu was not going to tolerate this. He said in a deep voice, "Apologize to me." Wang Lebang was definitely the type who preferred action over words. He suddenly raised his fist, preparing to strike. However, in the next second, Chen Chu's aura completely changed. Turning his hip, he threw a fierce kick right toward Wang Lebang's face. A gust of wind rushed at him. Chen Chu's foot stopped just short of Wang Lebang's face. Wang Lebang's entire body froze, not daring. Chen Chu held the pose, his voice, "Apologize." Wang Lebang suddenly snapped out of it. Tilt his head, he threw a punch. "Tess." Chen Chu quickly pulled his foot back, took a step back to dodge the punch, and instantly launched a snap kick. The toe of his foot kicked directly into Wang Lebang's shin. With a scream of pain, Wang Lebang clutched his leg and fell to the ground, rolling around in agony. Chen Chu frowned and repeated, "Apologize." Pain and anger flared in Wang Lebang as he yelled in frustration, "Chen, I'm going to report you to the school for hitting students. I'll get you fired." Chen Chu shrugged. "Go ahead and report me. Do you think the school will believe you or me? I look so honest and mild-mannered, and I'm not even as built as you. It's more believable that you beat me up." No sooner had he finished speaking than Grandma Wang, having heard the noise, rushed out anxiously and called out, "What happened?" "Grandma Wang, it's nothing, it's nothing." Chen Chu's attitude shifted instantly. He walked up to Grandma Wang with a smile and supported her. Wang Lebang just accidentally tripped. "Wang Lebang, are you all right?" Suppressing his anger and pain, Wang Lebang forced a smile and said, "Grandma, I'm fine." "Good to hear. You're always so clumsy, child." Grandma Wang scolded gently with a smile. With Chen Chu's assistance, she walked back into the house. Once she sat down, she asked, "Teacher Chen, I heard from Lebang that he is the class monitor?" Yes, class monitor," Chen Chu replied with a smile. "I appointed him myself. He usually performs very well and works hard to improve in his studies. The students all like him a lot too. I came here today specifically to praise him." Originally, Chen Chu was still a bit angry, but seeing Grandma Wang like this, he chose not to say anything. After all, even the school kept things quiet, which meant they clearly knew about the Wang family's situation. Wang Lebang limped inside, staring at Chen Chu with eyes full of anger. However, upon hearing that Chen Chu didn't expose his true behavior, his anger subsided a bit. Hearing that Wang Lebang was doing so well at school, Grandma Wang felt even better. "By the way, Teacher Chen, you haven't eaten yet, have you? Come, eat with us." "Grandma, our teacher still has things to do. Don't force him," Wang Lebang quickly said. "No, I'm already done with my business. Since Grandma is inviting me so warmly, it would be rude to refuse." Wang Lebang stared at Chen Chu in utter disbelief. "Oh Maud, how could a homeroom teacher be so damn thick-skinned?" The Wang family had, of course, hired a nanny to take care of Grandma Wang, and she soon came back from buying groceries to start cooking. Chen Chu asked about the past, and Grandma Wang really didn't treat him like an outsider. She was naturally cheerful and outspoken, sharing everything, and her mouth never stopped moving even while she was eating. Chen Chu listened with great interest and got a free meal out of it too. Standing nearby, Wang Lebang watched with clenched teeth, rubbing his calf from time to time. Chen Chu's kick had been quite hard, and it was still throbbing with pain. At school, Wang Lebang was one kind of person, but the moment he returned home and stood before his grandmother, he became exceptionally obedient and well-behaved. Chen Chu was really a bit puzzled about how Wang Lebang had gone astray and picked up so many bad habits. Logically, his upbringing shouldn't have been an issue. Although his parents were away all year round, they called home frequently, and Wang Lebang's attitude toward them seemed perfectly normal. Chen Chu was also quite a talker. Since he had nothing else to do anyway, in the blink of an eye it was already past 9 o'clock. Seeing that it was getting late, Chen Chu finally took his leave. Grandma Wang quickly urged Wang Lebang to see him out. Once they reached the courtyard, Chen Chu's face darkened and he said, "Wang Lebang, it is time to apologize." Wang Lebang didn't look pleased either and just stared right back at Chen Chu. Suddenly Chen Chu moved his foot, which startled Wang Lebang so much that he shivered and quickly took a few steps back. Only to see Chen Chu bend down, pat his shoe, and wink at Wang Lebang. "Are you still not going to apologize?" Although the dramatic act was a bit over the top, Chen Chu still carried the commanding aura of a teacher. Chen Chu now had this kid Wang Lebang completely under his thumb. "Why should I?" Grandma Wang. As soon as Chen Chu opened his mouth, Wang Lebang panicked. "Holy crap! Chen, you are so underhanded." "Then apologize already." "I'm sorry. Is I'm sorry good enough?" "Your attitude isn't sincere enough. Bow and apologize." "Don't push your luck." Grandma Wang. Wang Lebang instantly bowed. "I'm sorry, I was wrong." "That's more like it." Chen Chu waved his hand. "I forgive your previous insolence toward me, your teacher." When Wang Lebang looked up, he still had a look of pure exasperation and clenched teeth. Actively ignoring it, Chen Chu continued, "Besides the apology, you also owe me a favor." "Huh. I didn't tell your grandmother about your trouble at school, and I even spent a long time praising you," Chen Chu said in all seriousness. "This goes entirely against my initial aspirations and beliefs as a teacher of the people." Wang Lebang wasn't buying it. He snorted coldly. "Then what about the kick you gave me?" "You brought that on yourself. Threatening, intimidating, and trying to hit your teacher. You're lucky I only kicked you once." You. Only then did Wang Lebang remember that the Chen Chu in front of him was a Chinese teacher. Damn it. He couldn't beat him in a fight and he couldn't outtalk him either. But Chen Chu didn't dwell on it. Changing the subject, he asked, "It's really strange. Logically, you shouldn't be like this. Why did you choose to go down the wrong path?" Wang Lebang was so angry he laughed. "How did I go down the wrong path? They brought it on themselves by running their mouths. That's one thing, but you smoke, drink, street race, date early." Chen Chu paused. "Wait, who are you dating?" Instead, Wang Lebang widened his eyes. How did you know?" The other things were one thing. It wasn't surprising that Chen Chu knew about them. But he had never told a single soul about his dating. How could Chen Chu possibly know? "You don't need to know how I found out." Chen Chu quickly diverted the topic. "Then don't ask," Wang Lebang said petulantly. After a brief hesitation, he suddenly asked, "Where did you learn to fight? I seriously doubt you're actually a teacher." Chen Chu grinned. "Want to learn?" "No," Wang Lebang snorted. "I'm not brainless like Zhao Feng, Wang Shu, and the rest of them. I'm not falling for your tricks." Chen Chu shrugged. This kid, Wang Lebang, was still hard to tame, but at least now Chen Chu knew where his weakness lay. "Alright, that's it for today's home visit. Tell your grandmother that I'll drop by whenever I have time. Your nanny's cooking is actually pretty good." Wang Lebang glared at him. "Do you have no shame? Coming to my house just to get a free meal?" Chen Chu blushed slightly and scratched his head, looking a bit embarrassed. "Pieffed. Was I fucking complimenting you?" Chen Chu stopped teasing Wang Lebang. He laughed, turned around and walked away. The more Wang Lebang thought about it, the angrier he got, and the more puzzled he became. When night fell, Wang Lebang secretly made a phone call. "Brother Gao, can you help me look someone up?" The man on the other end, Brother Gao, quickly smiled and said, "Sure. Who do you want to look up?" "His name is Chen Chu, the homeroom teacher of Class 7 Grade 10, which is my class," Wang Lebang said in a low voice. "I seriously suspect there's something wrong with this guy." "Alright, I'll have my colleague look into it right away. I'll get back to you in 10 minutes. "Alright." This wasn't Wang Lebang joking around. He genuinely suspected there was something off about Chen Chu. He was clearly just an ordinary teacher. Being good at basketball or playing video games wasn't too out of the ordinary, but he actually had martial arts training. And it wasn't just basic stuff either. His kicks were fast and fierce, subduing him in a single move. That in itself was one thing. After all, there was no rule saying teachers couldn't practice martial arts. The strangest part was that Chen Chu actually knew about his relationship. Therefore, he strongly suspected Chen Chu was investigating and stalking him. If that was all it was, it wouldn't be so complicated. The issue was that Wang Lebang knew his own identity very well, a third-generation revolutionary with a powerful family background. When you connected all the dots, several keywords immediately came to Wang Lebang's mind. Agents, spies, foreign forces. Chen Chu might be a walking spy worth $500,000. After a while, Brother Gao called back, sounding very puzzled. Nothing's wrong. His hometown is Luchuan. His grandfather was a teacher and his parents are teachers too. He went to elementary, middle, and high school in Luchuan and got into Jiangnan Normal University for college. 3 generations of teachers, it's not even an exaggeration to call them a family of educators. The fact that nothing is wrong is exactly what makes it suspicious. Keep investigating, Wang Lebang said seriously. This guy is definitely not that simple. Titsk, Lebang. Stop messing around. I'm busy with a mission right now. I'm hanging up. Bye. Wait. Before he could finish his sentence, the call was disconnected. Wang Lebang curled his lip, annoyance. Worst case, I'll investigate it myself. In the blink of an eye, the weekend arrived. Chen Chu arrived at the gymnasium early in the morning at the agreed time, but before he even entered, he could hear a loud buzz of voices inside, sounding like a large crowd. When he walked in, he saw that besides Zhao Feng and the others, there were also 30 or 40 people practicing in basketball jerseys. They looked like students from one high school. Mr. Chen is here, someone exclaimed. Instantly, everyone's eyes gathered on Chen Chu. Chen Chu roughly guessed what was going on. As soon as Zhao Feng came over, he asked, "Did you call them here?" "No," Zhao Feng shook his head and said. "They came on their own. I don't know how they found out we were practicing this morning, but they all swarmed over. They're all from our school." Although there was no output of teaching points from anyone other than Zhao Feng and his group, Chen Chu didn't really mind. Teaching one was teaching, and teaching a crowd was also teaching. Chen Chu gathered everyone together and asked for their classes and names. There were students from freshmen to seniors, and even a few sports students. Almost all of them looked at Chen Chu with excitement and admiration. Most of them had wanted to learn some basketball skills from him ever since they saw the video of him playing. Now, a saying was going around the entire basketball circle of Jiangnan one high school students. If heaven had not born Mr. Chen, the way of basketball would remain as dark as an eternal night. Chen Chu readily agreed, but with so many people he couldn't possibly coach them one by one. So he called Zhao Feng and his group over. "We will divide into 12 teams right now. Zhao Feng, you guys will be the captains from now on." The crowd had no objection. "Now I'll assign the team members." The method of assigning members was simple, it was all about complementarity. Chen Chu took the ball to the court and had everyone take shots one by one. "Your lower body stance is unstable. Go to Yang Tianyu's team and let Yang Tianyu teach you." "Okay." "Next. Your dribbling is unsteady. Go to Cao Yunjing's team." One after another, the teams were all assigned. After Chen Chu's hour of mimicry ended, he started slacking off on the sidelines. With so many students, things could easily go wrong, so he still had to keep an eye on them. It had to be said that Zhao Feng, who had a talent for basketball, progressed very quickly. With his passion and comprehension, his former weaknesses had significantly improved. If he really taught him for 3 years, Zhao Feng might actually become a professional basketball player. But first, his academic grades had to keep up. Whether it was this group of sports students or the others in Class 7, they had always been stuck in a state of hating to study. No matter how high their learning efficiency was, it was useless because they simply couldn't take anything in. It was just that Chen Chu had no solutions at the moment. He would have to wait for the teacher's eye to upgrade before analyzing further. Just then, another group of people arrived at the gym. They were all big and burly, looking like students, though they weren't wearing athletic clothes. Chen Chu thought they were more of his fans and was about to call them over, but to his surprise, Zhao Feng and his group, who were teaching others, suddenly stopped and went up to meet them. Looking at their posture, the tension was palpable. Something was wrong. Chen Chu's expression darkened slightly. Why did they have to come right after his mimicry skill expired? If something happened now, he might not be able to keep it under control. He hurriedly walked over. The moment Zhao Feng pulled Yang Tianyu and the others over to face the group, he said with a cold face, "What? Looking for trouble?" The leader of the other side, named Ling Dongsheng, curled his lip and said, "Not looking for you." After saying that, he led his group toward Chen Chu. Chen Chu stopped in his tracks, and Ling Dongsheng said, "Mr. Chen?" "Yes." Chen Chu was puzzled. "Is there something?" Ling Dongsheng shrugged. "Ouyang Hao asked me to pass on a message." "Huh?" Chen Chu frowned slightly. "Tomorrow at 6 in the evening, the outdoor basketball court on Xinji. 3-on-3. You can bring whoever you want. If you don't show up, you'll bear the consequences." Ling Dongsheng paused. Those his exact words. Having said that, Ling Dongsheng didn't stay either, leading the others away. Chen Chu narrowed his eyes. What did that scumbag Ouyang Hao want to do? Zhao Feng and the others had naturally heard it too. They quickly came up and said, "Old Chen, Ouyang Hao is trying to get even." "Probably." Yang Tianyu sneered and said, "Old Chen, go for it. As if we're afraid of him. Count me in. I'll go with you." The other sports students also voiced their support to go together. "Don't back down. Let's do this." Chen Chu didn't hesitate either. Into the tiger's den he go. Although he was past his hot-headed youth, Ouyang Hao was a scumbag with no bottom line. There was no telling what kind of tricks that guy would play. As for the newly arrived students, hearing that Chen Chu was going to play a match tomorrow, they excitedly expressed their desire to watch. The next day, 6 p.m., the outdoor basketball court on Xinji. Although there was only one court, it was already packed with people. Gasps of amazement burst out from the crowd every now and then. At this moment, Chen Chu, wearing his jersey, had just arrived, while Zhao Feng and the others were already waiting. There were quite a lot of people. Aside from Zhao Feng, the students who had just arrived yesterday were all there too. 40 or 50 people gathered together, and since they were big and burly, the gathering looked quite intimidating. Nice, that's a jail sentence waiting to happen. If their faces hadn't looked so young, it really would have alarmed the local patrol team. Chen Chu glanced at the court. Sure enough, Ouyang Hao was playing on the court, and there was indeed a large crowd watching. Walking toward the court, Zhao Feng said with excitement all over his face, "Old Chen, you're about to go viral." "Huh?" Chen Chu was startled. "How am I going to go viral?" Yang Tianyu quickly pointed to Ouyang Hao's two teammates. Those two are basketball influencers on Douyin. One is Mu Dong, and the other is Shen Feiyang. They're super strong meg-influencers with tens of millions of followers. Chen Chu curled his lip, so it turned out they had called in outside help. "So many people are live streaming right now," Zhao Feng said happily. "Old Chen, if you win this game and show off your skills, it'll be incredible." Right, Yang Tianyu added. "As long as you win, you'll definitely get more followers than you can handle. By then, you'll become an influencer just like Ouyang Hao." Chen Chu frowned. "Hey, why are you insulting me?" "Zhao Feng?" Yang Tianyu. "Fame brings trouble, just like a fat pig attracts the butcher." Although Chen Chu also had his share of vanity, he had absolutely no interest in becoming an internet celebrity. He might make money, but he wouldn't necessarily feel at peace earning it. If you do well, people criticize you, and if you do poorly, they criticize you even more. So why get involved in this mess? It's perfectly fine to just quietly be a teacher. Chen Chu, who had just walked to the edge of the court, instantly lost his desire to play. He curled his lip and was about to leave, but as his eye swept over the crowd, he suddenly spotted a familiar figure. By the side of the court, a group of female teachers from No. 2 high school had gathered, and Li Yiran was right there among them. She was wearing simple, loose, casual clothes, her hair in a ponytail, looking just like the quiet, cute, and elegant lady she always was. She naturally spotted Chen Chu as well. She waved shyly and cautiously, too embarrassed to come over and say hello. "Hey, I'm not leaving anymore." Normally, he could only chat with Li Yiran online, and it was hard to even meet up in person. Chen Chu had wanted to ask her out, but Li Yiran only ever talked about teaching and never anything else. Chen Chu didn't want to be too forward either, fearing he might scare her off. This was the perfect opportunity. Shouldn't he show off a bit? Just then Ouyang Hao spotted Chen. Without a word, he walked straight up to Chen Chu and smiled, saying, "All right, you've got guts. How about a game?" "If you want to play, I'm down," Chen Chu said with a curl of his lip, "but on one condition." "What is it?" "Tell everyone not to live stream or record any videos." "Sure, no problem." Ouyang Hao agreed very something feels a bit off. Chen Chu couldn't help but mutter to himself, only to see Ouyang Hao walk over to Mu Dong and Shen Feiyang. After saying a few words, the three of them asked the spectators to put away their phones. Since most of the people there were their fans, they were surprisingly obedient and put their phones away. "He's the guy you were talking about." Shen Feiyang glanced at Chen Chu, who was standing not far away with a strange expression. Mu Dong also leaned in and muttered, "He doesn't look like he's anything special." Ouyang Hao said seriously, "Don't underestimate him, you two. All I can say is, in a one-on-one, neither of you is necessarily a match for him." Chen Feiyang, who was nearly 1.9 meters tall, froze. "Him?" Mu Dong, who was even more built like a bear, looked even more skeptical. Since they had never seen Chen Chu actually play, it was only natural for them to doubt him. Ouyang Hao didn't explain further, merely whispering, "You'll find out in a bit." Ouyang Hao then announced to the crowd that they were having a friendly matchup, while Chen Chu called Zhao Feng and Yang Tianyu to play with him. However, Zhao Feng and Yang Tianyu smiled bitterly, clearly feeling a bit intimidated. "Old Chen, if the two of us play, we feel like we'll just drag you down." "That's Shen Feiyang, Mu Dong and Ouyang Hao. If the two of us go out there." Chen Chu, on the contrary, found it amusing. "Weren't you two acting so cocky on the way here? Why are you wimping out now? Have some confidence." "No, we don't have any confidence." "Then do you trust me?" "Of course we do." "That's enough." Chen Chu smiled slightly, put his arms around their shoulders, and said seriously, "If I say you can do it, then you can. Let's go." Zhao Feng and Yang Tianyu exchanged glances and quickly followed Chen Chu. Once they were on the court, Ouyang Hao glanced at Zhao Feng and Yang Tianyu beside Chen Chu and couldn't help but say, "I remember those two are students, right?" "Yeah, they're in my class. Is there a problem?" Ouyang Hao said sarcastically, "Are you sure you want to have two high schoolers play against us?" This single comment instantly annoyed Zhao Feng, who sneered, "It's more than enough to beat you." "Whoa, the kid has a big mouth." Ouyang Hao shrugged. "Fine then, let's get started." In fact, Mu Dong and Shen Feiyang looked even more bewildered when they saw Zhao Feng Yang Tianyu. Mu Dong called out to Chen Chu, "We won't do a tip-off. We'll let you guys have the ball first." Mu Dong had originally wanted to give them a break because they were high schoolers, with no ill intent, but since he was on Ouyang Hao's team, it immediately bruised Zhao Feng and Yang Tianyu's pride. Yang Tianyu curled his lip. "No need to go easy on us, let's do a tip-off." Seeing they weren't buying it, Mu Dong shrugged, not really caring. Someone from the sidelines came over to throw the ball, and the 1.9-meter tall Shen Feiyang stepped into the center circle. Chen Chu gave Zhao Feng a look, and Zhao Feng walked over to stand opposite Shen Feiyang, ready for the tip-off. As the whistle blew, the ball was instantly thrown high into the air. Both of them jumped up at the same time. With his height advantage, Shen Feiyang touched the ball first, but in the next split second Zhao Feng reached out and grabbed it with force. Caught completely off guard, Shen Feiyang lost the ball to Zhao Feng, who immediately drove hard toward the paint without a moment's hesitation. Gaspies of surprise suddenly erupted from the sidelines. Not to mention the spectators, even Shen Feiyang, Ouyang Hao, and Mu Dong were startled. In that brief moment of distraction, Zhao Feng had already driven into the paint. Yang Tianyu set a screen, and with a fake to the left, Zhao Feng jumped, went up for a layup, and slammed the ball on with one hand. Boom! A dull thud echoed. With a one-handed slam dunk, the ball went through the net. First score. The moment Zhao Feng landed, he bumped fists with Yang Tianyu. "Nice." Yang Tianyu grinned. Chen Chu walked up behind them, also grinning. "My teaching didn't go to waste." Cheers and cries of "Oh my god" and "Holy crap" had already begun erupting from the sidelines. Is this guy really a 17-year-old high schooler?
They were truly caught completely off guard. Originally, everyone's attention was on Chen Chu. To be honest, they hadn't really paid much attention to Zhao Feng and Yang Tianyu. But Zhao Feng came right out of the gate with a slam dunk to show them who's boss. Mudong looked at Zhou Feng not far away in shock, saying, "Are high schoolers these days seriously this absurd?" Shen Feiyang also found it ridiculous. Aoyang Hao said crossly, "I told you guys not to let your guard down." All right, no need to get angry." Shen Feiyang patted Aoyang Hao on the shoulder. "We'll start getting serious now." Chen Chu and the others passed the ball in, and this time it went to Yang Tianyu. Having got the ball, Yang Tianyu also drove solo into the paint, looking for a chance to break through. But in the end, he was still a bit too green, and was locked down so hard by Mudong that he could barely move. "Pass it to me." Zhao Feng quickly rushed over to call for the ball. Just as Yang Tianyu pulled the ball out, Zhao Feng jumped up to shoot. Suddenly, a massive figure loomed, and a hand came swiping down with immense force. Blocked. The crowd gasped in unison. As the two of them landed at the same time, Shen Feiyang smiled at Zhao Feng and said, "You're pretty good. I definitely can't treat you like a regular high schooler anymore." Zhao Feng pouted, a bit annoyed. He turned around, walked over to Chen Chu, and said, "Sorry, Mr. Chen. I rushed that shot just now." It's fine. Take it slow," Chen Chu smiled gently. "These guys are all experts. It's a rare chance to play against players of this level. You should be glad, because this is how you'll learn where you fall short, and where your strengths lie." Yang Tianyu also walked over looking a bit upset. "All right, relax." Chen Chu patted both of their backs. "Just have fun. You've still got me, don't you?" The two nodded slightly and continued the game. Before long, the score reached 6-2. Chen Chu basically only handled the passing, mostly leaving Yang Tianyu and Zhao Feng to coordinate and play 2-on-2. Setting aside his scumbag personality, Aoyang Hao's basketball skills were indeed excellent. Needless to say, Mudong and Shen Feiyang were great too. Since it was a rare chance to play against pros, Chen Chu naturally wanted to step back and let Yang Tianyu and Zhao Feng get some practice. However, the gap in experience and skill was still very obvious. Although Zhao Feng and Yang Tianyu fought hard, other than that first basket at the start, they only managed to score one more point later on. Aoyang Hao's face had been looking quite displeased the whole time. From beginning to end, Chen Chu hadn't made a single shot. Rather than playing a game, it felt more like he was using them as sparring partners for Zhao Feng and Yang Tianyu. Mudong and Shen Feiyang didn't know Chen Chu's actual skill level, so they didn't think much of it. At this point, Aoyang Hao walked up to the two of them and said, "We're being looked down on. That guy is using us as sparring partners. He hasn't even made a move himself." Shen Feiyang couldn't help but glance at Chen Chu curiously. "Just how good is this guy to get you worked up like this?" "I think those two high schoolers are pretty good. If you slip up even a bit, they'll drive right past you." The two of them clearly didn't take Chen Chu too seriously. After all, Aoyang Hao had just invited them over for a casual game, without any special purpose. "Don't let your guard down, you two," Aoyang Hao said anxiously. "Those two students are nothing. That guy is the real monster." Shen Feiyang joked, "But I really don't see what's so great about him. He's not tall, and he doesn't have the build." Aoyang Hao was almost driven mad, his face instantly turning grim. "I am being very serious right now." Seeing Aoyang Hao get upset, Mudong and Shen Feiyang quickly turned serious. "All right, we'll listen to you. We'll definitely go all out." Only then did Aoyang Hao let it go. Meanwhile, Chen Chu originally thought he could let Zhao Feng and Yang Tianyu practice a bit longer. But seeing how out of breath they were, and with the score at 6-2, he felt it was about time to make his move. He stole a glance at Li Yiran. Even though she was just standing there quietly, she looked prettier the more he looked at her. He wondered if it was because he had been single for too long. Well, time to put on a good show. The look in Chen Chu's eyes suddenly changed. It was Aoyang Hao and his team's turn to serve. As soon as Shen Feiyang passed the ball to Mudong, and just as Mudong was about to dribble and drive, Chen Chu closed in to defend him tightly. Aoyang Hao's expression changed slightly, and he instinctively shouted, "Watch out!" Right as the words left his mouth, Mudong suddenly felt a dark shadow flash past him, and his hands were suddenly empty. "Oh my..." Mudong was startled. What kind of godlike speed was that? He turned around and ran toward Chen Chu almost on instinct, only to see that Chen Chu had already leaped up from beyond the three-point line. A fadeaway three-pointer. Following a beautiful arc, the basketball glided straight through the net, barely even touching the rim. Swish. Clean three-pointer. The satisfying sound of the ball entering the net rang out. The court fell silent for a moment before erupting into a massive roar of cheers. Many people widened their eyes in absolute disbelief. Even if your eyes could register Chen Chu's speed, your body couldn't react to it at all. What was even more terrifying was that he jumped immediately after crossing the three-point line, the whole movement so fluid and seamless without a single pause. Not even silk could be this smooth.